Finishing up our countdown to green as we welcome you back for today's action of CKNA Spring Nationals. It's just about time to start things off with your juniors to begin the odd group. As you see, Race Beckman amongst those who will start up at the front of the field. Gavin Dyer will start in second. Daniel Dragonoff in third. Jamie Swain will start in fourth. Layden Moe in the top five with Tika Snyder, Wyatt Fink, Wyatt Smith in the top eight. Christopher Yanuzzi in ninth. Corey in 10th, followed by Benjamin, Kritz, Thompson, Beck, Hudman, Price, Gray, Van Horn, Moretto, and McNeil amongst your top 20. 33 carts total are part of your field. As you can see, they did not like how they were sorted out for initial run to the tram line today here, Bradley. Alongside Bradley Cooper, we're going to go around one more time before we get things started.
We're watching this live or back, we're seeing the fun of things going along here. This is where things are going to get interesting. Trying to get into the tram lines, get slowed down. That's going to be the hardest part of the day so far, I feel, as they get set up. You see somebody back there swerving. They're getting them through. Everyone being told to slow down. Do we get the green flag this time around, Justin?
Jason Borges sets things up. Waiting. Green flag is out. We're underway. And the outside got the better run for turn one. 2 by 2 as they march their way through 2 to 3 and onward to set up the momentum to start off this one.
Everybody already starting to look back over the shoulder here, trying to get an idea of who's where in this junior category. We've already got a big off, several carts off there through the run, and somebody smacking the steering wheel very quickly. We knew something would happen through. That is the 33 cart going around, and well, that is who we saw punching the steering wheel. He is not happy at all.
Yeah, some tempers flaring, to say the very least, after some attrition builds up. That driver, by the way, would have been Wyatt Cataldo, the privateer from Pittsburgh, having issues early. But as you said with the outside, Dyer got the jump over Beckman to start things off. A little bit of elbows coming out in the heart of the field for a couple of the others, like Boy on the charge. Leads to some contact. The 28 loses ground in the opening sector. And just like that, all the momentum is lost. And with this engine package, it takes a bit to build momentum, as here comes the set for third.
That's Jonathan Bohr in the orange helmet, the number 28 cart dropping well down the order. And you can see here, one of the classic things in karting that I love is drivers saying, hey, stop fighting me, let's work together and get to the front, then you can fight me. The 151 there of Dragunov doing the hand signal of let's go forward, don't fight me because we'll fall backwards here as we go through out of turn 15 down the front stretch we go. We're already a quarter of a way through this race. 12 laps in this race, only 3 in. Turn 1 shows as a good passing zone, Justin, which I think we expected, so I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see more turn 1 carnage coming through here in the later stages of this heat.
Dyer, one of the drivers that we've seen make his way from Wisconsin, one of the competitors who also did solidly amongst the top 20 starting spots initially for last year's Grand Finals when it came to the run in Indiana. Dyer at this point trying to hold off Beckman and company, drag it off. Going to be hard to be able to fend off to you, have to think, because you already see he's trying to find a way to get some speed, but no one's going to work with him. The way he's trying to battle, one of the moles also trying to work. Layton specifically is trying to cut ahead of the Hornet's Nest here a third of the way through the race.
Look at this, running side by side out of turn 4 down into turn 5. They get it back single foul here. Nothing too harmful coming along of it as they go. They've got to watch that side by side through those tight corners because that can lose your run to the rest of the field here. Now we've got a little bit of a breakaway here. 2-2. Dyer and Beckman, first and second place, trying to run away here from Stawine, Dragunov, and Mull. Third, fourth, fifth, respectively, as they go through. Sixth place there of Fink in the mix as well. Coming through the right-handers here of 14 and then into 15. Here we go, coming across the line. And lap 5 of 12, we're approaching halfway. Plenty of great battling left to go.
Plenty of flags flying up there. Looked like for a split second there from the flag stand. But right now, nothing doing for the race leaders here. There is one name to keep an eye on your pylon. We have to watch for a charge up for Jeff Price. He's your biggest mover amongst the top half of the field. Up 6 in one of the gold carts. Continue that progression forward. Watch this choo-choo train. But one of the main things, of course, when it comes to this battle, you'll have to watch out for with these big movers is it's going to be difficult. The higher up you go, the harder to make a pass. Here comes a pass attempt per second.
Here we go. This is going to be Stewan and Beckman going side by side. Inside for 14-15, turns the outside for turn 1 and 2. And unfortunately, I think that's going to let Mole get through. And you go for the pass. If you can't make it stick, you put yourself under pressure from behind. And that is what we just saw there is position swap for third. That is Stewan and Mole swapping positions now. The question is, can Mole run after Beckman? Here's a dive down the inside. Dragunov down the inside of the 307 of Stewan going through. He loses another position.
307 gets shuffled back big time as a result there. Well, to the back end, if anything, of main pack coming up to the halfway point of this one. Dyer doing a really good job keeping a steady wheel here as there's the cross flags this time through. Layden Mole, keep in mind both the moles very fast whenever we see them. Layden's been a contender this season in Apex Karting Championships competition. Part of that championship that started off this year. Expecting those drivers to get busy in a couple weeks' time when they go over to Atlanta Motorsports Park pretty soon. Expect that Morel arc to get a little bit crafty here to find a way around these top 2 pretty soon.
Would not be surprised at all. It's a matter of when, not if, it feels like here as we watch the 825 and Mole really leading the train there. Mole, Dragunov, Stewan, and Fink their 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th as they are trying to chase down the top 2. Look at your leader looking over his right shoulder saying, okay, who is behind me? Where am I finding pressure? And then looking right back ahead and saying, okay, back to the task at hand, which is to just keep pace and keep moving forward. Beckman holding on behind here as well and just kind of looking and saying, you know, where can I try to make a pass for the lead? When do I want to make a pass for the lead? Because the problem is, if you make the pass too early, you're going to put yourself under pressure later in the race here. And with 4 laps to go, if you do it now, you're more than likely going to be under pressure on the final lap. So right now, if you're Beckman, you're sort of just waiting.
Yeah, just waiting for the right time is the key thing here. Right now, that top 2 is building a small buffer. Last time by, they were running lap times around the 48.6s or so, give or take. This time through, their pace was a couple of downers quicker. Dragunov actually was the fastest out of the main group, despite just being in the 4th spot of the bumper of Mole there. They've also ditched one of the MGMs of Fink as a result of the shuffle. Keep in mind, the Steel Machines also a leading pack 2 of Snyder and Nuzzi. There's an air change for 3rd. Yet again, a swap around the 151. Jumps up to the top 3. The VLR of Dragunov. Again, elbows out amongst these drivers yet again. Dragunov really having a fight, it seems. Just to have an opportunity here. We've seen Dragunov's name so much when it comes to the past year in regards to racing his race with teams like Nugent, for example. Been a feature winner when it comes to sportsman competitions, CKNA races before. He's now getting shuffled back again. Every pass attempt he's done has lost some ground, and every pass attempt that fails will separate the top 2 for the rest of the field.
Yeah, these drivers, 3rd, 4th, 5th, they need to work together here. They are truly just letting the top 2 run away here. And here's the thing, Dyer and Beckman, at some point, this 1-2 run that they have going is going to be done. At some point, I expect Beckman to go for a dive into turn 1. That seems to be a really favored passing spot right now for everyone. And I expect to see that turn 1 pass come up for the top 2. When they do that, where will Mole, Dragunov, and Stewan be? How close will they be? How far away will they be? Because if they are close enough here as we get the 2 to go signal, if they're close enough, they can go for the lead. They can go for the win. But right now, they are so far back, it's not going to make a difference what they do because those leaders have taken off.
Definitely have in the course of this run. But, as we know, one of those moves likely to come in likely final time around if you are Beckman. Right now, see the push. Mole trying to find a way to separate things out, get away from Dragunov, prevent any more fighting between them as they come around for the white flag coming up through the final sector they run. No change up for the top two with Beckman still waiting in the marquee as they make their way through. When will the move come? The 55 stays on Dyer's bumper. There's a look to the outside. Tries to diamond it for two. Takes away the inside for the curbing. Beckman resets.
Great attempt at a crossover there going through now as we head out towards 5, 6. Make the right-hander here of 6, the left-hander of 7. We're going to set up for the backstretch here, Justin. Here's the dive around the 55 again. Beckman looking. Beckman's going to go for it here. Coming through 8. He tries to set it up. Side by side they'll go. Who will finish this one out? Down right-hander of 9. Still side by side. Coming through 10. 55 to the inside. Beckman gets the pass. Can he defend it, though, from the switchback?
Here they go, side by side. Beckman tries to stick it to the inside. Near contact. Dyer tries to find a way to cross up. Here comes Dragunov. Pulling out alongside, a pull to the inside. Drag race at the line. Beckman holds on by 29 1,000ths. So a close finish as Gavin Dyer just lost the advantage in the final corners. Mole and Dragunov would think in the top, but officially, as you see, roadblock flag up. We'll see how post-race looks, but things look clean up front. Beckman with a good move to win it.
Amazing move there. And I want to point out with Mole and Dragunov, that shows how quickly that 2.5 seconds closed in one lap when Beckman and Dyer started going side by side and fighting and not working together. A 1.5 seconds was not enough of a gap. If they had kept that a little bit further, Mole and Dragunov possibly could have stole that win.
Absolutely. Of note, Jet Price, one of your big movers, did fall down to 11th in the end. Max Hudman, 12th. Bohr fell all the way down to 14th. Not going to help their point situation. Jordan Taylor went up 12 spots, by the way, along with Matthew Holland. Both of them rocketed their way to their respective starting groups to be able to get some decent position amongst this pack. So that's all talked about with the riding order here. Is that will bring us through to our next group of the drivers coming up in a few moments, because the even qualifiers are set to start in less than a minute's time for their scheduled start here today. And remember, going to see these be very critical to be able to set up with the average, with the point totals you get from these races here, Bradley. That's critical to set up where you're actually going to be starting over the course of the weekend. And it's very critical you do well if you want to be in the feature, guaranteed. You have to be in the top 46th appointments metric.
That you do. It's very, very important that they keep it together through and they have a great run here. We're going to jump trackside. We've got Race Beckman standing by with Grace.
Race, what a final lap. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, I just wanted to push throughout the race, get away from the other people, and then just battle it out on the last lap, and it was a close one, but yeah, I got the first heat.
Nice work. And anyone that you want to thank for this performance today?
I just have to thank Margay, my mom, and then Mark Swaggin.
Nice job. Congratulations.
Race Beckman, pretty happy about that performance, it seems, here as we get ready for our next pack of competitors in a few moments' time here. You see some of the officials walking about the track as part of these preparations before they let the next pack loose. Go racing here today. Take a quick break. You're watching Kart Chaser for the CKNA Spring Nats.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Karts on track. Let's take a look at how they'll start for the even group. J.J. O'Neill, Jacob Scheibel will start up at the front. Laney Thigpen will start in the top 3. A.J. Stoner, 4th. Christopher Goulet in the top 5 with Huntington Jack Irwin. William Richard along with Ranger, the top 8. Sawyer Chambers and Riley Cavalier will start in the top 10 in this pack. Some of the other notables back here outside the top 15 or so. Carl Parkins 11th spot. Francisco Reyes down 15th of note. We also have drivers like Randy Harvey down in 19th. Look to make a lot of ground amongst this top 20 grouping and try to find a way to score some points here, Bradley, as we get ready. Let's see if we get the good tram line run this time.
We'll see what happens here as they go through. And again, remember that this is to make sure you need to have good results today, so that way you don't have to try to run at the last chance qualifier at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning here in Junior as we get the karts out. One kart already off there. Not ideal to see through. It looks like they do not get going because of that one kart out of position. And we will see one more time around. The good news is here, it's not a full lap around the track as we discussed this morning, but for those of you who didn't join us this morning, let's refresh your memory. It's through 1 and 2 here, down through 3, 4, and then you go straight through 5. You don't take the left, you go through, and then you go backwards through 7, across the cut at 6, and then down the tram lines into the start-finish straight.
It's able to shorten up the pacing lap, to say the very least. Get the straight shot required for how many cars there are, so you don't have drivers starting in the middle of a corner and having essentially what would have been a bending tram line, which obviously is not optimal. There they go. They've really taught them to slow up this time, roll down the pace to begin our second race of the afternoon. J.J. O'Neill looking to control things in the 92 kart. Nitro Machine from Hudson, Ohio, looking to start well on the inside. Jacob Scheibel will start on the outside. Here we go. Green flag is out this time, and it's the inside with the jump to start things off. No troubles for your control kart in O'Neill. 3 and 4-1 to the very tail end of the pack, but most of the leaders get single file. The Hornet's Nest keeps up and keeps the battles going around 11 or 12.
Everyone there in the top 10 really holding on to single file there as they go. Everyone trying to make some moves. We see some dive inside here, outside of about the top 10. It is going 2 wide, 3 wide, trying to find things through up front. J.J. O'Neill through. That is the 8-12 off. You see the hand come up there, and the 8-12 not happy with whatever has happened there with contact, I would assume, who drops well down the order.
Pearson Goldstaff amongst those involved in that incident. That's the first lap. We'll see things controlled by the 92. A.J. Stoner able to get up to the 3rd spot on the charts. Thigpen jumping to 4th. A couple passes also involving Hart trying to make up a little bit of ground. Pauly trying to battle amongst the top 10 or so. But look at the separation already. Top 4 have built up a 3/4 cushion last time by the stripe. Will they be able to maintain that? Keep in mind, Goulet is pushing hard.
Yeah, keeping that push alive here through. Goulet really wants to try to find a move. Good passes in the back of the field, up in the front. As we've said, it's single file here, trying to find a way along the 305. Now, there's a good fight there from Reyes and McKay going through up front. I think the top 5 figured out from that last run, if they work together better, they can have a good fight near the final lap. But right now it's holding on and try the dive down the inside for turn 1. That is a good move coming through for Jack Erlin, trying to find a way along. And if you get the inside 1 and 2, if you can clear that pass, it's a very easy way to gain positions if you're confident in it. But again, you do that, you lose a little bit of time to the kart ahead. So you have to balance that give and take here as 4th place here. Thigpen pulls out a line.
Thigpen yet again taking a shuffle. Timmy Kart trying to gain a little bit of ground, all while BK trying to figure out themselves here. You can see the Coyote logos all over some of those drivers here with the chassis. What they're doing in terms of being able to get themselves the race lead, though, it's like changing chair positions around back and forth. Musical chairs, if you will, to decide where the musical chairs will see you stand, and a lot of these drivers are making it clear nobody wants them to leave those chairs at the risk of somebody taking that chair and running away with it.
Here's the thing, though. If somebody runs away with that chair, you can definitely try to get that chair back. So let's watch and see here. Thigpen down the inside again. Look at that. That is another great move into 8. We've seen that 2 laps in a row from Thigpen. Went from 4th to 3rd. Now it's 3rd to 2nd. Will Thigpen do 3 laps in a row to go 2nd to 1st here? O'Neal is the next challenge, though. And O'Neal, a fast driver here, currently holding at the front nice and comfortable. So let's see there if the pass can be found as they come out of the final corner down the front straight. Nobody looking for a dive into turn 1 in the top 3. We do have Gurley going down the inside of Stoner here, trying to make a pass through turn 1 and 2. Makes it stick. O'Neal trying to run away.
Steele trying to make a move on PPK in that situation. Oh, wow, that is allowing the top 3 to build their own little island here. The Nitro Kart of O'Neal solidly. I've spoken with some of the Nitro Kart machines over the years so far. Usually end up being very focused as drivers. Of course, have a lot of connections. We've seen past Chip Ganassi connections, some connections, of course, with Toyota. Of course, connections now with the Arca Menard series. Nitro's in a lot of different areas right now as a program and really trying to put their name out everywhere to develop drivers and get them up the ranks.
Doing a great job of it here as well, you have to say, as we watch the karts continue around. Last time through, Jacob Schabel, fastest kart on track there in P3 with a 48.565. Went about a 10th faster than your leader, JJ O'Neal. So, but it is one thing to catch, it's another to pass. Look over the shoulder there if you're Schabel. See what that gap is back to 4th place. It's a pretty considerable gap there, about 3/4 of a second. Not nearly enough that you could start making aggressive moves and compromise your position. We're only half race distance though, Justin. There's plenty of time here for these drivers to pick a move and decide what they're going to do. And right now, it looks like it's everyone just trying to hold on, stay consistent, and catch the kart ahead. The more of a train they can form, the more positions they can try to get later in this race.
There's the crowd's flag being showcased to the drivers to start lap 7. A little bit of battling towards the back end. Leichtner also making the moves, a part of that in the MPG machine. On some of the drivers really trying to figure out a way to get as best of a starting spot as possible. There's the shuffle, though, we were talking about. A lot of these drivers, at least, keeping the awareness high here. Racecraft is a critical thing about this, Bradley. You need to have the ability to not only have the speed, but also know situation awareness, and there has been strong situation awareness for the most part here. Right now, there's the change, though, for second, taking an opportunity to jump up a train. The 821 wants to set something up now in O'Neal's round.
Yeah, Schabel decided, you know what, I want to be the kart chasing the lead there from O'Neal. Saw the opportunity, took the opportunity. That was a very calculated decision. What caught my eye there last lap was Barkus, and P8 looked ahead, again, doing the hand signal, throwing the hand forward and saying, hey, let's catch the people ahead of us. We are quick, we can catch them. Let's go. So Barkus very clearly feeling Barkus, Fletchinger, and Richard can catch up to the karts ahead. It's just a matter of kind of getting organized there. I think they're a little disorganized in that section of the track. Top 3 here, very organized. 4, 5, and 6 are very organized. There's P7, Jack Erlin. There's Barkus, that number 10 kart, coming around here as they go through turns 14 and 15 out to the front. The gap's starting to close there. I don't think they'll have a run at the win, but they can definitely try to have a run for the top 5.
Carter Barkus right now doing a solid job on his charge, giving him a shout up to the 8th position. Only a few spots gained so far, but you do that over the course of these races, set yourself up decent for the final tomorrow. Have an opportunity to be in the conversation after getting the chance to winning the Winter Nationals a few months ago. Right now, you can see him just working well with the 210. Richard, one of the drivers from PPK, also there in the choo-choo train, coming up to what is going to be 3 laps to go this time by.
3 laps to go as they cross the line here. We check in with 4th, 5th, and 6th here as they go through. That is Stoner, Galay, Chambers, who are working on positions. A little bit of a swap there for them. Chambers up 5 places here on the day. Very, very strong move up in the front. And they have dropped about a second to Thigpen, Shable, and O'Neill. They're just in the bottom of your picture as they go through. No moves through turn 8, which is a lot more popular of a passing spot than I really expected looking through. But you can see how the top 10 have spread out here. But even then, still great battles here. And as you said, Justin, scrape together every position you can. Keep yourself out of those last chance qualifiers for tomorrow. Get as many points as you can today. So that way tomorrow, you don't have to worry about a 9 a.m. fight for your champion.
Yes, indeed. Remember, that Reed Motorsports machine should be pretty solid here when it comes to Chambers. Was the pole sitter for last year's Grand Pole, or Grand Junior final, to set things up in qualifying over the course of that weekend. Under 2 laps to go. Right now, some of the packs converging together as you see a little bit of an up track picking up the back end of the group for Richard. Going to lose some ground in the PPK. Right now, you expect some of this battling to get pretty busy. Barkas wants a spot inside, looking for 7. Jack Irwin loses ground for the inner groove. And now it's going to be Barkas having to play defense with a pass back on the outside. Can Barkas get the clearance? Leaders are starting to shuffle and lap for themselves, though. Who will get the advantage here? Nothing's changed since around the halfway point. Something's about to change.
Here we go, fireworks coming out as we hit 5, 6, and 7 coming through. You see O'Neill trying to find a bit of a gap. That gap could be a downfall, though. Watch this. Thigpen gonna look outside. It's defense to the inside. O'Neill, Shable's gonna follow through. Now watch the 12 here of Thigpen. Thigpen looks for a move. Coming through out of 10 into 11 is gonna try to sweep a little bit outside. Find some more room to the inside here. Justin coming through 11, 12, 13. It's gonna be close.
21, take a chance on O'Neill. O'Neill pulling away, in fact. Battle for second side by side. Thigpen tries to get the edge and will. JJ O'Neill takes the win. Even Heat 1 race. Thigpen over Shable. Chambers in the top 4. AJ Stoner solid run the top 5. Delay in 6, 7. Jack Irwin, Punisher, Richard, and Hart. A Muncher top 10. A lot of side-by-side popping up in the Hornets' nest there. For a lot of drivers, it was clear, though, if you look through the rest of the order here, a lot of the competitors didn't really move more than 3, 4 spots. There was one exception. Sydney Miller did get to 14th, up 7. A part of their respective charge to get the fastest mover.
One of the drivers I feel for in that mix was the number 10 of Carter Barkas, who was all the way up into the top 6 there, fighting with Hudson Jack Erlin, dropped all the way to 11th in the final lap, Justin. That is heartbreaking.
Meanwhile, why don't we check in with the race winner, JJ O'Neill, standing by down below.
JJ, you led every single lap in this heat, which is almost unheard of in Briggs racing. What is it about this racetrack that just clicks for you?
I mean, I've raced it for 4 or 5 years in a row, and just experience pays off, I guess. It's an awesome track.
And how do you plan on keeping this pace for the second round later today?
Just keeping control, keeping everyone good around me, and I mean, just hitting my marks.
All right, well, congratulations.
Hitting the mark is going to be so important over the course of this weekend. You see that for O'Neill getting the first strike in his respective group again to set things up for the outside row, essentially, for Sunday. So that's our second group of racing done. Our first class, should say. Our second race itself. See the legends coming up in the next few moments, Bradley. Those drivers should put on an interesting show. for a 2:48 start. As you see some of them already rolling. How about this? It's going to be the battle of the Todds. Bolton and Barron on the front row. Eli Yanko third. Jeff Chalmers is in fourth. J.D. Gunn in the CRG is in the top 5. Timothy Clark starts off in 6th. James Perkins in the CRG as well will start in 7th. Terry Downs in 8th. Don Newman and Brent Estes, a part of your top 10 in this order. A lot of drivers to keep in mind in these fields here today. As we go on to the second tap, Doug Cook and Rod Glenard will be back there with Insko and Mike Todd. DeFrancisco and Lyons, Gleis and Hannon, Paulson and Stiefel will be a part of your top 20 starters in what is a large field. You can see some of the karts still trying to go. In fact, a bit of a stall up for one of them. Some issues for the 55 machine. Now we'll see Wayne Ardell try and get things started in one of the Team Coyote machines. It looks like hands are raised. They're going to go around one more time, Bradley.
Yeah, that was the 55 of Wayne Hanslick, who was slow there. It looks like just stalling, I believe, going through. I think the 55 got the cart back going. We'll have to join back into the field here as we go back around one more time as everyone forms through. And you can see there as they hit 5, they slow it way down, go through the cones, and they go ahead and get into that double file order. And now, again, that hard left there at turn 7, go reverse on the track for a brief moment. And it gives enough space to get all of these carts into straight lines, into tram lines. This time it looks like everyone makes their way through, and I think we're going to be ready to go here as the officials see if they can get them slowed down.
This time they got them sorted. Will they get the green flag is the question. There are notables towards the back to keep an eye on here. See how things fare out for those drivers, because at the front they're already off and away for the more important note. Some side-by-side building up the heart of the field with the front of the field with the Todds getting single file with some crashing in the 20s.
Oh, already a spin near the back of the field here. Everyone else keeps going. One cart down, everyone else going through. Todd Barron has dropped a few positions already here on the run, so we'll see how that plays and fares for Todd as he is up in the front there. Barron in the 01 has dropped, it looks like, to at least P5, possibly further, as we go along and continue forward. Some good hard racing here coming through in the front in the top 5.
So far, so good when it comes to Todd Bolton up front. Yanko in second. Gunn gained 2. Perkins gained 2. On some of the front runners, as you see some of the drivers like Gleis try and find a way to get ahead in the 7 in the 17th spot. And the tough thing, as we've seen already, the trend so far is if you want to be able to get to the front, you better figure out a way to pass early, especially before things separate out. You see some of that right now really forming up with a couple of these cars in the heart of the field compared to up front where they're staying stationary in the pack.
Gunn there in third place with a big slide through 10 and 11 going through, holding on to the cart. That's the number 14 on your screen right now of Gunn, who is in a good heated battle, has dropped down the order a little bit here from that slide as we go through. Gunn's all the way down to 5th now going through. Barron in 4th, Perkins in 3rd, Yanko Bolton, your top 2 trying to pull a gap. They've pulled about 7/10 on Perkins and company behind.
So far, so solid for the Coyote up in the front of the field by Yanko. Looking to try and figure out a way. Yanko stays in the popcorn seat with them really pulling away. Todd Barrett trying to find a way forward quickly. But as we've seen throughout these races so far, coordination's key. And right now, not seeing too much of it. No major bumper to bumper in terms of the hookup connections. Now will we see Barron try and get the pole back for 3rd spot is the question. Answer is that we see at the back of the group. One of the drivers to keep an eye on, Downs, looking to gain a spot, does.
Downs with a great move there through the inside, getting to the front of that mix. Now it's a slight gap through to Gunn, then up to Barron and Co. ahead. And you see again the signal there coming in from the number 50 51 of Perkins. The tap to the helmet, the point forward saying, hey, stop trying to pass me. Let's catch these guys up front. We can be faster if we just settle in and work together. But it's one of those double-edged swords. Do you want to work with the guy ahead, or do you want to be ahead of the guy ahead? What is truly the better decision? I would say right now, early in this race, we're only a third race distance. Work with the guy ahead. Don't be ahead of the guy ahead. Let's work with him for now. We'll figure it out later. Fastest lap as they cross the line that time, P3, James Perkins in the 51, closing up that gap to Yanko, but they're half a second off of Bolton when they cross the line. That gap should close if they work together. But again, it's just going to be a case of work together. But I mean, you try telling a go-kart driver to work with someone who they think they're faster than. Here we go. This is going to be proof and tell. That's the 470 of Yanko, down 2 places in 1 corner.
Yeah, that's exactly what Todd Bolton is wanting to see, probably behind him. Allows them to build up the biggest lead of the race just like that. Perkins and the CRG going to have to get to work pretty quickly, though. They want to close things up. James, that deficit, what is it going to be at the line to give you an exact number? Deficit, half a second is the distance. He has been a driver who's been able to perform well in this division before. Was also one of the drivers who did very well years ago. In terms of the night dash at Daytona, was a top 5 competitor amongst those races. He's raced for a fair amount of time in his kart. He's been competitive for a fair amount of time. One of the drivers when it comes to kart CRG in this region. But Barron's all over the back end with Bolton still keeping a clean track. Well, Barron, one side to the outside, gonna have to potentially back out this time for the final corners. Back gets
These two are gonna have to be careful. These two are gonna have to be careful, Justin. This is gonna get bad.
Yeah, side by side, are going to cost them a ton of ground. More than a second from that here. That's why it's so critical to pick the right time here in this situation, Bradley, to go. We just seen that come into play. One battle for so many corners can put you on the back foot, and it's going to be hard to close this gap now.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard gap. It's very clear what karts know that if you get ahead, you're going to get passed, because otherwise you have no chance at the win. And you've got to be thinking ahead right now and thinking further forward in the field. Bolton, this time as they cross the line, gap 1.4 and still going. Look at that 222 of Downs trying to go up the inside of Gunn, the 14. That makes him weak to Chalmers in the 12 behind there. That's the battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th going through. But again, Barron, Perkins, what's the decision here? They need to close a 1.4 second gap in 4 laps. It's doable. It's not impossible. It's difficult, though. And the thing is, they've kind of put themselves on more than the back foot right now as they go. We'll see if they're able to do anything. They're getting no help from behind, though, because look at the 14 of Gunn. Trying to go around the inside of Yanko. Going to go up the inside on the curb. Inside turns to outside, turns back to the inside. They're going to work the curb hard. Now it's a double right-hander, and look at Downs in the background wants to make a move. Downs in the background is going to make a move.
Yeah, 3 wide coming to the final corner. A little bit aggressive here. The stand is on and the contact is on for a kart crash. Only one of them spin around. Driving away from the scene, Chalmers and company slowed down a fair bit. That was inedible with that, and you can see the hand gestures. Look at that 7 gain all those spots because of it.
Plaza is going to be very, very happy. And again, this is one of those, if you're just right about it, you go. And I don't know if the 222 is signaling, if Downs is telling people to pass him, or if that's a case of, did his hand get a little bit of contact there going through? Because he was in the mix there with everyone, and it seems like the wheel maybe just hit his hand a little bit. Maybe that's just a little bit of like shaking out the pain and going, but I think he's okay for now as they come across to start lap 10 of 12. Bolton, 1.4 seconds over Barron. Perkins right on the back here of Barron as we shake things up and go, and you got to feel for Gunn there. He was the biggest loss in that mix, that 14 kart out of today's Heat 1.
So we're coming up to a couple laps to go here as we sort things out. For Ron, who one of the Brown racing cars on a huge charge, but you still speak about charges here. Nothing doing in regards to the top two to get up to Bolton. But Barron, multiple chop champion, was one of the drivers in the conversation last year for the Grand. Right now, looking for a way to really just set himself up in the conversation with Bolton here. The speed seems to be their long run. In terms of the pace right now, you can argue, Bradley, because that's one of the metrics I keep an eye on with these heat races is where does the average speed go? The average right now is staying even, if not closing a little bit. The difference was the battles. So I think, depending on what happens throughout the rest of the weekend, the 01 is definitely on the ballpark, or in the ballpark, of the 22 on pace.
I agree with that. I think the 51 is also in the mix of the 22 on pace looking at that. I want everyone to remember, though, these drivers, they get done with this race here. They don't run these karts again until 5:48 p.m. That is when round 2 of 12 laps of action will come around as we take the white flag. And then they don't run again until tomorrow at 10 a.m. So you get limited running in this. So every time you can take advantage and get an opportunity to get some pace and find some rhythm, you should do it. For Todd Bolton, he's started out on the front foot, though. He's got about half a lap to finish this up. Justin, tugging the helmet. He has a 1.4 second lead as he goes through the final couple of corners here, coming around towards turn 9 and 10. He's been on the front foot here in this heat.
Todd Bolton has dominated this race, started things off with the pole, maintained the gap, look for second for Perkins, not there. Bolton looks back and can say, I've got speed today. Checker flag, Todd Bolton put together a strong Heat 1 in Legends. Barron, Perkins, Yanko climbs up onto the top 5. Don Newman also went up 3 for 6. James Itzko up to 7th. Chalmers down and Hennon. Part of your top 10, 10 seconds to spread amongst the top 10 cars on the racetrack. A few drivers of note outside the top 10. Ren Estes down to 11th. Timothy Clark lost 7 to 13th. Others, like Intellect, we remember the 55 had issues early on in this one. Still got up to 18th spot. Was your biggest mover, up 14.
I was going to bring up Hanslick myself because I was so impressed by those 14 places up. Drivers that you got to feel for. Doug Cook down 13 places. Joe DeBover down in 32nd. Miller in 33rd. And, of course, J.D. Gunn in 34th place, the number 14. We saw his moment there going through, battling up front as it goes through. Next up, we're going to take a quick break here. But when we come back, Senior Heavy is going to take over America's Center of Racing.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. And at Mountain Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made to be.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our Sim Magic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting. March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway. April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting. And May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
Holy mess!
Kart's now rolling as we get ready for our third race. Make it our fourth. Our third class is the better way to phrase, because the senior heavies are getting set. A part of that rotation, you see some of the drivers actually getting lined up in terms of that grouping here as we get ready for your grid coming up for our next class of drivers. It is Evlo, starts with Paul Carroll, Lloyd, Steffel on the top four, Knowles and Meyer in the top six, Kiefer in the 23 along the top 8. Sobich will start in that spot. Then it's Downs and Ben Lida in the top 10 here today. Davis and McPherson in the 12th spot. Perkins and Martin amongst the 14th spot. Stewart, Maui Rivers settles, along with Hudson Bolton and Zabota amongst your top 20 here. Bradley, we get set to go. This field will handle itself as well as it can, as it looks like it will have to go one more time.
One more time around. Doesn't look like they were happy with what they saw coming into the tram lines. We're kind of seeing this become a trend here at the moment, because it's just been kind of one of those things where it seems like we're getting set in the tram line, but it seems like they practice around, or if this is something more that they're just not liking that I'm not seeing here as they come through, getting an idea of things for senior heavy as they go along. And now you see them saying, hey, slow it down, get it in line, let's get it going. So we'll see what happens here as they come through. They're into the tram lines. Are they slow enough? No, they're gonna make them go one more time around. They're not happy.
Yep, they're gonna have to do this yet again to try and be able to get a start going here. Evlo, yet again, to start things off with the control, and we'll have to see what will happen this time through. And as you can see, that's going to mean a change for who controls this start here. Lloyd jumps up to the front row. Will now take things up here as a result of a couple in a row popping up. So we'll see how Lloyd now does, getting the chance to control this field here in Heat 1. Coyote, Racing Chassis Senior Heavy. Well, they get it this time. A little bit of bleed over on the tram lines. This time we do. Green, green, green. We're underway. Lloyd with a good start. 3 wide to the back of the field. The rest of the pack tries to solidify itself. It's good aggressiveness up at the front of the field at the end of the top 10.
Everybody making it through turns 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 that time, it looks like, without harm or foul. And it's single foul up at the front here for senior heavy here in their first heat as they go. Lead at the moment is Jake Hilo going through, trying to hold on into the front, keeping the way along. This is just going to be a case of keeping it together, keeping it moving, and if you aren't careful, you're going to start dropping down the order very, very quickly as they go through.
First lap complete. Lloyd able to get the lead, as we said. Stumble up to second. Brock Knowles also gained up some ground. A little bit of aggression popping up in the heart of the field, and some of these drivers try to find moves like Hunter Bolton you've seen there. But single file for the time being. Drivers like Carroll already solidified at the top 5. You know how costly that issue was to be able to get a good tram line start for the Cosmic? Evelo is down to 6th position. That's how much spots were lost on top with the initial grid swap as a result of the amount of false starts. See how right now, though, they're right now having a 7-car breakaway.
This is just the moment that, you know, it goes to show you've got to be on your P's and Q's for that race start, because if you're not, they're going to shuffle you out and go through down the inside. Here we go. This is Knowles trying to make a move on Stifle. Down in through 1 and 2. Inside, though, if you can't make it stick out of 2, you lose out into 3, and then the inside becomes the outside. So, again, we see that go through. Back single file, recover, regain composure, and set it up for another pass here. The problem is the more they fight, the more Lloyd's going to go through. And here we go, the 113 now losing position, or the 013, my apologies, to Carroll as they swap through and around. Now that is Carroll up into 3rd in that Coyote chassis going along. Let's see how this happens as they go through the final couple of corners, battling just behind there around. Great battles all through the field.
Coming up to start lap 4 as they go. WX still amongst us in the group, now up to 6th, in fact, as a result there. Look at this right now. Bolton amongst some of the drivers doing well on the charge so far in the pack. But a Hornet's Nest of Coyotes trying to chase down one of the MGMs early on in the heavies. Talked about the new rules when it comes to that class, when it comes to how much weight you can have, and the max you can have for the kart itself on top of you, and then yourself for the weight on top of things. We're seeing how these competitors really, in terms of that, still been able to put together some good product in the main pack. No one willing to really shuffle the deck per se, force the run, because Lloyd still controlling things. So look at that for a flag as there goes one of the Coyotes for the lead.
Stifle around going through. Lloyd has to drop back there into 2nd as they go along. So that shuffles up in the lead for now. We'll see if that shuffles things back through as they go. Watch out for Sobiek there in 6th, who I think is going to be a hard charger here if they can close that front 4 up going through here as they go along. I'm pretty sure that Sobiek can close the gap here, but it's just a matter of getting Knowles to kind of cooperate ahead and close up to the top 4. Meyer, Carroll, Stifle, and Lloyd. We'll see how that goes along. They come across the line here. Let's see how they play out this time through as we're close to half distance. Watch the 12 of Carroll down the inside there on Lloyd. That is a pass. Lloyd actually is going to lose 2 places in 1 corner. We're going to go back through. Lloyd does drop to 4th from 2nd.
Lloyd gets himself shuffled in regards to that here as well as we get ready to go. Now, mind over the course of these battles here is how aggressive these drivers get. Remember, we already seen incidents pop up here today in terms of situations. You're going to have to make sure in terms of how you handle these positions, you don't get yourself too much contact, you keep yourself aware of potential responsibilities as well. That is something talking point we are receiving from those track stars. But that's another talking point for later, because right now the 103, Evelo trying to regain some of the ground, now has to work hard to keep within this draft to Lloyd.
That he is here. Hevelo, of course, having that moment there on the start, too fast on the start. It has been officially noted here on the penalty sheet in the back end. It's a warning. No big penalty to be given here. I'll tell you what is going to be a big moment, though. Look at this. The 12 going through, the 19, the 30, and the 119. They are not done battling. This is all shuffling in the front. They are not giving it up. These Coyotes are absolutely on the hunt as they go along here. And this top 4 has allowed 5th, 6th, and 7th to close up. Sobiek again, I said keep an eye. I'm telling you right now, that 23, I have a weird feeling as they come across the line. Down the inside, let's see the charge from the 119 of Lloyd.
Lloyd yet again taking a small peek. They rumbled away to one of the pattern passing opportunities coming up through the end of sector 1. Watch for the run to 7 at turn 8. Will Lloyd get attacked here? This time by the 30. No, not this time. But keep in mind, in terms of the Coyotes here, they're all part of the Coyote Motorsports side. It's not just the chassis, it is also the team outfit itself that is trying to get itself situated here up at the front. Lloyd trying to break up on the teammates, fending them off one by one again, side by side per second. Lloyd gonna have to figure something out because there's the problem. When you have teammates, they can work together like that to be able to shuffle anybody that may be a pest.
Lloyd got hung out to dry there big time going for a pass through 14, 15, and then again, that inside swaps to outside if you haven't completed it, and you saw him look over the shoulder and kind of realize, oh shoot, I'm in a bad spot. What do I do here? Meyer now going down the inside of Stifle. That is going to set them up. Now watch, where can Lloyd go when they start battling here? And then again, you have Hevlo, you have Sobiek in the mix as well. We continue to watch these big battles. Watch the curve to the inside. That was a massive jump there from Stifle going through. That was a hard hit on that inside curb. I don't think it caused any big damage to the kart, but I do think for Stifle it might have caused just big damage there in terms of soreness on that run there. Now holding the outside, wheel to wheel, holding hard contact going through. You would think they're battling for the last lap of the championship here this weekend, but no, this is just heat 1, lap 10 of 12, 3 to go.
And this has grown the gap now between the Fel Coyotes pretty significantly. Look at this though. Good recovery for the 103. Now Los Cosmic is now up another spot. Now amongst the top 4 karts here on the racetrack as a result of all this squabbling here. Knowles also in the conversation, by the way, once the tail end. You can see right now, tough thing with 2 laps to go. What do you do if you are in the same chassis, or at the very least the same type of camp here? Carroll and Meyer, 2 different philosophies. You'd have to think of their driving careers in terms of their approaches. That 12 looking to solidify things after originally being your outside pole sitter and getting shuffled to row 2 as a result of the full starts.
I think this is going to be a case here where they hold steady and hold fast, and they think bigger picture here as they go along. But I've been wrong before, and I won't be surprised if I'm proven wrong again here for the 12 and the 30, because let's be honest, it's karting. They're going to fight. Their teammates are not. They're going to fight, and they'll talk it out later. Let's see how they go, though, because the other thing they need to keep in mind is the same thing that we kept in mind earlier whenever we watched earlier in the Legends and the Juniors going through. If you don't have enough of a gap and you start battling, 3rd place on back, they'll just steamroll in and catch you. Looks like right now that's not going to be the case, at least through the first few corners here. But Justin, again, once they hit turn 7 through turn 8, I think it's anyone's game. Let's see what happens here as they have just half the track left to go.
Meyer looking for the run, looks to the inside of 8, cuts along the inner curve, avoids the curve, slides up, takes the lead. Now Carroll looking for a chance to switch back. Couple more corners to go for the blue and white kart to find a way back up front. Meyer leaves a lot of space, a lot of drivers sending into the battle for the top 5, but no sense up front. Checker flag, Sean Meyer holds off Carroll to get the win in Heat 1. Lloyd gets a top 3. Sobiek getting in 4th. Knowles in the top 5 of one of the PPKs. Stifle, who led laps early on, 6th. And remember that charge that the 103 was making a recovery? It goes for naught. Back of the lead group, 8th behind Cal Stewart. Keeper and settles your top 10.
Going on from there, it was Huntington Bolton in P11 up 8 places. Sovaboda up 8 places as well. Noah Rivers there in 13th with Jed Perkins and Ben Lida battling it out for the top 15. Davis, Martin Downs, Campbell, and Nick Jones finish out your top 20.
So that closes things up for that respective race. The difference for the line, 0.161 seconds here today. We still have lots to go because the youngsters will get an opportunity next to hit the racetrack. Have a little bit of cleanup to wait for because kit karts will have an opportunity to do kit kart things next. Remember, those races going to be shorter as you would expect for the youngsters. Only 8 laps. And remember, those karts were pretty close to qualifying in practice. It's not as touch and go as some may think. We may see a lot of those karts near bumper to bumper potentially. Depends on how the tone is set once they get that roll down the front straightaway.
Yeah, the kit karts are going to be exciting to watch and see how they go. Let's go down trackside and let's catch up with our race winner.
Sean, our senior heavy first round winner. Talk to me about that last lap.
Yeah, Chris is one of my best friends, and I wanted to get away, gapped him a little bit, and I knew he was tightening up, so I made the move.
And if I remember correctly, at this race last year, you had a pretty good position, I believe, ending up somewhere around 3rd or 4th. How are you going to try and change that and perform better this year?
This is my favorite track, so we're going to make sure we hit that setup right and don't make the same mistake we did last year.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Right, gotta say hi to my kids at home. Hi, Lucas. Hi, Sienna.
Hi, kids.
Don't forget the kids, after all. Got to make sure you get the family members shouted out. You don't want to forget the family, to say the very least. Kit karts are pushing onto the racetrack. We'll take a break. As these kit karts get set, we'll let them prepare. You're watching Kart Chaser.
On start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrekRacing.com.
This is more than a race, it's a destination. Cup Karts Canada invites you to the Canadian 4-Cycle Championship, May 15th to 17th at Mont-Tremblant, Quebec. Race on a 1.2-kilometer technical circuit just steps away from the iconic Circuit Mont-Tremblant, where Formula One once raced. When the racing's done, enjoy everything Tremblant has to offer: the pedestrian village, restaurants, shops, hiking, and unforgettable scenery. It's elite 4-cycle competition and a perfect family getaway rolled into one. Racers from across the United States and Canada, this is your invitation. Cup Karts Canada, Mont-Tremblant. Come be a part of Canadian karting history.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound. is Kyle Cuthbertson. Doesn't even have a go-kart. Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Hey guys, I'm
Take a look at the final instructions for our kid karts. They will get ready to go racing pretty soon. Let's take a look at the grid. We'll go two at a time. For our name breed this time, William Heckman starts on the pole. Anderson Maxwell look to rock from the outside. Liam Vaughn, Wyatt Earlsman, your top four.
From there, it's P5 Maverick Reddick, 6 Kyrie Dozet there in the Tony kart. P7 will be Beckett Hemphill in the Nitro kart, with Will Holzner also in a Nitro kart. P8 in the 111.
Brembaugh and Dittmer are in your top 10 here today. Handler and Mino will be right behind. Rest of the grid, McCloskey, Hewitt, Fletcher, and Rail will be on the grid. It looks like we're just about ready. And I don't know if they liked what they've seen initially, but we do get the green. We're underway. The field already seen a massive jump up at the front.
Absolutely. Big runs here early on as we go. It's second, third, fourth, and fifth that are really making the battle here go along. You saw cutting across from the outside directly to the inside up at the front. Maxwell slotting in there, trying to get into that single file line. These kid karts trying to run through, keep their pace behind as they go. See the number 75 there of Reddick in the mix as well as they go along. Everybody getting up to pace and speed here. They will run 8 laps here today, and we'll see just how that goes here as Heckman leads by 1/4 of a second so far.
And that jump, pretty significant. Keep in mind with these kid karts, you're basically in your full throttle. Usually you don't go full throttle to the grass. Hendler with a good job being able to recover going through that cut through. But will say it's a lot of learning your ability to maintain lines and also having good feedback to know what you need to have for the setup side of things to know you can be fast here. Heckman has already built up a 4/10 cushion over Maxwell and Vaughn to start.
Yeah, seeing Maxwell here and Vaughn sticking in the back there, the RMS and MGM karts there going along. The MGM kart, the 01 of Vaughn trying to come through and along. And again, this is a case of learning for a lot of these drivers. Remember, the kid kart age group is age 5 to 8. So remember, I don't know what you were doing when you were 5, Justin, but for me, it definitely wasn't racing go-karts. So just imagine learning how to drive a go-kart here at age 5 and getting things going. That is where some of these drivers are. Some of the drivers are getting ready to make the step up to cadet on the run and get ready for that field, which has its whole other set of qualifications and rules and challenges. But these karts here, 205 pounds as they go here in kid kart, keeping their way along and continuing to battle. Up in the front, Heckman, Maxwell, Vaughn, and then you've got the 75 Reddick not that far off in that bright orange kart who is working on finding his way forward.
Well, just tuning in here for today's coverage. Max Torque Kid Kart underway early on in the Heat 1 rotation. This class, by the way, will be the first group scheduled to race under the lights tonight. So remember, much different conditions for when they go the second time through to the order from this point forward for all these drivers in their respective races. For the most part, the One staying well reserved, Maverick Reddick, building a little bit of a distance in the fourth position. Also, a bit of a slide for the Texas-based driver amongst this group, as nothing doing for too many changes. For the most part, field stayed well connected in the draft, you can say, at the very least amongst this pack. Hemphill also trying to dig pretty hard to close up this gap. Beckett right now is a few tenths behind one of the Nitro cars.
A little peek there from the 01 of Liam Vaughn there, the green MGM cart going through, not MGK, MGM cart going through along there, trying to look inside to outside, and you can see the different line that they're running here compared to any of our other classes that we've seen today. One of the things to note about the kid cart is it's going to be the lowest on power of any class that we have here this weekend, and that is, of course, because it's the smallest cart here and it's our youngest drivers, so they don't have a bunch of power in the cart to just send through in corners. A lot of times they are focusing on the basics, the fundamentals of racing, if you will. They are focusing on racing line. They are focusing on the runs here as they go around LaRoe and the number 10 here, who is working on lapping through and finding time. There is a lot of focusing on the run as we look down. Look at this, all the family watching here of the first group of kid carts coming along. They're watching this battle here as the 01 of Vaughn jumps off the curb.
Try to go for a bit of a send in an on-passing section. They're getting sent. Vaughn sent off the racetrack. Vaughn now well into the grass. Grass is not long enough to get him stuck, but it will cost him a lot of ground. That will hurt him for the points metric for the final for tomorrow. Vaughn, one of the front runners early, trying to make a pass per second. It didn't work.
And that's one of those learning the limit moments in kid kart. You go for a move and you try to make it stick, but again, this is one of those classes, sometimes you can make bigger things stick and riskier moves stick than other classes do. And again, we saw right there, we saw Vaughn go for the move and unfortunately not able to go through, ramped over the curb in turn 6, and then it was a matter of just holding on around the outside of 7, just couldn't make the corner in. The cart went straight, and unfortunately for the 01, way down the order here, I believe that will put them into P15.
The reason I just said, they're part of cutting them up there is a couple of drivers are trying to cut each other through in turn 5 for whatever reason. That's not normally the best section to pass. For whatever reason, all of a sudden, all these battles have decided that's the best opportunity for them to do something. Maverick Reddick's taking the free real estate and pull it away here, while Maxwell and everybody else, they've cost themselves all sorts of time coming to 2 to go because of the uber aggressiveness offset 4 wide in a couple of circumstances.
Yeah, that aggressiveness really, it can help, it can hurt here as we come across 2 to go this time by here. Reddick, Maxwell, they've swapped positions now as they come along here, focusing back with Berlesman, Dozit, and Hemphill as they go and continue to battle. And again, I'm excited to just think what the second race is going to look like a little bit later today as they go along. You mentioned it earlier, this is the first group that will go under the lights here tonight. So whenever they get to run under the lights here at about 6:15 p.m. here in Charlotte, it's going to be amazing to see what these kit carts look like.
William Heckman's been well in command over the course of this run so far. Mine as drivers age up and move on to different division. Then you can change last year after all. Skip Canals was the one who got the very edge in kid kart last year by a second over Nieves. Some of those drivers here today, some not. But for Heckman's case, final time around for the VLR. The Heckmans have had speed in all of their classes, no matter which one of their drivers have picked up pace. Right now, Heckman looks to secure the flag. Reddick running away with second.
Yeah, Heckman just needs to make half a lap stick here in the 008 and looks to do so. And again, you see that interesting line there coming out of 7 where they cut immediately back to the inside. Those kid carts just not as much power. They don't need to run wide. They can come all the way back through. It's a different line for kid kart versus other categories, but it works out really well here as we head through 10, 11. Heckman just has a couple more corners here, and then Heckman will secure Heat 1 kid kart win. Mind the traffic coming through.
A little bit of a traffic jam. Doing amongst those, making sure no troubles. But outside of that, it's Heckman having a stellar start to the day. It's a win over Maverick Reddick by 1.7 seconds. Maxwell gets on the podium for Heat 1. Holzman goes in the top 5. Hemphill, Holzner in 7th. Vaughn, good recovery from that situation we've seen off the track. Still got 8th position there, Bradley. Could have been much worse. He is able to get a top 10 ahead of Rumbaugh and Mino, who is in the one cart, should say, 24 seconds back.
Yeah, great recovery from Vaughn. We'll see what happens in Heat 2 this evening. Moving outside of the top 10, it was Dittmer, and then in P12 was the number 2 cart of McCloskey. And then Hendler, Hewitt, Fletcher, and Leroux, the 16 carts that took on this Kid Kart Heat 1 here today. It was a great run from all of them. Coming up here, Justin, it's Senior Lights. We go odd qualifiers, then we go even qualifiers. And, well, if the qualifying was anything to tell us, I don't know about you, but I have a feeling we're about to see some really good competition here in Senior Light.
Yeah, you already see the hornet's nest of activity as drivers already being told, let's fire up those motors. We're just about ready. For a couple drivers that did pick up some bump drafting penalties towards the middle of the back of the field would be where they group. But outside of that update to the rotations, field is just about set for 2 massive grids of 39 carts. Colin Warren looking to maintain momentum in 2 of these classes. Lucas Deck will start next to him. Jordan Klein, Dylan Emmonson, your top 4.
From there we go Brady Shad in P5. Cody Lindstrom, the 399 cart, will find P6. Henry Wheeler in the 0, P7. Jackson Young finds P8.
P9, Levi Getz. Jack Faber will start in 10th position in the VLR. Then it's Ryan Curl who will start off in 11th. Ryan Stanton back in 12th.
Brady Atwood, Addison Ianello, Mastrandria, and then Layden Ashcraft, P13 through 16.
Rest of the top 20, Harrowler and Harder, Kilgo and Reed. There's a lot more names that you'll see scrolled through amongst this group that are looking to gain ground. Eli Fox, Guzio's down in 25th, for example. Landers was aggressive in qualifying. This field has a lot of competitors. Will they get a good start? Yes, they will. Warren on the gas, clears already. The whole bottom line got a good jump. First 2 cars in it. Jumped ahead of Klein. It's a bit of a slope in the heart of the field. The 82 amongst those having to slow up as everyone else rumbles on through.
82 there of Anthony DiMaggio, unfortunately going slow there. Not sure if that is a kart issue or what that might be, but you can see already the hornet's nest, as you called it, Justin. Well, it's swarmed. There is not a lot of settling in here early on. If you are outside of about the top 5 as we go through, everyone battling it out hard, using all the carts, sliding the carts along through 10 and 11, trying to just keep momentum through the double left-hander here as they head into the S's up front. It is still Colin Warren who is holding on into P1.
TKT Senior Light starting things off pretty clean as everyone cuts through. Of note, Wheeler up 2, gets up 2 among some of the shuffles. See drivers like Curl try and settle in Pack 2 onward. But obviously when it comes to the speed of someone like Colin Warren, has the confidence to drive tracks like this, is always a threat in these national races. Going to be difficult to stop here. Some of the others, though, not being stopped for making moves. Look at some of those cuts going on right now in the battle for 3rd on back. They are still not done now for 4th. Wheeler with some passes.
Feck with a big slide there through 10. You can see just trying to send the kart along, use the momentum, and hoping for grip that I think isn't there right now. We've gotten warmer than they were this morning. Remember, again, these karts have not been on track since 11:30 or 11:45 around noon today. So this is a very, very different track than what they qualified on. So some of this first couple of laps is figuring out what grip is there. And I would say if it's a warmer track, it's going to be a little bit slicker than it was this morning. They said this morning it was really gripped up. It was feeling really good. And now it's going to have some slide to it. You can't necessarily rip the kart into 10 and 11 like you would before, especially if you're in a big battle. The kart's going to slide out on you. And we're seeing that time and time again. That's the 670 of Young there in the black on black, who just slid really hard through turn 10.
Yeah, some of these drivers were really having to get the elbows back amongst those back there with it. That's really started to build up the buffers between groups. Jackson Young, half a second back just about. Looking deeper in the field, you see drivers like Atwood trying to steady themselves out. And what kind of goes to mind when you have a bit of traffic build up like this in a choo-choo train where one mistake will see you fall 5, 6, 7 karts behind?
Well, the problem is if you're stuck behind everyone doing this, you can't do anything. You almost end up in a position where you're just waiting on the shoe to drop. And you hope that everyone ahead of you kind of figures it out, because if you're in the mix, you can't necessarily work your way past here. It's the 81. Feber with the sausage curb hard.
I think we've seen that only a couple times over the past year. That was full on, 4 tires off the ground. Look at 5 wide for a moment. Everybody getting bundled up 2 by 2. Recipe for disaster, and there's the crash. 1, 2, 3 karts into the grass. And they're still off.
Oh, we're not done. We're not done. There's 3 more off, 4 more off. So that is everything just absolutely exploding again. You said it, Justin. What do you do if you're in the middle of the train and you're just waiting on something to happen? Unfortunately, sometimes you just have to let it happen and hope you don't get caught up.
Yeah, that was pure calamity that you could see coming with that many cars side by side, so many rows deep. But guess who's charging? Up 5, Henry Wheeler. Already having a successful year with the karting side. Remember, during the discussions previously had been, would we see him continue on? Well, he's been able to continue on. It's done well. More chaos front straightaway, 2 more karts off.
That is a weird position to see karts off on the front straightaway. You got to wonder what happened out of turn 15 for that to happen here. As we go through 3rd and 4th, still battling, 5th, 6th, and 7th battling here. Amundsen, Thick, and Young, they are trying to sort out who is where. Amundsen drops down to 7th and says, all right, you all want to go? Then go. Get me up to the lead then. Let's go for the win here. Let's not sit back here as we're half race distance. Look at the wind with those flags behind the track there. It is windy as well, and you got to wonder if that's affecting anyone in any shape or form here as we go down into turn 1. Warren Wheeler through, climb down again. Young, Amundsen swapping. They're not done swapping. Amundsen trying to go up the inside of Young, has to bail out of it there because the inside comes to the outside. We're not done, and I have a feeling we've got more fireworks to go off here, Justin.
The question is, what type of fireworks show do we get? Do we get one of those that you get $5 fireworks sparklers from the store? The entire show goes out maybe a couple feet, or do we see a full-on bonanza that you'd see out over a riverfront or something? In other words, quietness or loudness on the fight. Let's go in between for the fight, shall we? Brady Shad been having a pretty quiet race so far, up in the top 3. Now look to work ahead as some of the PPK Coyotes look to work together.
Everyone trying to find a friend here in the run, and the big problem at the moment is I don't think anyone has a friend here. I think your friend's off the track, but as soon as those helmets go on, those karts start up and that green flag drops, you don't have a friend, regardless of what conversation was had before the race here. As we see everyone trying to find someone to work with, trying to tuck the helmet down the back straight here. You see again the hand signals, send it forward, let's catch up to the karts in front, let's get some positions. But ultimately, again, if you're the kart behind and you think you're faster than the guy in front of you, even if he wants to go forward, you want to go forward and you want that position, so you're going to take that position. And ultimately, it kind of rebounds, and it's a double-edged sword, because then you lose out to the guy in front, and you sort of repeat that cycle for about 12 laps, and, well, you see how that can end up.
Wheeler right now, a man on a mission once again. Started off strong, remember we talked about in Apex Karting Championships over the month of January, coming after the Winter Nationals. We can maintain that here through this run today. Right now, on full charge alert. For reference, last time by, Shad and Klein on speed were a tenth slower than your race leaders despite staying in sync with the switch. Just that extra little bit off, needing to find a little bit of something. Looks like center off might be the big difference maker to close. You see your biggest movers, by the way. Inutsi's up 12. Don't count out the 41. Going to be important they do that both races today to replicate this. Lindstrom amongst those who have dropped a fair bit outside the top 10 for no.
Yeah, this is a big field, as we talked about. 39 carts, tons of drivers to have some sort of run here, whether it's good, bad, or otherwise. And, well, you never know what the karting gods can give you as you race along here and where things go. Checking back in here, this is Yanuzzi and Kilgo going in P9, P10, who are looking to go through. And you see Yanuzzi, again, point the two hands, or the two fingers forward on the right hand, saying, let's charge forward, let's go forward, let's catch up here to Atwood and Admonson. Let's see if we can get a couple of places here in Heat 1, because another thing to note, how you finish in Heat 1 is where you start in Heat 2. So if you can have a good time, you can have a good time. But the 4 there we go. Kilgo with a dive down the inside, makes it stick through 1 and 2.
Gonna get some more attempts to go here as you see them get some swaps now. Pushes Wheeler down. Keep in mind, Yanuzzi, talking quickly about that. Those drivers have done well in the south. Keep an eye on that name later, but it's more important to think about the front because we're coming up to the white flag and Colin Warren's got the advantage. Warren's got the field exactly where he wants them. Going to require a big mistake to chip away this gap because right now it is more than a second with Shad trying to hold off Klein and Wheeler.
I think we're more likely to see a change for P2 than we are to see a change for the lead here as they go along. But you see Shad, very clear intentions here. Tap the helmet, point forward, and say, let's go get him. But that's a second to close up in half a lap. That's a hard ask here. You see everyone look through. No, Wheeler does not want to cooperate. Wheeler down the inside of Klein. Wheeler gets passed up into third, and you see Shad look behind and say, what are we doing, guys?
Yet again, Shad trying to hold off the crowd with Wheeler now in the third spot. Coming on through the final corners. Will there be another attempt to change things up? Wheeler trying to take a sharper angle out of 14. There's a look at your leader at the bottom. Takes the checker flag. Battle to the line. Little poke for Wheeler from the outside. Doesn't work. Shad and Wheeler 2 and 3. Line and Thick 4 and 5. Young in 6th. Sitting in 7th. Atwood. Yanuzzi does hold on to the top 10 over Getz. Solid race once again. A little bit tricky, but Warren puts together some solid tempo again.
That he did. Colin Warren with a great move there, and Brady Shad in second place, not able to get Wheeler and Klein behind to cooperate together. I thought that was interesting there. You saw him, hitting the helmet, going forward and saying, come on, you all, let's work together. And ultimately it doesn't happen. You got to wonder if they'll figure that out before Heat 2 to try to take on Colin Warren further back. A couple drivers to note here. Yanuzzi up 12 places here on the day. Kilgo up 8. Reed up 8. Lindstrom lost 7 places. And Cutshaw in P15 was up 7 on the day as well.
So a look throughout the grid here as a lot of these drivers look to go to the drawing board later on today. Ainello didn't get too many spots. Stayed 23rd, in fact. Lander stayed about where he started too, with Lucian Laser next to him. AMAX machine amongst those in the top 30. A lot of these karts going to have to hope for better positioning to make sure they stay out of the LCQ from here. At the back of the field, 1 DNF, Jelinek. We have Grace Silverbeck has the driver of the 0.
Henry Wheeler. We weren't sure that we were going to see him this year, but yeah, here he is. Matter of fact, in the front. Starting second for round 2 race. And additionally with that, he did not have a very good performance at this race last year. Henry, last year at Spring Nats, you started both senior medium and senior light at the very back of the pack. What changed between last year and this year?
Last year I was struggling with motor for most of the weekend. And then finally the final, I decided I want to change something, and since then I've been running with a little bit different motor program, and I've been up at the front. This weekend I've been fast, qualified. Not so good, but now back kind of towards the front again.
And what do you need to do to secure the win for round 2?
Colin's really quick, so I got to get a little bit faster, but I think we can do it.
Awesome. Good job.
Thank you.
I mean, what can you say? You get a little faster. It's easier said than done. Everybody wants to be a little bit faster, Bradley.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the most simplified thing he could have said, honestly, on the answer. Hey, Colin Warren's fast. I need to be faster. I don't know where you find it. I'm sure you can find it, but good luck to him. That's going to be an interesting one to see what he can find. You know what, though? Kart drivers surprise me every time and every weekend, so I'm sure he can find something somewhere here. As we have the second round of Senior Lights rolling out here, Justin, let's see how this is going to go for them. Another big field.
39 strong, a couple rows at a time. Christopher McKeithen out in the front row. Owen Lloyd will start next to him. Into Lorenko. Got the third spot here out of the qualifying grid. Shane Ruddy starts in 4 for the even group.
Will Wilkie here, P5. Emily DeMaster in P6. Zimmerman, the Kale variety, in P7 with Sawyer St. Clair in P number 8 in the MGM chassis.
Nikki Palladino will start in 9th spot with Brady Vainwright. The top 10 for one of the Bronchi cards. Sam Tutwiler talked about his experience as of late, trying to build up connections there from the 11th spot. Yoshikawa will start off in the 12th position as the field already approaches the tram line.
Coming up on the tram lines here as we look at positions 21 through 30. Adam Maxwell there in the 141 cart will be in 21st. Trying to get together in the tram lines. You see somebody not in line, somebody a little over. Let's see, do they give them the run? Everyone's saying slow down, slow down. Do we get green or yellow? Green or yellow? Green! We're underway.
Underway with some 2x2 to the opening corners. Nobody really getting themselves single file yet. In fact, battle is on for 4th. Elbows still stay in full force. Looks like they'll now blend together out of turn 5. But one of the more hotly contested starts yet with some side-by-side. But the leaders, a single file. McKeithen controls the tempo as Tutwiler the first to try and make the group.
Yeah, Tutwiler there in the number 9 cart trying to make a move there. Going through a little bit of a run there. There is the number 5 of Zimmerman making a dive there down the inside through 10 and 11, able to make that stick. Top 10 were staying single file, and then, well, we saw in the back half of the lap they started to look at things through. We'll cross the line here to kick off the finish of this first lap and get an idea of who's went where. Top 4 stay the same. Ready in 5th, Zimmerman in 6th. Side by side on your screen right now. The 47 with some contact there coming along. Lose one place. That's 2 carts together off the track.
Yoshikawa and Heath are stuck together as they slide over the way to the fencing out in NASCAR 3. Still keep going though. That's broken up the pack a little bit. Zimmerman, great start, and he looked very good last year, remember, when it came to the run for Grants. Zimmerman on the charge in the VLR machine amongst the top 5, looking to replicate the speed of last year. Lloyd replicating the speed from earlier takes the lead.
And keeping that battle well and alive here, taking the lead, but I don't think it's going to be done. Look at this, defending all the way to the inside, deep to the inside. We keep the defense, Palladio, going through and holding on there as much as possible. These guys are giving each other a run for their money right now here on the middle of the pack, and they just are not letting go up front. Again, this isn't going to stay single file for long after feeling. These senior lights are looking really competitive here.
Now one of the strongest races of the day so far in CKT senior lights so far. Once you're even pack. This train, if you connect them within about a second or so, goes way back into the 20s. McKeithen, the Canadian national champion from last year, going back and forth with Lloyd. Here's the problem. Look at the teammate, Lorenko, assist. Wilkie willing to assist a little bit as well in the Roderick Racing development cart.
They are absolutely fighting this one hard here. But when you get teammates McKeithen and Lorenko together here up in the front, maybe they can get a breakaway. I kind of doubt it. You see a peak there from Wilkie in the 84 going through, or sorry, that was Lorenko trying to make a peak coming through, and now coming back into turns 10 and 11 they go. Look at the grip, look at the run there as they go along. That is Lloyd trying to hold on, coming through 11, 12, 13, and again, outside of the top 10, or outside of the top 5, we have great battles. St. Clair to Master now battling it through as we cross the line here. Lap 5 of 12, Lorenko up to 2nd, Zimmerman in 4th, and look at this, deep dives into turn 1 still going on.
Keep in mind, in the midst of all this, we mentioned Zimmerman broke King speed. It was the senior medium. He picked up the win in celebratory fashion last year. Still has that post pin. Was actually the winner performance of the year when it came to the Kart Chaser Awards last year. He's looking to be fierce in that pack right now. You see some of the shuffling just a moment ago for 6th. But Zimmerman in particular, you have to think, gonna look for a spot here. He's already a multiple-time CKNA North champion. No hole yet because Lloyd finds one instead for 2nd. Breaks up teammates yet again. Going to be important to keep them spread apart. If anything, Lloyd's best friend might be Zimmerman. If he can find a way around Lorenko, that helps up Lloyd to be able to take away a chance for a pass back on McKeithen if there's a switch.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those that the enemy of my enemy is my friend as they go, but I don't know if anyone's a friend to any enemy right now as the top 5 are holding on. They've pulled 2.5 seconds the gap back to P6, ready to master St. Clair, Tutwiler, Palladino, and Zing are together there in that mix of parts that stretch from P5 all the way back to P11, or P6 to P11, respectively, as they go through. So you got to wonder what's going to happen for them. Look over the right shoulder there from McKeithen, trying to get an idea where Lloyd is. Lloyd looks over, looking for Lorenko. Everyone looks along here as we come across the line here. Lap 7 of 12 now starting as we continue to just watch. This is that middle part of the race where they've decided they're going to play a little kinder, but eventually someone's going for the pass. It's a matter of when, not if.
Exactly here. All this as well. Still see the leaders playing the game of when to go, when to pound. The 2nd pack is led by Reddy and the Master currently. The next pack after that is Tutwiler, Palladino, staying amongst those in their respective trains. Coming around to start lap 8. Lloyd has a chance in turn 1. Had to take it. And once again, sets up teammates to battle side by side behind. Lorenko forced to lift off. Zimmerman can't find a way back around. Was a good spot there for Lloyd to do it. Break up the teammates a little bit on the timing, but now they're synced up for the push and are swap drafting.
Yeah, there we go, swap through, but mind Zimmerman working his way through. He wants to take advantage of them swapping positions and say, you know what, I could get through as well. You can just give me the position. Go back into 4th for a little bit and let Wilkie battle you, because that is, you know, that'd just be something nice to see. Now there we go, that's defense and a half coming through out of turn 14 and 15. Onto the main stretch we go here. McKeithen in 2nd place now. Zimmerman, Wilkie, Lorenko as your top 5 as they are ordered. Lorenko dropping down the order there through that swap into 14. And now here's the question, what can Zimmerman do to get up to 2nd? Or will Wilkie go with Zimmerman up into 2nd and 3rd respectively? This is going to be the case where McKeithen needs to figure out how to defend and attack at the same time. Easier said than done. Down the inside through turn 8 we go. That's going to slide through. That shuffles Lloyd back 1 place, possibly 2 places, possibly 3 places, but no, it's just the 1 place. They settle back in single file here going into turn 10, and that puts Lloyd and Zimmerman together.
Lloyd still trying to find a way to keep the advantage up front. Will get the advantage up front. Once again, McKeithen shuffle back. Zimmerman in the popcorn seat. Not done on the crossovers. Yet again, inside McKeithen. McKeithen scrubbing tire. Near contact. Look at the correction Lloyd just had to make. It still made it stick through 3.
Watch out for Zimmerman here up the inside, but inside turns outside, has to back out of it there, and that drops Zimmerman back into third, but Zimmerman was going for the run, and now look at the agreement there. A very clear point forward from Zimmerman. McKeithen turns around, points forward. They nod yes at each other. Lloyd, I hate to tell you the news here, but you're going to be under some pressure from some very, very fast karts behind. But here's the thing for Lloyd. He's got to try to hold on. He's going to hold on. Try to for now. He holds on through the middle sector, through the final couple of corners, though. It's a switchback. McKeithen here. Now McKeithen pinches to the inside. McKeithen will have the inside. Look who's following McKeithen along. Zimmerman following McKeithen along into turn 1 and 2. 2 places down, and that puts McKeithen back into third. Lloyd back into third.
And again, the shuffle back on with McKeithen, trying to figure out a way anyway to now hold off Zimmerman, because Zimmerman sees his chance. Under 2 laps to go. Looking to get a crossover up out of 8. Couldn't get the run built up, has to take it to the bumper. Lloyd forced up high side, tries to go the hard way around. Look at that stick. Lloyd, who's picked up wins in every one of the CKNA national events, able to jump up and a crash. Some spin around for Reddy. Reddy taking with them Wilkie. Final lap is on. It's a top 2 battle it out. Outside for Lloyd, inside McKeithen as they work their way to 3.
McKeithen advantage over Lloyd currently, but how long will that stick? And here's the problem. They've battled it out so much now. Look at everyone behind them. The top 10 had closed up there at one point. Of course, we saw Reddy spin through. Now look at this defense up the inside, taking the kid kart line from McKeithen. Lloyd's going to look through, trying to make a move. Now watch Zimmerman coming in as well. Now look at this, bumping wheels side by side, holding on. Zimmerman to the outside of 10, trying to hold on to it.
Who gets the advantage to the final corners? Traffic coming up on the outside. McKeithen covers off the bottom. Traffic moves to the grass to stay out of the way. Zimmerman looking for any pole possible. Not gonna get there. Christopher McKeithen survives to take the win in the even Heat 1 race. Zimmerman and Lloyd on the podium. What a finish.
If you had asked me to call the winner into turn 1, the final lap, no way I could have called that one. That was amazing.
That took a lot of defense. That took a lot of luck. That took a lot of positioning, to say the least, with McKeithen amongst the winners. Zimmerman, Lloyd, the master in top 5. Give credit to Adam Maxwell getting himself top 15 at the very least. Shane Reddy with that contact slid down to 18th on the running order. You also had a big drop there for Vainwright, down 10. And all congratulatory for the drivers here. Look at this down below. You can tell they are pumped after this one.
High fives, smiles. You can tell that they love the hard racing, the hard battling, the clean, hard battling, some side-by-side contact, but nothing too crazy as they head into the scales for the post run here. Let's see how this goes through as our race. Second place driver there of Cale Zimmerman comes across the scales.
As you heard, he's at 343. Speak with Cale Zimmerman in a few moments. Let's see once he gets himself positioned and get himself ready to go down trackside. Let's send things down, see, once he pulls to the side to speak with us.
I got Cale Zimmerman with me. Tell me a little bit about that race. That was pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah, it was definitely a fight. Started 7th. Just wanted to get up front as fast as possible, which I did. Will was pretty quick. I don't know what happened to him. He seems pretty far back, but I think everybody's figuring out, especially me, how to race here and what it's all gonna look like at the end of the weekend. I've never been here before, so it was nice to get some good racing in.
Yeah, that was actually gonna be my next question. How has it been for you trying to learn this track and how technical it is?
I thought it was going to be easy when I was coming here, and then I showed up, and it's a little bit more awkward than that. So it took 3-4 sessions to finally learn what I was doing. But now, after following a couple of these fast guys, I think I got it dialed in, and first time in the go-kart since Grands, and so learning a new track the first time in the seat in a while is pretty difficult, but I think we're there now.
Well, let's see what you can do in round 2. Congratulations.
Hey, thank you.
Cale Zimmerman getting a chance to speak with Zimmerman as he gets himself ready to go for later. Yes, indeed, as we get ready to go.
Interesting point there that he said, you look at the track map and you go, okay, this is a go-kart track. This should be something that if you're good in a go-kart, it should be run. And then he said, the point of, okay, no, this is a much more difficult track than I was imagining. That kind of caught me there for him saying that, because it goes to show that even some of the strongest and fastest guys can find challenge in this track. And it shows just the level that this track takes, Justin.
It does. These drivers will get geared up for next pack coming up here as we get ready for the Lawson Speed Shop Cadets. They're next on the order. Just waiting for the command to be able to roll. See some of the coaches telling the final instructions for these youngsters. What would you be saying if you're some of these parents right now to your drivers?
For me, I think the biggest thing in the cadet category is have fun, keep it clean. Don't worry too much about one person passing you one time. Keep your head down, hit your marks, focus on good, clean, fun racing. Again, reminder, cadets, this is drivers age 8 to 10. So at this point, these are still drivers that are learning their craft and getting comfortable and really figuring things out. So they don't necessarily need to be going for any sort of crazy 3, 4, 5, 6 wide moves. I think this is more so about learn your racecraft, have fun, and learn how to race in a pack.
Absolutely. And right now, this field taking its time to make sure everything's ready to go when we go racing on the order. Just a few moments before we get started here today for them. Remember, Slade Harrell, talked about him with his experience in stars. Keep in mind, last year he actually finished second by just about under 0.2 of a second to Will Feininger. Ruben Greer was also able to get on the podium last year when it comes to Spring Nationals. Looking to try and replicate some of the speed here today. We know that Harrell had the pace in qualifying, but you have so many different contenders, a lot of these youngsters rising up to the ranks here. Who stands out the most to you outside of Harrell that we've got to keep an eye on, because that field amongst the top 10 pretty packed together?
Yeah, everyone really in this field feels very packed through. This feels like a very strong category here at CKNA for the cadet class, really looking at all of the names through. I think any of these names, any of these drivers as they go along could find their way forward and find their way to compete. I think really this 8 to 10 year old age group is right where you expect to see a lot of drivers show up and show out as the carts get rolling here. Last fist bumps given. Now the visors are down. We get out on track, and for the cadets, this is the time to go. It's Slate Harrell. It's Mateo Romeo up in 1 and 2 with Grant Heckman in the 222 and Bryson Barnett in the 112, 3rd and 4th here.
Yeva's in the top 5 with Reinhold's in 6th spot. Spencer Heights Nitro is in 7th. A Kart Republic, Dalton Sears rounds out your top 8.
P9 here is going to be the Tony Kart and Nathan Stockwell in the number 32 with Blaine Donovan in the Brill Art in P10 here today. As they come through 5, they take the cut to 7 back through. P11 is Elam Stoner, Grayson Waite in the MGM in P12.
Then William Irwin down at 13, Jackson Frank 14, James Fox at 15th, Tom Gagnon in the 16th spot. A lot of other names that will scroll on through who will look to gain some track position here in Cadet. It's time, though, to sort out, and obviously not a good start here. A few wave-offs here immediately. Didn't have an inkling that looked like of that field being ready on the setup. So they'll try and set things up once again. So important to make sure you get a good start, as we've seen here, because one of your prime opportunities, Bradley, to make some passes here. Looks like they're going the full distance around the start.
Yeah, it looks like they're giving them a little bit of extra time to sort it out here. And this is something sometimes you see in cadets. They take, I don't want to call it liberties per se, but they do slightly different than what you'll see some of the other classes go. Again, this is the reminder that this is ages 8 to 10. For some of these drivers, this could be their first time out of kid kart racing where you have this formation lap down the tram lines to get going. And sometimes you just give them that extra lap to sort of form things up, get things going. So it just lets them get that mindset a little bit better. So you can see here now, they're getting the signal, hey, get back double wide here. You're not racing yet. And get back in order as they go through. And this is something that they would have covered this morning in the drivers' meeting as well. Drivers' meeting at 10 o'clock this morning, and now you can see here, form it up. The order is that they need to be double file before they go through those cones. That is what CKNA would prefer, is that they get double file before they hit those cones, give everyone time to catch up, so when they cut this left here at turn 7, they are ready to hit the trams.
Then they go to make the hard left turn back along the track for the tram lines. Now will they handle it well? You can see they're already telling the field to slow down. Looks like more on the outside line with initial signal. Look at that offset. 2 to 3 kart lanes nearly between the lines. Can they get them evened up in time? We will get the green, and a few different drivers jump out side by side of the heart of the field. A couple drivers didn't even wait for the start and finish line to go 3-4 wide in the back.
Some carts here in the mid-pack eating sausage curbs for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, as that is the number 80 cart who has dropped off. That is James Laser, who has dropped there backwards out of turn 3. We go through 4, 5, 6, 7 here, and now up in the front we see everyone trying to go through. This is going to be some hard-fought early on laps.
Especially with the 88 already building a small buffer. Second is not done battling. Heckman inside, able to clear on by Romeo, and able to jump up to the second position. Once again, side by side though, the Canadian division driver still not done fighting it out. Still not done trying to figure things out quickly. Here comes Barnett trying to now fight. Now he's under attack with Reinholz.
And they're not done here. Barnett able to get through Reinhold's back into the number 5. Or P6 as they go through. Up front, though, it is Slate Harrell who is just kind of taking off and just running his own race right now, not thinking about anyone behind. And this is the thing that you see is, as we see these battles behind, we talked about it with other divisions, you see everyone get away, and it's more true than any class with cadets here. But the thing with cadets, you're not going to see the tap to the helmet and the point forward like you will in other classes. These guys, once they start fighting, the young guns here, they keep fighting. They don't give it up.
They are right now trying to figure out quickly, hey, who's the best drivers in terms of our battle packs? Hackman able to cover up the lines. You can see with these cadets here, with the Lawson Speed Shop cadets in particular, lines are going to be different as we expect compared to the big carts when it comes to, say, a senior light, medium, or heavy, with how the slides work, with how the gearing's going to work, but better yet, just how the size of the carts work. You can also factor in also some of these drivers able to take a lot more shower lines we're already seeing compared to others where they have to get the angle down to make passes like this.
And look at that, the 93 dropping 2 places there in one corner, just having to take a slightly wider line, then drops another place through 14 and 15. So the 93 of Romeo now down 3 places here in one lap. See if we can fight that back. Romeo drops all the way down to P6 as we expect. There, again, just the difference in lines and how much tighter these cadet carts can take runs there, especially through 10 and 11. We said earlier 10 and 11 was a great passing spot, and here in cadets, they can grip these carts up much more and make a much harder turn than, say, some of our larger carts here. I mean, think about it. With the cadet carts, they're only 235 pounds here, and if we think about the fact that when you get into senior heavy, they're 400 pounds, 390 pound minimum weight as they go through. The 222 here now in a great battle. Heckman in second place. We're seeing the battle 3 wide for second. Oh!
Red flag is out. Red flag is out into 14. A couple cars starting to get some air there as this will freeze the field. Get red flag as this will stop the field here on lap 4.
And that was a big run there. I saw the 24 of Reinholz involved, and Kart went over the top of the front of Reinholz, but I think he was okay as they went through. We red flagged the field. We stop it. Everyone stands up here. They're taking a second to themselves.
While
and
you're
I
out
think
there,
that everyone is okay.
Maybe try and get some information about, like, bruh,
Take a
I
step
just saw
away.
you drop that battery.
cadets frozen here. You're watching Car Chaser.
Ask an official while you're out there if, oh no, there's an ambulance.
Non, mais c'est que c'est fait. Il est passé un à droite, deux, là il s'est tronqué sa biche. Là, ils ont tous passé.
Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
As you can see on screen, Kart's getting ready to fire back up. We have an update down below. Grace is standing by. Grace?
Yes, thank you, Justin. So as you can see, our cadet karts are getting ready to go back out for a single file restart. We got news that the number 16 Ludovic D. Kelly came to the medics for some slight pain in his wrist, but he is up and well, and I just got confirmation from a parent saying that he is all good. So we're going to get back ready racing pretty soon.
Thank you very much, Grace. As you can see here, the drivers are getting ready for that word to roll here, Bradley. Good to hear on that news, but now the field is going to have to get back to racing. Remember, we had 3 laps complete. We were starting lap 4 at the time of the caution flag, or rather coming around towards the end of lap 4 for the red flag situation that happened in the early portions of the course. Looks like we're back on our way. Where it's Slade Harrell up in front, Grant Heckman, Spencer Height, Reinhold Sears amongst the top 5. We did lose a couple carts. On top of that, keep in mind, one of the drivers we heard with the cart rolled off was Dalton Sears, who was in that stack up right as the red flag started.
Yeah, Dalton Sears in 324, part of that incident with the 24 of Jackson Reynolds, is they'll come through single file out of 7 going the other way around. And we'll see here, they will go single file through the inside tram line here as they will get ready to go back green. We'll get a reset of the order and get the last 8 laps of this race underway here. As you can see, we're green.
Back on our way with the single file train, taking the field around. Slade Harrell immediately goes on the jump. Battle is on for second. Spencer Hyde already getting the elbows out and trying to find a way to charge ahead of the crowd.
Slate Harrell had such a good lead early, and as you can see, I mean, he's already pretty well getting that lead back through Heckman and Height. They'll try to battle it out here. Second, third, fourth seems to be the big battle here in Cadet. It seems like Slate Harrell just gonna run away with it at this point. Interestingly enough, to see that gap open up so quickly, so early, we'll see what that gap comes back to as they go along here.
The ball zip around and get themselves to the front straight away. That gap is time through. Here's the indicator. Keep in mind, you see cross flags. One of the things we see when it comes to CKNA competition, red flags tend to shortening things down. We do see an offset there. As a result of the red flag situation, that halfway would have came at the start of lap 5 on the indicators. That gap already about a second plus. It appears on the racetrack as we continue on to see what happens here amongst these leaders. They continue to see some pushing and shoving. Some of the drivers really capitalizing the caution, like Reinhold, who was amongst those in the midst of the craziness with the incident up through 14.
That incident into 14, of course, as we saw earlier, was a big moment there in several karts going through and around. That red flag almost perfectly timed, though, that it seems like it didn't really affect as many karts as it could have as they go through and we head along. We'll keep an eye here as we continue through. Again, I'm just shocked at Slate Harrell's pace going through, but interestingly enough, kind of looking at fastest kart last time around, I think it was Spencer Height going through, and you see Spencer looking over, you see the Tony Kart of Stockwell, helmet tucked, you see some diving out, looking for a little bit of extra pace here and there down the field, but Height, Reinholds, they work together very well right now, and you can see they're trying to close that gap to Slate Harrell, but the gap is a second right now, and we'll see what more happens to it as they go 14 through 15 down the main stretch.
Continuing to tick away laps up on the board as they continue on. Starting on lap 7, Harrell, part of a Nitro Kart 1, 2, 3 so far here today. Don't know that attrition. The other drivers, by the way, off the track, including those storylines we also have Mateo Romeo, who has gone off the circuit. Result of the contact. Nitro Kart, keep in mind, has been around 2016. Cadets only focus when it comes to the storylines for that side, looking at working Cadet and Sportsman for its respective program, and has driver partnerships with teams like Chip Ganassi Racing for its development. But you have to give huge credit to what Stockwell's doing to chip away this deficit here and keep the pressure high on them. That's one of the privateers. The Canadian is right there with a chance to try and peak if there's any run that builds up. These two swap around.
Gap that time between Height, Reinhold, Stockwell, that 3-kart group there, second, third, fourth, and Slate Harrell that time closed by 2/10. So we're seeing a little bit of progress being made by these three as they slot through and work along. But again, you can see Reinhold's thinking about a dive down the inside. Now this is where Cadet karts get interesting, because you see, you know, the Cadet karts, if they feel like they're the fastest kart, they want to be in front, but this is where the racecraft, you start to learn it, where you start to learn it's better sometimes to sit behind and work as a team and work our way forward for a better position for all. And that's where you can start to see that teamwork really come in here as they cross the line. Let's get an update on the gap. It's back up to 3/4 of a second, so it loses a little bit here as we see the signal go along that time. Come back across the 12 to 29, battling it out here back in the back. That's Donovan and Fox.
Yep, that just about confirmed what it was. Remember, 2 laps usually was the policy with the red flag situations last year when it came to the Grands. Seen that come into play with that 2 to go signal you referred to. So that would put it at 10 lap. There's the confirmation you see up on the board as we close things up here in this one. So Reinhold still stays in the popcorn seat. Stockwell, a multiple-time champion last year at HRKC last year, looking to find a way anyway to get himself going. He's looking for third with a white flag waving. Reinhold instead looks for second, slides the tires, makes it stick.
Great move there through 1 and 2 from Reinholz to get ahead of height. Now Stockwell needs to try to find something. Stockwell wanted to make the dive down for third into turn 1, as you mentioned, Justin, wasn't able to. Now look at this, Reinholz able to open up a little bit. Look over the right shoulder there from Harrell. Nothing to see behind at the moment. 3/4 of a second, 0.8 of a second the gap as they go through. Now the question, second, third, fourth, is there anything left in the tank for them to try to make something happen? Through 10, slide everything around. Through 11, just a few more corners to go here, Justin.
Blade Harrell continues momentum he had in stars here a little while ago last year. He'll shine brightly to start things off here in CKNA Spring Net. It's Harrell who takes the win for Nitro. Reinholz in second, Height in the top 3. Stockwell, Barnett, on your top 5. All within about 2 seconds. A lot of battles for drivers like Call back there at the very edge of the top 15. See the margins within 2 seconds with the top 5. Grant Heckman, after leading early, being in contention early rather, 6th. Nieves, Frank, Stoner, and Fox. Your top 10 after a wild heat number 1 for Cadet. Your thoughts on that one here, Bradley?
That was an amazing heat here in the Cadet. I'm glad to hear that all drivers are okay after that incident there, as we saw, again, you know, having that moment there that caused the red flag out. But all drivers, as we heard from Grace earlier, are okay, which is, of course, the most important part. You know, everyone is okay and they can continue racing. That means the most here, although the red flag does kind of set things through. So we'll get more. Here's the good thing about the red flag. We are a little bit back on schedule, but we'll get more of round 2 under the lights, which is really exciting here in Charlotte.
Yeah, that's the thing. Some of these teams going to have to adapt a little bit more as a result of the potential conditions. We're already almost at 5 p.m. in-person time. You can tell, used to the sim racing side as well in terms of the commentary used to saying that phrase. But in all seriousness, though, we have Masters coming up. That's the important thing coming up right now. They are ready to go pretty soon to go for their battle, and we've seen drivers like Meyer replicating their abilities to hit the racetrack while fine. Seen AJ Roderick set the pole, remember, by 77 1,000ths earlier today. The speeds going to be very high for them. We'll watch for them battle it out as we get ready to go. Here's your grid. Roderick on the pole, Meyer in second, Steele and Lassard in the top 4, all within 0.218 seconds in queue.
From there, it's John Price, Chris Carroll, Jamie Bradford, and Brad Davis moving on grid row 3 and 4.
Row 5, you'll end up finding Todd Barron this time. Leverkowski will start in the top 10, flies in the 11th spot. James Perkins rounds out your top 12.
13th, 14th here going through. It's David Bergen, JD Gunn, Ryan Curtin, Andrew Grenier going through, Darren Marcus, James Brancotti, and a lot more names coming through here for the starting grid of this Legends Heat, or Masters Heat number 1. Green flag is out. We're racing.
Underway once again, as you see, 12 laps up of the board. Today's double file with the back of the grouping to start off this one with the front of the field already single filed out. For the most part, at least, some side-by-side going on for about the 4th spot. Pushed a bit wide as a result, though. See how much these drivers already lost time with that little bit of a checkup, the top 3 checkout.
Top 3 taking off here, not a care in the world through 10 and 11 as they go, and you can see everyone behind there shuffling along. And we've got one cart off. That is the number 21 cart who is spun there in the back of the shot, in the back of the field, and it looks like he has been able to get going yet again here. That's John DeBover is up front. We've got battles for second place here. Mark Steele battling it out with Sean Meyer for P2 is up front. AJ Roderick says, y'all do that. I'm gonna go run 12 8 laps real quick.
National karting team, Steele Motorsport. Tennis when it comes to this time of racing. Brought a lot of drivers, more than a dozen, out to Charlotte over the course of the weekend. Racing Of course, as well in Apex Karting Championships, a busy schedule for those respective teams as they continue to see their boss man, Mark, control things in the second spot, at the very least be in the conversation early on here today when it comes to this racing. Now the question will be, how patient they remain, only a couple laps in now this time through. Stayed with the 92 1000, so look at some of the others. Chris Carroll, also stuck in a train for second, led by, well, at the moment, Jamie Bradford.
This is going to be a lot of what we've seen already today. This is going to be a lot of the drivers following each other through, looking to do something, looking to make some sort of a move, and looking to just sort of build the tension down the inside. That is a great move we just saw, and it is a case of build the tension and really think about what's happening, but then all of a sudden we're going to see it explode. And you're not going to be able to predict it. It's just going to happen. So that is a matter of when, not if.
Exactly here. You know, this type of racing can bring multiple different contenders here. Roderick, knowing he's got the pace, but here's that second group still. John Price holding on. Bradford up 3 amongst that pack, mind you, to get there. Todd Barron has been stuck in place in when it comes to the Masters side all weekend long in this group so far. Right about his starting position. Biggest Chargers as high as 8 for Michael Clark, but the problem is down to the 20s. Side by side, Carroll tries to stay now to the inside of the middle sector. Now build a bumper now for Bradford and Price. As the 12 look real ready, eat the gap back up, didn't really lose too much ground despite the side by side initially losing up 34 kart lengths. Sent it back more quickly.
Yeah, they're working here together to try to close things up and gain things up, but things are just ebbing and flowing right now. Nothing really doing any major cuts to the gap to the top 3 there from 4th place back. They are very much kind of their own train as they go along here, 4th place on, and you can see that gap really signified there for 5, 6, and 7 as they go along and around. And now we're starting to see some moves. Look at that. The number 12 up the inside, Chris Carroll. Good, clean move there through turn 8. Doesn't lose a lot of time there to Jamie Bradford ahead, but is able to gain at least 1 position there. And now it's just a matter of how many times can you replicate that?
Indeed here. Already 5 laps complete. Next up by. We cross flags in this pack. They all ride along. Brad Davis doing decent. We've seen good flashes of him into the MGM before. You see some of the happy cards also in the mix there amongst the different teams, and that's the thing of the CKNA competition. Sometimes you see different mixtures in terms of the karting world. Those karts with all the smiles did fairly well, and now it's about trying to turn that smile into a super smile to get around where some of these drivers are really shuffling now that Carroll leaves the pack instead.
Yeah, 622 there, Jamie Bradford. You saw him pointing to the right towards turn 8. Our right, his left, saying go around, go around. I think he's saying he's faster in the pack than he is leading. I think they're trying to do that sort of jump drafting as we go through. That is halfway distance signal that we just got. We're 6 laps down, 6 laps to go as they go along. But yes, that is very much what he was doing, saying, hey, leapfrog me along. Let's start closing this gap to the top 3. And if they can, but that is a significant gap that they have to close to everyone else around. And I don't know if they really can at this point.
Yeah, especially since for now, it seems like you lose touch to the leaders. The trend all weekend here at Charlotte has been made clear here at the Motor Speedway. You better keep up with the lead pack. Well, a chance to contend as a leader later on today because the impact is so vast. They're running 48.6s up at the front. Some of the others tailing them, 48.8s. They're losing on average 2/10 a lap. And that's with them not really shuffling anymore in that fight.
Crazy pace from the top 3 there to be 2/10 a lap faster than the karts around. It just shows that great speed that they have coming through. There's a good dive down the inside again through turn 8 as they go along and continue through. We're starting to see that turn 8 move through the day. We've seen that pick up in popularity through all of our classes. At first, I wasn't sure how much that turn 8 move would go, but really it's been the best place for passing with the least amount of time lost due to the battling. So that's where you're starting to really see these drivers pick their move. If they're not going for turn 1, they're going for turn 8. And frankly, I think that's a great decision there for them to go through.
Definitely is, especially with the way we've seen Bruce work in turn 8. But you have to do it quickly. You have to make sure you get it done by the apex off, cover it off, get the pass, go from there. Right now, this field, it becomes the approach thing on how urgent do you want to make this, and no one is willing to risk losing this entire gap that built up as far as a few seconds here. Right now, by the way, in terms of things, still have Brad Davis riding on and doing well in his circumstances here. Holding on as the pusher in the top 5. As here's a look around the choo-choo trains. Todd Barron slipped back to 10th. Ryan Curtin moved up some spots. Some of the others back here, they're not remaining patient, letting up in the front. These drivers have a lot to fight for because every spot matters if you're outside the top 10 to make sure you have a great chance to be in contention for the top 10 for the final.
Absolutely. Outside of these top positions there, I mean, we saw the 144 there with a move into turn 1. That's Elliott Fitch. That was all the way back in 25th, still battling it out really strong up here in the front. They are still keeping that sort of single file, don't risk it mentality here, but never mind up at the front. Here we go for P3, P2. That's Sean Meyer, Mark Steele going side by side as they swap positions now. We've started to see something change in the front as we've hit 2 to go here. Mark Steele has now been passed by Sean Meyer. Let's see how they play here and what AJ Roderick can do to capitalize while they battle.
Roderick hold off the pressure here with a couple laps to go. Meyer is looking to reel it up. No send this time coming through as they work their way through sector 3 now this time. Up through 12, 13, on the way to 14. In a popular spot for late race moves. If you can get side by side, there is the potential of the drag race. For the white flag, it's a move in turn 1 though. The 30 of Meyer covers off the run, parks in front of the leader, and takes it away from Roderick Lane.
Now that is a good move from Sean Meyer. Now he's got to hold on to it. Turn 8 is going to be his next problem zone. What happens here? Through the left to 7, running out wide to the curb. Now duck the head in as they go, and let's see where things head along here. There it is, and not able to capitalize a move. Here we go into turns 10 and 11. Try to hold the grip through, holds the grip through. Just a few more corners here, Justin. Let's see if there's any final second moves.
Trying to get a run, any run. Roderick takes it a little shallow out of 14. Now looks high side out of 15. Still looks outside, but in the end, it's Meyer who holds on by 87 1/1000ths. Mark Steele on the podium also. Brad Davis also took the chance to pass Chris Carroll in that final lap to get an extra position to go up +4. Of note, Bradford, 6th, Price. There we go. Ruski in the 8th position. Todd Barrett, Rod Kleiss amongst your top 10 competitors in this group. Interesting run for the Masters here this time by. We'll see where things shake up for a lot of these competitors because you have drivers like Jesse Colossi who will be looking to make up a lot of ground with a -20 in heat number 2, but also you have drivers like Dittmer up 6 as well, a part of that pack. Dittmer gotten up to as high as 18th. A lot of different drivers, Brad. A lot of decent performances, and it looks like a couple of the drivers get themselves sorted. You see on the far side of the track.
Yeah, it looks like everything going through, everyone trying to get things together. But again, that is just the case of Masters. That was a great run from everyone, and you saw there things really in those final couple of laps start to get extra competitive and fight through. One kart there working its way off the track now. It looks like some sort of just the engine not starting. I'm not sure what may have happened there. It looks like they're going to try to get that kart refired and get it off the track under its own power. I think that's the 111, Jonathan Tedder, if I'm not mistaken, who is running off the track. So we'll see here as they go through. After Masters, it's hard to believe we only have 3 more sessions here in round 1.
Yes, indeed. Why don't we take a step aside when we can? When we come back, more coverage. You're watching Car Chaser.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Welcome back, everyone, to today's coverage as we continue on with the CKNA Spring Nationals. E-Racing, and as you see on screen, it's Sportsman time. They'll go around one more time, which gives us an opportunity to talk about how that running order will look today for third lap race of the round 1 rotation. Austin Taylor up at the front of the field, Hayden Lawson in second, Ganache and Brewster, your top 4.
From there we go Anderson Hemphill, Ryan Hall, Danny O'Gara, and Tanner Gonzalez, rounding out spots 5 through 8.
Jackson Darnell in 9th, Yustavati in 10th position, Ruben Greer in the Nitro in 11th, Christian Liu in 12th position. The rest of the drivers work their way on screen as we get ready for the start. Well, we get the green this time. 12 laps still on the board. Green flag is out. Immediate cut to the right. An interesting one that time. That slowed up the entire outside groove.
That was aggressive defense of the start of the race as we have a few karts off and going through one kart. It looks like having a big moment there as we're still up at the front of the field here. Hard racing continues along. The 126 looking, or the 126 of Camila Kanasha. We are red flag.
Red flag is out. Red flag. Second red flag of the day. So the field gets frozen here and they'll stop as soon as they can. There was a flip wheel, well, things to set up as the karts are stopped. Take a step aside. Kart's back rolling after a red flag situation. As we look to get ourselves back going, we'll give updates as soon as possible in that situation. So right now, the field itself being told to go around another time. And as we know, with the lap count here, likely going to see a shrinkage here, but full race restart is the key thing, Bradley.
Yeah, and this is, again, one of those situations, you know, second red flag of the day. But, again, this is one of those moments where, for Sportsman, they are going to line it up. They're going to try to get it going, and we'll see where they go along. They're being sent around turn 7. We'll see what the official lap count says, because we hadn't completed a lap. So let's see where they go. Into the tram lines, they look at each other. Let's see, do they get the green flag? Do we like what we see? The answer is yes, we're back green here with Sportsman.
Well, they get a clean run this time. As the field works its way around, current lap counter show 12. To know if there is any change, obviously, to that circumstance. But the lead group, a little bit more tamer to start. A lot of single file across this pack as they work their way up to 8. Here we go for the lead.
Oh, for the lead here early, that's a dive through and around. Let's see, and the pass is completed. Now it's, hey, let's build a gap. Let's get some room. Nope, let's go defensive to the inside, slide it around the outside, battle it out for P3 now as we come around here through 14 and 15, and this is going to be where we start to see big battles here early on. How will they capitalize here on the time?
Ganache, one of the female drivers of the field, able to lead the first time around, but look who's also in the hunt. See the charge again immediately by the 24 of Taylor. Oh, wow, the rest of the field still trying to sort itself. Daniel Guerra, brilliant first lap, already up 3-4 spots. Looking to continue to rumble forward. Same for drivers like Anderson Hemphill and Jackson Darnell. There's the shuffle. Oh, Guerra up the second.
And that shuffle continues along here as we look into turns 10 and 11. Anyone going to look for a move down the inside? It doesn't appear so. Single file so far as they head through 10 and 11, find their way along. They continue to keep this run through. Let's see the big decisions here. Austin Taylor, that 124 crossing the line in the lead here. Gap, a very, very close gap here.
See, I don't think it's a good score. Keep in mind, looks like maybe some transponder-wise for the 24, as you can see visually on the racetrack. Now, one of the major things to remember is you have to make sure equipment's working upright. Should be okay in this circumstance, but if you were to, say, lose a wheel or a camera, that is a DQ in of itself. We've already seen several of those over the course of the weekend. O'Gara, in his sake, turns the wheel. Look at how much he's having to use that wheel, going through some of the technical areas because of some of these slides.
Great move from O'Gara there to make a dive up the inside. Into the lead now we go, out of 14-15. The signal to the 124 there of Austin to say, hey, let's go forward here, Austin Taylor. Let's get a gap on these carts behind. And it looks like they are going to try to do that here. Danny O'Gara, the fastest cart on track currently in that number 67 cart as it goes through, and that number 6-7 cart is going to try to hold on through turn 8 and go through. Watch the 126 there of Camila Kanache up the inside. Great pass there to move forward.
Kanache is doing a really solid job to be able to charge up a fair amount in this race here today, but have Lawson doing really solid in the popcorn seat for the lead carts. 3 wide behind them, meanwhile. A lot of these drivers willing to push the envelope. McCloskey, in particular, doing a good job getting some sends down to the 2 cart all the way up to the head of that pack. That sees them around 6th position as a result. Paul, Adi, and several others. Bit of contact pushes off one of the yellow and blue carts.
And that was a big off there. Lucky to gather that back up. Just doing a little bit of landscaping there to the outside of turn 4 and 5. Able to come back on without too much of a problem. And now is going to continue along here at the moment. It drops several places though. Up front here, the number 6-7 of O'Gara holds on here ahead of the 124 of Austin Taylor, who is trying to hold that cart ahead with the number 10 there in P3 of Lawson. They come across the line here. Let's see where we go on the lap counter, where we're at, and keep battles alive into turn 1.
Didn't see the cross flags pop up possibly there, but everyone else is still rumbling their way on through. O'Gara and Lawson. Those really solidifying with Taylor also still in that lead shuffle. But we'll say Anderson Hemphill doing solid in terms of his ability to push here in this case. Same for Audi. We talked about him having the ability last time. That's penalties in the Winter Nationals that popped up 63. Top 6, not bad at all. Been able to go up about 5-6 spots. McCloskey up 9, right behind him also.
Yeah, keep getting in the spots, keeping the run smooth and consistent here. That number 63 of Yusuf Adi is looking very, very good in the kart right now. Looking very comfortable and confident, I have to say, here, running in P6, holding on and along, and that's going to be the big key there in that Brow kart, is to just keep the confidence there and alive as they go through, because for Yusuf, that 6th start in round number 2 will make a big difference here. Look at the peak here from the 124. Inside turns to outside. Defense from the 6-7 to the inside. Holds on there. Doesn't put compromise in the position from Lawson there in P3, the 3rd kart in line. Not able to capitalize and get past the 124, who was looking for a pass. They continue along here. Cross the line we go. Peek over the shoulder. The 67 now defending into turn 1.
Garrett's still not giving up in terms of where this kart wants to go. Still the pressure is on with Taylor and Lawson. Up for the race lead, a bit of a push by Taylor yet again. Up through 6, now to 7, now coming up to 8. O'Gara still giving the signals. Taylor still working with them very well here. Right now that top kart looking like it's got the plan exactly where it wants to be. O'Gara doing really good and has the respect of his competitors. That's the critical part in all this. To be able to do what you're doing here, Bradley, you have to have respect and camaraderie as some of the drivers mow the grass. Otherwise, you'll have troubles there. Looks like a double stick popped up that time through. So it is 2 to go.
It is 2 to go here as they go along, and yeah, you've got to have that respect of all of your fellow racers. You have to race them respectfully for them to race you respectfully, and that is what we see here in Sportsman. You know, we kind of talk about the different layers of karting in the classes as you step up. Kit kart, it's just about learning to handle the kart. Cadet, it's really learning how to race in the formatting and procedure a lot of times. When you get into Sportsman, it's all about learning who your friend is, who your enemy is, who you can race with, who you race against, and what the strategy is for that, and planning out moves in the race and making sure you don't make enemies along the way is sometimes the biggest moment here. The 67, Danny O'Gara takes the white flag, 1 to go. There's the dive up the inside from Austin Taylor, and that's a 2-for-1 special. Danny O'Gara loses 2 places down into 3rd.
The MPG car trying to make sure that sale is able to stay valid for the checkout. Taylor looking to check out a little bit. As Lawson looking for a setup, a bit of a block by Taylor. They rumble their way up through the middle now to start the 3rd sector. Coming up towards turn 10. Lawson, nothing doing to get alongside yet. Still stays behind. Still no place to send. Blocked by Taylor. Rumble through to the inside. Coming through the final corner. Kanache looking to steal away 2nd. Kanache gets the run. Checkered flag. O'Gara gets shuffled back to 3rd, while some of these other drivers continue to fight.
Big run here from all of the karts as they go through. Lots of battles there, and again, that 124 of Austin Taylor able to get the win there, I believe, with the shuffle up and the slight transponder issue there from the red flag. And it is going to show as Lawson and O'Gara finishing 1st and 2nd. So O'Gara in the top kart does finish behind Hayden Lawson, and then it's Kanache in the parallel kart. Hemphill in the MGM. Yusuf Adi finishes in P5 on the board. Jackson Brewster, Ruben Greer, McCloskey, Christian Liu, and Braden Clossy rounding up the 10 on the screen.
11th went the way to Ryan Hall. Mikey Todd and his family's been watching along over the course of the weekend. In the 12th spot, going to be happy with the decent run. Stevens in 13th, Gonzalez, Darnell, Irwin 4, 17th, Bell, Decker, Herrera wants the top 20 in this field in the Timmy Tech. A lot of the drivers towards the back going to be on the DNF list. We're going to have a fair bit of cleanup here because Drew Snyder was amongst the drivers from Nitro Kart. They were off. A couple of the gold carts also joined him, like Rollins and Encel with Atkins also off. There are a lot of drivers, it seemed, that went off of 11, 12, and 13. There was a whole crowd waiting on the wings of the track. Lincoln Willie was the last of the drivers on the entry list. Not really turned any laps. You're really trouble.
Absolutely a great run from everyone there in Sportsman. It was a big run here. We got a little bit of cleanup to do and 2 more runs of round 1, but we're going to take a step aside here, and when we come back, we'll lock it in here for senior mediums from Charlotte.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team, it's where drivers are made.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com SportsmanRound.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
2026.
Looking at the grid for the Steel Senior Mediums as they make their way onto the racetrack. Penultimate first groups of heats about to conclude. Colin Warren, Christopher McKeithen, Henry Wheeler, Eric Fagan, the first four karts in what is a massive grid coming through here.
Yeah, and as this grid comes through, it's Sam Ovtruski and Sam Tutwiler, the battle of the Sams for row 3. Owen Lloyd, Dylan Amundsen in P4, Brock Knowles and Brady Shad round out the top 10 here, Justin.
Then you move things a little bit further back outside the top 10 spots. You have Levi Getz that's going to be on your next tab of drivers. Connor Baker also going to be back there also once we scroll through. You also have to keep in mind Cam Burris, Jake Fever, who's already taken a bunny hop today in 14th also. So we're getting ready to go for the stacked grid. As you see the rest of the drivers as they scroll, we have 39 karts in the field. That's a lot of competitors, to say the very least, with some drivers going to have to find a way to get their climbing boots ready. We're going to try this one more time. One of the things we were discussing with the pit reporter side over the course of the break is penalty point accumulation will be something to watch for the rest of the weekend for all classes, because here's the thing: if you get past 15 penalty points in the course of a class, you have the chance to be excluded for your next class race for 380 days. And some of the drivers in the heart of the Hornet's Nest have to make sure they avoid any incident responsibility so they don't get the risk of missing a race. Look at this smoke show popping up in the middle of the pack.
That is someone's cart pulling up very quickly there. Not ideal. That is the 673 that is having a moment there, trying to tell what happened for the 673 as we come through. Green flag is out. I think we're okay. That's Gabriel McLeod there in the back who was having that moment, but we're green, we're going, we're 3 wide through 1 and 2. I think everyone's gonna make it through, and in the race start up front, top 5 go single file.
That might be the oil plug when it comes to McLeod's machine. Might run out of oil in about a lap. We'll see if that cart goes past the lap. But a lot of this field immediately getting the elbows out. In the heart of the pack, up front, McKeithen trying to hold back Warren on the initial charge. Everybody else going through side by side.
Keeping that side by side through. There's a dive down the inside for P5 as we go through. That is going to be the 119 of Owen Lloyd making moves early on. Cross the line here. Here we go. That's the 751 of Eric Fagan making a move down the inside early on here in the battle for P3. And Fagan able to make the move up into third. Christopher McKeithen ahead of Colin Warren. I feel like we've said that once before today.
Yeah, we definitely did earlier on today. And look at Warren nearly going for a block to the inside of the turn 8. Now, they rumble their way on through this train, connected together 6 karts deep. Although, McKeithen trying to find a way to break up the pack. Look at the happy cart closing down out of Vritsky, doing solidly so far. However, looking to try to at least get back to the starting spot behind Lloyd here. So different teams, different players, different opportunities as they work their way through already a quarter of the way done this upcoming time by.
Quarter of the way done as we watch another great pass into turn 1 continuing along. And I love that turn 1 passing zone. If you're just brave enough to send it up the inside and hold on to it, and that tire the grip sticks, it is a great opportunity to get a pass done and dusted quickly. It's the same thing with turn 8 and turn 10. That is really where the big moments are if you are willing to go for it. And I absolutely enjoy that here as we see it again. Look at this, the 751 though runs off track and goes through, and that's contact. That's karts on top of each other, and that's karts still jumping each other. That's the 0 of Wheeler going over the 751 of Fagan. That's gonna absolutely compromise both of them. I think they might have almost sort of kind of got away with it.
Somehow, Wheeler still maintains positions. Wonder if that's going to see some pop-up with the courtesy in that situation. Nothing doing in that circumstance, though. Wheeler lost a lot of ground from that. And all that set up the top two to pull away. Brunsky and Lloyd have grouped up together. Look at some of the side-by-side popping up in that pack. Fagan, he is looking like he might got hurt more than Wheeler did in that circumstance. Losing spots as some drivers to see what shapes up here.
Up front, Warren and McKeithen continuing to keep a good rhythm going. They, I believe, have learned from all of the races of today. They need to build gaps and keep it going along while they can. So this is really interesting to watch and see what they can do here as they continue along. Let's see how much of a gap they build back to Lloyd and Ovtruski and Wheeler and Tutwiler back behind as they go through before they try to start battling. And again, we're still seeing these pullouts here into turn 8 where we're diving to the inside, trying to make things stick. And sometimes they're ending up side by side through 9 and then into 10. It still doesn't sort itself out. Big moments all the way through. And this, I mean, we're just now hitting half distance. Somebody well off the track there.
Well, that is well backwards to pit road for the 65 machine. Where are they going? I think at this point, that's the obvious part, but I mean, why? For Brady, shot in or contact. The 113 hits the wall. More drivers having issues. That is Cam Burris.
Well, we've officially seen some fireworks in senior medium as we're not done. We saw 2 karts off. Somebody's holding their nose cone. Who is that? I'm imagining that is whoever caused the 113 to lose the rear bumper. So yeah, no, we've had some big moments here so far in senior medium, and we're not done because watch this. Now a bunch of karts have to navigate a kart with a missing front nose.
Myself originally said Burris originally because he was also with the blue card. That is Connor Baker, actually. I believe the number serves right. That's in that situation. This has turned out to be a wild one. It is the all-speed after all, and not just because of the numerals. Seeing how odd this field getting. Fagan has dropped all the way towards the back end of the top 20 on the plummet. Look at this for the lead. McKeithen and Warren swapping again.
Lead swaps position yet again, and we'll see how that battle continues. Believe the kart that we saw rolling backwards into the pits was Brady Shad as well, by the way. So the 65 rolling backwards, not ideal there, Justin. I mean, it's a way to enter the pits, I guess, if you wanted to roll it backwards, but very clearly he was not happy about whatever happened. Up front, McKeithen there and the 211 of Warren, they swap positions and the gap's still 2.3 seconds. They're not done.
Big slide in the park of the box for the 55 for the good measure on those set. But look at how it's become a tandem race. Hey, we've gone back to the car tomorrow arrow, just like that. With these drivers looking to tandem draft. Battles for the lead, the 3rd, the 5th, and 7th have all turned into 2-kart tangos.
I mean, you know, we are at Charlotte Motor Speedway, so I guess if we were going to take some NASCAR-style racing, this would be the place to do it as we go along here watching that 1-3-5-7 battle. And look at the leaders. They kind of duck over. 3rd and 4th, they look around. 5th and 6th are right there. They're starting to close up. Wheeler and Tutwiler on Ovtruski and Lloyd. So as they close up that gap a little bit, if they can, which it seems like they have the pace to possibly, we'll see if they can make anything up on this lap. 3 to go. We're 3/4 of the way through the Heat 1 odd here for senior medium. And I'll tell you what, it's looking pretty interesting for the win My concern is if McKeith and Warren start really battling and running side by side for a majority of a lap, turn one on, does that let Evtrusky and Lloyd close up 2.5 seconds?
Couple of laps to go, 3 to go specifically. Coming on through as you see some more signals for some of the drivers. Boundary report going to be really interesting how many we get on terms of those counts here right now as we go through the course of the weekend as a result of those attrition points. This race alone, there are already 2 drivers that have picked up penalty points. 16 and the 81 have both picked up 4. TJ Gallen with Jack Feber. Already dealing with potential issues that they stack up for the rest of the CKNA national schedule. So we're coming up to 2 laps to go. 25, the happy card under attack by Lloyd again on the crossover. Here comes Henry Wheeler. Already has gone up and over one cart. He looks to go up and over the nice way about it.
Looks like trying to make this move stick here for Wheeler. He's able to go past Evtrusky and get the pass through. Now he's got to try to get past Lloyd Tutwiler, not able to get through at all here. Those 4 carts sticking together in a pack as they go along. Look there, defense to the inside from Lloyd. Lloyd said, no, nobody's going to dive to the inside of 8 on me. I'm going to just go ahead and put my cart there so you can't get by. And that is a great decision there going along. Now through 10, 11, they go side by single file, no side by side yet. And let's see here as they come through what the decision is. A little bit from the 0 of Wheeler. Evtrusky gonna try to make it down the inside. Side by side for the lead though. McKayson and Warren, they go side by side for the lead.
Swapping around, Warren to the point on the final time around, up through 5. McKeithen looking for the run back. Will we be willing to send it through 8? Already Warren anticipates it. McKeithen takes the arc, tries to get the overlap, coming up through 9, had the back out of it. Warren now covers it off the inside already. They work their way up towards 11, 12, and 13. One more chance for McKeithen to get the lead back. Can he get a drag race set up? There's the cut, there's the run. McKeithen inside, outside Warren, side by side, checkered flag. McKeithen plays it and gets it.
Further back through the field, we continue to see the rest of this field come through, but what a great cutback there from McKeithen on Henry Wheeler. 4.7 seconds back behind that though, holds off Sam Tutwiler and is able to get 3rd, 4th. Evtrusky in 5th. Owen Lloyd finishes in 6th with the South Georgia karting chassis there. Getz, Edmondson, Knowles, and Klein round out your top 10.
Then you also throw in the conversation, Addison Ionella went up 9 spots on the next tab, by the way. Up to 11th, Randall Potter in 12th. Fagan slipped back as far as 18th, but still got up to 13th. Remember, 81 does have a penalty situation. Capilongo, then Enkoff, Lewis, Wilfon, St. Clair, Upton amongst your top 20. Some of those drivers picking up a fair amount of ground over the course of this one. But as you go down the list, it's a who's who of drivers looking to bounce back, like Kiefer, like Nick Corzo. How about those on the DNF list? Big names, Cam Burris, Brady Shad, Thomas Lygon also had issues. 2 drivers had issues with the oil. The early going, McLeod and Chardy were a part of those. But we have one more race to go. This is the odd group for heat number 1 here, Bradley. Then we'll have a 10-minute break on the schedule.
Yeah, this has been a wild afternoon here of the first heats. And as we get everyone up and going for this final run, this is all of the even qualifiers. So Lucas Steck will start us up front with Austin Speck in 2nd place. I'm sure we won't mix those names up. Eli Warren, Eli Fox. What's up with the battle of the first names? Every class, 2nd row there.
Yes, and then Canuzzi in the top 8. Before we continue on with the grid, we do have one note. Fans may have noticed the incident with the 0 car. Henry Wheeler just got 2 separate penalties to impact that result that just came on through for failure to leave room and instant responsibility. Rest of the grid scrolls through. Yet again, you better race clean if you want to take advantage of some of these drivers getting into incidents here in these races. Here we go for the even group. Can they keep it clean? Thek and Speck underway up front, 2x2 through 1 and 2.
2x2 through 1 and 2. Further back, they keep it 3 wide. This battle very much staying alive early on up front. Single file as we go. The top 5 always find a way to keep it single file somehow, somewhere. And never mind, this time, 4th place there. And you see a hand going up there from somebody. They're not happy about how they're raced early on. I believe that is the 122 of Eli Fox, who is not happy about how he's been raced early on. But hey, listen, there's still 12 laps of this race to go. Let's not get too upset too early.
Yeah, right now this field trying to make sure they don't replicate the chaos that reigned for the win. And from some of the contenders there, we already just mentioned what happened to Wheeler and a couple of the other competitors there. That able to hold up in front for now. And look at this, speaking of which, a couple carts hooked together in the final corners, the back of the field. I'll see a couple drivers plummet like Tower Dolak, who is involved in that hookup, as the rest of the field says, up front, let's work together. Never mind, says one driver. Warren nearly gets cut off.
Eli Warren in the pink cart trying to make a move there, and very clearly was not going to be left the room for the move there. Was worried that front bumper was going to be taken completely off there as we check out Atwood here, trying to make a run through. Brady Atwood in P13 moving along and keeping a run early up front. Thek, Speck, Warren, Zimmerman, Lorenko, your top 5 as they go.
Keep in mind, Warren in particular, when it comes to his experience last year, senior light winner after all penalties were reviewed in that race. The 97, expect him to be fast over the course of this race in the medium class here on the pink cart. See him really trying to settle on in. Zimmerman, of course, with the experience from last year's Grands as well as the medium winner. Look at drivers cutting through like Atwood though. Some of these drivers really slicing like butter to get up to this pack. Look at some of this slice and dice as well from Yanuzzi.
Yanuzzi with a great move there, going in through turn 10 to try to make that move stick, and able to make that move stick very well. One cart runs a little bit wide there in the back of the shot and is just a little bit of dust kicked up. Nothing too bad though as they go along. Look at the 23 here of Sobiek making the way through along, keeping this battle alive, and then Zing there in the 666 cart in P10. Trying to hold on as well as Sobiek worked up into P9 now. Just keep an eye there on the back. Up front here, again, they're still swapping positions around. This is Lorenko and Eli Fox working the way around here as they go and continue to fight. Again, it's just, they're not stopping. We're a third race distance and nobody is really trying to settle in single file and run along here.
Again, you blame them. You have to be able to gain spots. You have to get a chance to start on the front. Remember, regards to how things go over the course of these races here. So as we continue to fight along, Thek settling on up at the front of the field. We talked about the experience for him. Looking solid. Speck just continuing direct. Okay, work with me. Work with me. How about a work with me? Everybody works with me, after all. Just seems like a patient driver. We've seen this in the Grands last year. Speck also patient to make sure on setups a lot of those races a few months ago, back in the fall also. So you have some really patient drivers up there working together, and that's going to their benefit to build this buffer over Warren.
Yeah, the patience is a virtue, and it's a virtue that I know sometimes is really hard to earn in racing and find in racing. I'll tell you right now, for me, patience is a virtue that I would not have behind the wheel here. I'd be ready to go, 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 and that's why these kart drivers are much better at racing than me, and that's why I drive the rental karts whenever I go on vacation with family, because if I can just keep the family members, I think I've done enough. Here as we check out a move to the inside. That's the number 6 of Atwood making a dive down the inside, now saying let's go get him, let's move forward, let's find the run here through 10. Look at the slide through 10 into 11. The cart grips there, and Atwood working forward here just a little bit at a time. Would like to go after Kilgo in the MGM cart in P7 if possible here.
Gilgo's lost a fair bit of ground over the course of this race, but he's starting spot if he was to hold, or at least the point metric, I mean. But it's all going to depend on heat 2 under the lights, and it's looking like that's going to be for most of these classes now. There's some of the delays with red flags earlier on in the day. We'll say in the case of Atwood, to give him credit here, won multiple CKNA championships, won the Junior Spring Nationals back in 2022. The six has been able to succeed here in Charlotte before and has been contenders in a lot of these races. Look at some of these sends with Shane Reddy now shuffled back a little bit. Yun in all his races today has been on point on some of these charges to be able to pick up those passes and gain a lot of ground over the course of a race like this.
Yeah, it's really all about the momentum in the long run here. Is we're 2/3 race distance. You've got to be able to see the long picture here and get to the end and just slowly chop away at the field. And again, I think the thing to remember is how they finish here in round 1 and heat 1 is what sets how they start in heat 2. So if you're looking to get a great start here tomorrow, you need to have great runs today. And sometimes that means not necessarily going last to first challenge. Sometimes it's start P10, find your way up to P6, and then work your way up to P3 in heat 2, so that way you can have a run for the win tomorrow. So right now, they're doing just what they need to do to keep things smooth and together. Theck Spec up in the front, they continue along. Look at this 3 wide here, going out of turn 15 down the front stretch. Down into turn 1 they're gonna go. They keep the battle well and alive into turn 1.
You know, amongst those cards back there, that's around the 20s at the moment. Just shows the difference of level of urgency of how you race at the front when you don't have to drive through about 20, 30, 40 carts. Or to those who are able to take their time a little bit. Say some of the happy carts, like Chavo going on through for measure. Coming up to 3 laps to go. That continues on. One of the drivers who's raced a fair bit of carts and legends has Spec Miata starts in his career also. With a few laps to go, he's even starting to build a small buffer up at the front. He's got the fastest lap of the race. He's still in the 47.7. Everybody else on track, in the lead group at least, was about half a tenth slower.
Crazy that he has that much pace in that cart going through for Theck and Spec as they are right behind each other. And you see Spec looking for a move here, not able to capitalize. Even though Theck has so much pace in that cart, it does look like Spec has been saving here for the back half of this race for the final 2 laps or so to really try to capitalize a move. Is Spec gonna make a move into turn 1 is my question, and that is where I would imagine the move is gonna go. Maybe this lap, maybe not this lap. Look over the shoulder there, back to Warren in P3 as we get the 2 to go signal here.
2 to go, no move from Spec yet. You know, a couple different signals eventually. That game on is going to change. PPK versus MGM. Just competition amongst the 2 of them for now. Spec yet again, not willing to go for the pass, just maintaining the throttle points, playing these runs here. Spec yet again, trying to pressurize Spec. See Zimmerman, by the way, for his course of action, doing solid in the 4th spot right now over Eli Fox to maintain. But with 1 lap to go, something's gotta have to give for Spec. He's gotta get a run. He lost ground in the final sector.
Coming through turn 1 and 2, and you can see Spec trying to set up a different line over Theck, and Warren there in P3 holding on. I think at this point though, I think Theck just has enough in the table to defend through 5 or through 7. Now look over the shoulder, defend inside, force him to run wide. Now he comes back out. They both swing back in through 8. Now towards 9 and 10 we go. They're still together. What's the move into 10? There's not a move into 10 here, Justin. Final few corners.
Final chances coming through here. Will there be a late race surge? No. Spec slides the tires and back, loses ground, and signal back as it's Theck who gets it done over Spec. Warren, Zimmerman, Fox among the top 5 as the rest of the drivers cross. think did get ahead of Reed. Now she's seeing a drag race by 71 thousandths of a second. Kel Zimmerman held on to fourth, by the way, and all of that. Fox in the top five. Renko, Atwood, Kilgo, Overton, and Reed, and they go to Bradley.
And from there, Jackson Young, P11, Yanuzzi in P12, Hunter Fox, Zabo, Sobiek, Harrower, Cleese, Sukina, Drew, and Heath, rounding out the 20 carts here of your top 20 of 41 carts in senior medium heat 1 for the even qualifier. The final first heat of the day here, Justin.
A lot of names down the order yet again. It's the understatement. You have drivers like Brucati, who are already in the penalty box of note due to incident responsibility. Brody Kellner is also amongst those with avoidable contact penalties. And at least one driver also picked up a tram violation over the course of that race of Jimmy Jones, who was in 35th at the top of the line. We'll see how the post-race reviews go for a couple of these groups, because that's going to really impact how the heat points fare out. But our first group of heat races, just like that, is complete. We have a 10-minute break on the docket. Take a quick step away. Kart Chaser with more coming up in a few moments. But at this point, we'll give it to Bradley. Bradley.
Yeah, this was a wild race here, and we're going to actually send it trackside for an interview here with Grace.
Lucas Theck in his sophomore season and senior, and he's taken away with the first place in senior medium. Tell me a little bit about that race.
It was really calm. We just got in line and pushed away and saved it for the last lap. I pulled away a little bit at the end, and yeah, I just came away with the win.
And as the sun goes down today with the track conditions changing a little bit, how have you noticed that's affected your racing at all?
I don't think it's affected anything yet. I feel like people are going to get a little more wild. That's what happened last year, at least. But I think it's going to go good. Fast motor, and we're going to try our best.
Well, let's see what you can do in round 2. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Theck coming away with the win. We'll now take that break referred to coming in. Theck very happy. We'll see how the drivers coming up. Less than 10 minutes away. You're watching CKNA Spring Nats.
The 2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting, March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway, April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting, and May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
This is more than a race, it's a destination. Cup Karts Canada invites you to the Canadian 4-Cycle Championship, May 15th to 17th at Mont-Tremblant, Quebec. Race on a 1.2-kilometer technical circuit just steps away from the iconic Circuit Mont-Tremblant, where Formula One once raced. When the racing's done, enjoy everything Tremblant has to offer: the pedestrian village, restaurants, shops, hiking, and unforgettable scenery. It's elite 4-cycle competition and a perfect family getaway rolled into one. Racers from across the United States and Canada, this is your invitation. Cup Karts Canada, Mont-Tremblant. Come be a part of Canadian karting history.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm gonna give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future.
Ready to go back racing as we're at the top of the heat order. Lights getting ready across the track, as you can already see. Some of them already on here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Thomas Root, Jordan Taylor, Tegan Snyder, Matthew Holland are amongst those setting up at the front of this pack.
From there, we're going to go Henry Maskell, Aaron Platts, Will Kreitz, and Jonathan Bohr. We get in the tram lines here. Will Cataldo and Yustev are rounding out the top 10. Justin, let's see if they get the green this time.
And one of the things noted when it comes to these starts, a lot of different factors like pace speed, off-pole second, and the pole sitter accelerating from the start zone can factor in a delay. No delay there. Field is off and away. Side by side for second position. They work their way on around, and it looks like they will indeed go through again. So that's exactly to the point where it's a mix of if there's the consistency or inconsistencies are being too fast, sometimes too slow. If you know they have a leader entering the start zone, if you accelerate before the start zone, all those can factor in when it comes to if you get yourself a failed attempt at a start. It's up to discretion of what the officials want to do. Remember, after attempt number 2, we can't get rolling. This time, we actually do get the green. This time, we'll get racing with the odd group. This time, the elbows are out 2 by 2 for second still.
And keeping the battle here side by side for third as they go. Everyone making their way through, diving in here through 5, 6, 7. They're going to keep things very well moving and grooving here, keeping the battle up front going, though, as we see a lot of single file through for about the top 5, 6 places. Everything behind that, though, it's anyone's guess how it'll shape up at the end of lap 1.
Look at that, though, and the red and black machine pokes up in front here, a part of this pack. Keep in mind, that is a great Beckman gonna have to make up a lot of ground here, starting 13th. Some spins at the back of the field, the front of the field. Don't see things sorted out. They battle up front. There is Beckman, should say, in terms of that part, and other than that, as Dyer looks to try and say, pardon me, I want my lead back from earlier.
Yeah, this is going to be a big battle up for all of them as they go along here. The 405, Gavin Dyer, up into the lead here in that black cart with the orange and white helmet there ahead as they go through. Lights are on here around Charlotte. It is still a bit daylight there, not sunset yet, so we won't see the lights really take full effect. But you see the little bit of shininess coming in on the carts here. Just a little bit of a something here and there to give a little bit of excitement to all of these juniors as they go through.
Absolutely, and remember, cooler conditions going to really impact how you adjust the setup. What are you adjusting in terms of that? Because what will be your first go-tos to make sure you're able to pounce like some of these drivers here at this point are?
Honestly, the biggest thing that I think makes a difference here in the karts is going to be tires. I think getting your tire pressure dialed in and kind of your tires in a position where they grip up and they do what you want them to do makes the biggest difference. Look at this dive down the inside out into turn number 8. That is a big move there from the 151. Daniel Dragunov goes for it, makes it stick, and is going to have some friends follow along. Now that is a big move there. Leighton Mole loses 2 places in one corner, but we're not done battling. Dive up the inside here from the number 17 of Kreitz, I believe that was, as we continue along. Big battles continue to move, and this is where things get very, very exciting very, very quickly. Down the inside, number 17 of Kreitz trying to make a move to turn 1. Inside turns to outside, turns to inside. Watch the sausage curve. A little bit of contact, runs the cart wide. You see the hand saying, hey, why'd you do that? I don't think that was intentional. I think that's just the curb hit the cart, and the cart had to wash out.
Look at Dragunov. Remember, one of the drivers who tried to get the elbows on a fair time in Heat 1, able to get up to the race lead. Everybody else follows suit here as side by side sees a pinch out back from Dyer. 3 wide, way off the track goes one of the red machines. What a save on a bubble. Here comes the run from Snyder. That was looked to be, in that circumstance, Mole, who got sent around a bit, able to hold on amongst the top 8. But they are really being aggressive now that the lights are on.
King and Smith dropping down the order there. They've had a moment there in the back part of the pack, losing out outside of the top 10. Up front here, as you said, Mole, that 825 cart going lawn mowing there through 13-14, was able to hold on to it impressively. Up at the front here, the 55 of Beckman now trying to take on Stewine and go through, is able to move through. Schneider's down to third. Dragunov's all the way in fourth. Never mind, let's make a dive down the inside from Dragunov. Dragunov now back up into second here as we head towards 13 and 14. This is going to continue to battle, and we are seeing all of these carts in the front be extremely aggressive here on this run. Did anyone remind them that this is a 12-lap race? We're only finishing up lap 5 now.
Did you know it was a 12-second race after all? I mean, that's the way it's kind of shaping up a little bit, to say the least, but no seriousness. Coming up to halfway this time through. Elbows are out. RG Partnersness is out. A little bit of a squeeze there among some of the drivers involved in the gold carts. Look at the up front. Look at some of the drivers getting hooked together. In fact, the 80 and the 15 getting stuck. That's Cammy Duffy. Aaron Platt's having some issues down to into the 30s.
Yeah, not ideal for Cammy Duffy or Aaron Platts there. Thankfully, those carts get back going. They continue along because the leaders are charging back very quickly, and when the leaders are charging up and they have racing going the way they do, it's not going to be fun if they catch up to you. The 825 of Leighton Mole, a great dive through turn 1, great defense through turn 2 and 3, keeps this well and alive here, and you see the signal, let's go get them up front. Here's the thing though, when you're battling that hard, I don't think you're gonna find a friend that'll help you go up front here. I think this might be a situation where everybody there, P5 back, they start really scrapping it out.
Yeah, they have not backed down in a lot of these circumstances here on these fights. Right now, let's see what the next move. About to pop up. Nothing doing when it comes to Mole on his reset. Now it's the calm before the storm, possibly. Mole says it's time for my storm. He ends up bringing some help from behind it. Utsi cutting on through as well. Mole, remember, took that slide to the grass, got some dirt on the tires. Looking still pretty solid on his. He gains all the momentum back right now with less than 4 to go coming up.
Another signal again there from the 825 of Leighton Mole saying, let's go get them. And again, you see the battling will continue. Let's go get them all you want to go get them. But man, I tell you what, you are racing hard here. And it's going to be interesting to see if they decide to work together here. That's the most single file we've seen anyone from 4th place back this entire time as they come through top 3 holding on along here as they cross the line. Fastest lap of the race last time around went to Daniel Dragunov as we continue through here with 3 laps to go this time by. And I'm curious to see how that gap starts to close here from Leighton Mole forward as they continue along and keep this battle awake as they go. Look over the shoulder again, now tuck in. Tell you what, they might be able to close it up.
Yeah, Leighton Mole, remember, finished off 6th in the final when it came to the Winter Nationals. About where he's running, give or take, in the spots in terms of his average pace. Last time when he raced at the national level in CKNA competition, his train seems well connected. Let's see where the times go. 48.5s for the leaders, 48.5 for Mole. They only matched as look at everybody on the wall, keeping an eye on things, what they want to do in the other race.
Yeah, that's Shable looking over, just seeing what these juniors are doing, getting an idea of how the juniors are running here on this order, so that way when Shable goes out in the next run, you can have a good idea where's a good passing zone, how does the track seem to be handling, and kind of just strategize through. Again, we check in on the 825 here. Leighton Mole, fastest card out last time through, 48.287. Let's see if that gap can be closed very quickly from 4th place to 3rd, and then maybe for 2nd and 1st. But as we come through, 2 to go is the signal. It's a good chunk of a gap they need to try to close up, but they're giving it the old college try.
They indeed are trying to find a way to at least get a chance at the podium. Doing right now, holding on to that gap by about less than a second. But Beckman looking for the sweep when it comes to the heat races in the odd group. Dragunov still stays on behind, still hunting, hoping, looking for a chance to go. Working the way around to the final sector now. Nothing doing in the main group as we come up to the white flag this time by. Coming up to the final time through. White flag ready to be displayed down the front straightaway. Final time around.
Dragunov immediately with a dive there to the outside to switch back to the inside, side by side there with Beckman. Able to clear Beckman there as they go through, but the question is, can you hold it? Was that too early of a move? And you see the look over the shoulder there from Beckman. Beckman knows there's no help behind right now. It is genuinely just these two to scrap it out. They come through 7. Defense down the inside for Dragunov. Everyone goes to the inside here as they battle, and look who's in. The 825 of Mole now getting close enough to possibly have a look. Here we go. Beckman, Dragunov into turn 10. How's it gonna go? The 151 holding on here in the lead. The 55 would love a move here. Final couple of corners, Justin. Let's see how they finish.
Beckman looking to try and get the angle for a drag race. Couldn't get it to cut underneath. Might be a chance for second to be a drag race. Checker flag, Dragunov coming away with the win. Beckman holds on a second. Win in third. Mole and Snyder amongst your top 5. All drivers hold on to their spots entering the previous lap. What a finish, but the VLR cart gets it done. The 151 takes the win.
Great run there from Daniel Dragunov. I was worried that turn 1 pass was going to be too early of a pass, but was able to hold on to it. Race Beckman, Jamie Stewine, your top 3 with Mole and Schneider rounding out your top 5 there. Gavin Dyer, Christopher Euste, and then Wyatt Fink, Ben Beck, and Max Hudman, your top 10 here.
Just John been bored down at 11. Jet Price couldn't really get too many spots as this race. Well, in terms of top 10, I mean, he was still up 17. Technically at the pylon. We'll see what the official tally is. Luke Corso did very well. Gretz, Taylor, Thompson, Adams, Frey, Benjamin, McIntosh. Amongst your top 20 competitors in a 33-card field. We finished with just 2 DNFs. They'd be on the last tab for our competitors as you see the rest of the order. With some drivers looking to possibly be in LCQ territory. Remember, 4 carts advance for the LCQs tomorrow when they get racing for 14 laps apiece. I don't know if I would be wanting to be in the LCQ situation if I'm some of the drivers who are going to be in that spot at the back of the points metric here.
Here's the thing, if you get yourself into an LCQ position, you have to wake up at 8 o'clock tomorrow with daylight saving time. Better to not be there, but here we go. This is the even heat 2. JJ O'Neill, Laney Thigpen, Jacob Schabel, and Sawyer Chambers, your top 4 here.
AJ Stoner, Christopher Goulet in the top 6. Then it's Hudson, Jack Irwin. Will furniture amongst the top 8 today, the 210 card.
From there, we go William Richard and Polly D. Hart in P10. It's Carter Barkis and William Rossetti rounding out 11th and 12th as we head towards the tram lines. They get the signal to slow down here. Justin, do we think we get the green on the first try here for Heat 2 even?
Let's find out how this plays out for the drivers. You see the rest of your grid scroll through. They're already seeing signals on the outside, but the green flag waves either way. Inside. Got the run. 3 wide in the battle for outside the top 10. But the clean run to begin for J.J. O'Neill. Get some help from Jamel right from the opening run. Side by side behind him as Thigpen got squeezed off a bit.
Big moves here early on being made. Everyone wants to try to make up positions in the first lap. That way they can settle in for the run here for the heat up front. It is J.J. O'Neill and Thigpen still trying to move their way through as we see Thigpen actually further back. My apologies. J.J. O'Neill and Jacob Scheible trying to hold on there early on. Laney Thigpen dropping back several positions. Let's see how this battle up at the front goes as lap 1 is officially completed.
Cowboy stays on the bumper. Stoner already up 2 spots. Hudson Jack Irwin up 3. Begin off this race. Some side-by-sides pop up there as they work their way to turn 5 for the lead pack. But The PPK Coyotes looking to try and get something reeled up here amongst their respective cards. 2, 3, and 6. How they line up with Thigpen, be able to take back a spot to get to 8th as well.
Watching the spots continue through, Thigpen able to get up into 8th, as you said, but it's just, 8th is different from where he started, so we'll see if he's able to get anything going here as they go. Some notable penalties from Heat 1, even the 455 was able to actually get a penalty overturned for avoidable contact, lap 1, turn 8, and then the 965 served a penalty on track. So this is going to be the interesting moment to really see where they go on the run here. Here so far, 249 has been noted for some moments early on, but I don't know that that is going to prove anything too crazy. We'll see where that goes here as we move along. Watching the battle up front, that number 92 of O'Neill still holding on up front. The battle up in the top 5 is still sitting at the moment. Sawyer Chambers, your fastest card out on track.
Yeah, right now, for now, these competitors, it's will they be able to find a way to break the trend of, if you aren't in the lead group, it's hard to be able to cart your way through. Marcus, in particular, up 5 positions here today. Been able to carve up pretty well. You also have Chambers losing ground. Jack Irwin still getting the pushes. Be able to do something here. Last time through, 44 fours for the leaders. They were quicker than the lead group. They're just going to have to do that a couple more times, and they have a chance to get to the bumper of these 3, because Chaboy might just close it up for them. Ascend up the inside, and we have a cut through into the grass with the 92. O'Neill cutting through the grass.
Yeah, I don't think O'Neill intended to do that there. Was just really aggressively racing, and I think the corner snuck up on him. So we'll see for JJ O'Neill what the plan is here. Hudson Jack Erlin, now the fastest car on track so far. Last lap, though, the fastest lap again went to Sawyer Chambers in 5th. So you see the group here running through of the top 5. We just got to keep an eye on how they close things up and what happens here. Look for the lead, look for P3. Here we go, Jack Erlin up the inside of O'Neill, not able to make the pass stick into 10, but certainly, or into 8, but certainly going to give it a try here into 10, I believe.
All of them still getting a little bit aggressive. Keep in mind, they don't want to cross into the same lines that Wyatt Smith just got into, by the way. 7 pending penalty points in this race. Depends really on if they serve during the race. Remember, if they serve on track and get behind some of the drivers involved in incidents, they can at least avoid the penalty point situation. That's the case for at least one driver at the moment towards the mid to back pack. But already coming up to the halfway point of this one, working our way through the middle sector. And you have to think right now, drivers are not willing to stay in place. AJ Stoner just proved it. Took O'Neill with them to get to the race lead.
And that is a 2-for-1 special through turn 8, which again has been so popular tonight. And we keep seeing that come through time and time and time again, that it is just the decision of turn 1 or turn 8, it feels like. What is your preferred passing zone? Where can you capitalize? And for Stoner and O'Neill, it was turn 8 that time around there as they went through. So let's see now. Jacob Shabley is now in the mix of 3rd. We have Jack Erlin 4th, Chambers in 5th, and that last lap around, Jack Erlin was the fastest card on track. So for that 821, what can he do there in 3rd? You see him look over the left shoulder there, the solid black cart with the silver helmet. What is the decision there? Is further back, there's still great battles going on, starting with Thigpen in 7th.
Yep, and Thigpen, remember, really trying to claw back after the shuffle away for the main group, has done well, but this main group has indeed added cards over the course of this run. Now, it's going to be important. In the case of Stoner, no mistakes, family operation, Stoner Boys Racing, racing a couple different divisions, not just in karting, but of course in general, some experience when it comes to midgets as well in real life for them. They work the way on through. At this point, got to give credit to Thigpen, got to give huge credit to Barkus here to be able to do well again. Barkus might be in a good spot for the heat points. Remember, in terms of the rule book, max you can get for each heat race is 100 points. Then it drops down to 94, 89, 85, 82, 80, and then it goes down 1 point all the way down to 60th. Those numbers are going to be hard to keep track of for crew members, but it's going to be helpful to at least give a ballpark where they're going to be, where this race has been a little bit more in terms of the difficulty getting the consistency between the two of the races for each of these teams compared to race 1. We may see it a little bit more streamlined.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to see how those points calculate out for everyone and who it puts where. Because again, remember here with the juniors, for the juniors, depending on how their day goes, they have to run the LCQ tomorrow morning at 9:20 a.m. That's a 14-lap race. Only the top 4 from the LCQ move on to the feature, and they start the last 4 places of the feature. So if you don't want to have to race your way in and then start at the back of the pack, you've got to be on your game here, and being able to do that little bit of mental calculation here and get an idea of what's where, who's what, when, why, how is going to be all important as it goes through. Last time around, JJ O'Neill set the fastest lap of the race with a 48.144 there in second place behind AJ Stoner. They are working on taking off away from Hudson Jack Erlin in third, the 2:14, half a second off of the leaders.
Yeah, right now, those top 2 doing really well in terms of their sync up. Jack Erwin and Chambers throughout this race seem to have been hooked up for much of the way. Not going to be in a good spot to charge up ahead. Big Ben and Barker is still swapping around with 2 laps to work with. Come around through turn 1. At this point, kid gloves have to come off here yet again. If you want to make the pass, you better figure out a way to do it. If you want to be able to get a chance on the podium and get a great finish, you know, at least a few more points for your heat points.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those where if you can make a move to get a few extra points, you better make the move now, because this is not the time to really sort of sit back in. This is your last race of the day, so if you've got anything left to give tonight, it's been a long day, but you better do it now. This is the point where you don't want to go back to the camper, to the garage, and settle in for your Saturday night and say, man, I should have done this, I should have done that. This is the time to say, I gave all I had. White flag is out. Let's see what happens here for the leaders. Stoner, O'Neill, top 2. Nothing into 1 and 2 here. Let's see 3, 4, and 5. First, second, third, fourth, they hold place. And now through 5 into 6 here. Out of 7, I have a feeling we're going to start seeing the move here. And Justin, I wouldn't be surprised if it's into turn 8.
Well, in turn 8, Stoner anticipated, locked. Now the run might be turn 9. O'Neill got alongside for a moment, up to 10 on the outside. Another poke and our prod. One more opportunity to come up to the final corners. Inside line, Stoner defend. O'Neill tries to get the cut. Drag race yet again, side by side, and a pass. O'Neill makes the move. It is O'Neill who steals it away in the final corners.
Amazing run to see there from the front, and we see 3 wide across the line in the finish back for P13. That's an impressive run through. But what about O'Neill and Stoner up at the front? A last corner move there for JJ O'Neill in the Nitro Kart to find the win there against AJ Stoner by a margin of 1/10, going through Hudson Jack Erlin in third, Sawyer Chambers, Jacob Scheibel, and then it is Lane Thigpen, Carter Barkis, William Richard, Will Fetchinger, and Christopher Goulet in P10.
Mike Dinner in that spot indeed. Art McKenny Miller amongst those also outside the top 10. Francisco Reyes give a shot on 18th. Look down the order for some of the other competitors here. You have some of them who seem waterlogged, stuck in place a little bit, like Kipton. Connie would try to look to see what happens with the points metric. Vaughn was at the tail end of the order this time. Thoughts on the racing so far as the juniors complete?
What an amazing Heat 2 here as we're going to send it down track side. I thought that was a lot of fun. Let's actually hear from AJ Stoner, though. Finished second place in Heat 2. Let's see what AJ Stoner thought of the racing.
AJ, can you tell me a little bit about that race?
Me and JJ just pulled away, and then we just had a good battle at the end.
And what do you think that you need to do to secure that win for tomorrow?
Probably take a higher line going to the last turn so I don't get crossed over.
Well, there you go. You got it. Good luck.
Pretty straightforward answers there. And it looks like we are going through quick work to be able to get these karts on the racetrack because our next class is all ready to do some battle. It's Legends. And they're warming up the tires. Todd Barron up in the front of the field. See some of the drivers as they go with the scoring. Bounce around a little bit, but the Todds are going to be interesting how the front row fares out, you have to think here.
Yeah, the Todds and the Tims are going to be exciting to watch here. A couple other guys to watch. JD Gunn and then Doug Cook. I said let him cook in Heat 1, and it looks like he's going to start there in P10. We'll see if he can cook through in Heat 2 as we're through turn 7 around. The sun has officially set, by the way, in Charlotte, so we are technically officially under the lights as it goes.
Now keep in mind, JD Gunn was part of the DNFs along with Chad Miller in the last race per the scoring. Remember from that previous race. So you see some of the other drivers in their names here today. Eli Yanko, Chalmers amongst those going to be up front as we get ready for the tran lines. Are you ready for 12 more laps at Coyotes? Here we go. Finger green and some contact with the heart of the field. 3 wide popping up for the Legends as we'll see how things play out for them. As you can see, we are racing.
The Legends class looking to have a legendary race, and if you don't remember what happened in the first Legends heat, well, it was legendary to go ahead and just continue the pun of the night going through. Let's see how the battle continues here up in the front. We continue to have a great battle, though, that will go along, as they find their way through. Todd Bolton trying to bolt his way up into the front.
Right now, know how good Bolton was, to say the very least, last race. They battled hard and separated away. This is the test now for some of these karts as you see them battle on the mid-pack. Todd Barron in particular, remember long run, had in the course of the battle he lost 1.3 seconds, but was trading lap times with the race leader despite the separation. So you have to think for some of these drivers, as long as they keep them the 22 arms distance, you have a chance. Barron's doing that right now. See some of the others really try and find some space as we look up front. See that distance, Barron exactly where he needs to be. Now it's the matter of can he make sure to stay there for the short run and find a way to be that extra faster.
It wouldn't surprise me a bit here between Bolton and Barron to really see that gap close up. It wouldn't surprise me to see James Perkins and Ron Cleese and Eli Yanko close those gaps up. And speaking of which, last lap, fastest lap of the race so far, Eli Yanko in P5, 48.721. What did the leader run? A 48.941. So you gotta wonder, how much can these gaps shrink and sort of accordion? Will they start to expand again on the next lap here? What has happened to the track now that the sun is down and the lights are on? How much different does the track feel? How much different does it feel to run this track in the lines and in the rhythm? Sometimes that difference between daytime and nighttime, for anyone who's ran any sort of longer racing, or if you've even driven your local road at night versus during the day, you know how different that can feel. When I bought a house last year, that was one of the biggest things I had was I missed my road several times at night because when I was moving, it was always daytime. So I was pulled into my street during the day, and there were several times at night I said, wait a minute, where's this road? And I passed it up because it didn't look nearly as familiar. So is that going to happen with this racetrack here as the night goes on?
And this is where the top drivers and the top crew members are absolutely tested, you have to think, Bradley, because for them, might be clockwork, but this is where, for a lot of these legends, they are going to be truly tested on their ability to know what they need to adapt to. You know, Kleins, for example, has adapted pretty well for his starting position, but some of these others, we've seen a little bit of differences, like one of the Todds in the 47 shuffled to 11. Estes hasn't really got much from the edge of the top 10, for example. Some of these drivers have been able to rise up to the occasion like Barron. Others have stayed stationary.
Yeah, one of the things that I think is going to be interesting, too, to really think about is how different the weather is going to be here as the temperatures cool down, as things go. I mean, the sun's not out, so you don't have that kind of heating up the pavement. We got through the hottest part of the day. These legends have not been out on track since 3 p.m. here in Charlotte. So you think about that. I mean, it's now 6:31 p.m. How much different does the track feel at that point? Because at that point, it's nearly the hottest point of the day. And then now, I mean, it's cooling down rapidly. Every lap is going to start to feel different. And I really think we're going to see the biggest differences whenever we see like senior lights come out, cadets come out. I think especially by the time we get senior mediums out here a little bit after 8 o'clock tonight, that is going to be the biggest difference in class handling I think we'll see out of anyone.
Halfway coming up this time through as we continue on with the action. See how dark some of the areas could potentially be as the night plays on here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. At the field, at the very least, a lot of these teams, when they're not busy preparing their carts here, at least have the big screen to be able to watch the action, because I know in some circumstances, I know sometimes you might have movie nights that pop here up for NASCAR race teams. We've seen some circumstances. That big screen definitely going to be one of the big illuminators on top of the lights themselves. I would have to say, for this entire pack here, you'll see overshine that racetrack.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see how that backstretch screen illuminates the backstretch and into the infield here. That's going to be a really, really nice addition there for the screen and seeing what happens, because you have the track lights here, of course, on the infield, and you have the light towers that have been put up through, but just that little bit extra thing, it's something special here at Charlotte to see that late night under the lights racing really come to fruition here for all of these drivers. And then, of course, you see on the back of the shot towards the infield, you've got the string lights that are hanging up as well. It's truly, truly something awesome to get to watch.
James Insko, we've been keeping an eye on, by the way, in all of this. Running where he finished off the Heat 1, 7th, started 13th in qualifying. He's had to come from that spot both times. As a result, the driver that's been able to pick up wins in WKA Gold Cup Series competition as far back as 2022 at Charlotte. So some more of that experience coming into play. Also was one of the drivers who raced over in the Mississippi area when it came to CKNA self-racing a little while ago, where that class had 6 cars on the entry list. A lot bigger today, but Insko is doing a solid job here, although he has been passed by Chalmers and has Bernard, who is looking to try and do something also.
Amazing to watch some of these drivers with vast experience here in the Legends category continue their way along here. We see the front of the field nice and stationary, but mid-pack back, it's not that way at all. They are continuing to really fight this out here mid-pack through as they go, while we have the top 5 all trying to just settle in with each other and really figure out who's going where with what, as we're lap 9 of 12 here. Down through turn 8 we go, and this is where things start to get really, really interesting. Coming in through 8, you start to get an idea of who has pace, who doesn't have pace, and who can just capitalize on that straight line top speed and really make the difference here as we see passes continue along, and a dip-off wheel off the track.
Insko having to go a little bit in the grass there. See, that didn't really cost him too much, actually. That one really let them blend back in with 3 laps coming to 2 laps to go. Send now for one of the PPK Coyotes. Estes really wanting to do something, anything, to not be marked in the mid-pack for tomorrow afternoon. And you have to feel for some of the drivers like Estes, who've been really, really quick when it comes to Apex. But of course, CKNA, a whole different beast, has also been a top contender in US PKS competition with podium runs. It's not clicked today for that 212 in either of the heats, it feels like.
Yeah, looking down at that 212, Brant Estes in 12th place. It is genuinely one of those that sometimes it's just not your day. Sometimes it's not your weekend. And I don't think it's any reflection of the 12. I think it's just genuinely one of those that it's just not, as you said, not clicked, which is sometimes just the fact of what happens here as we see karts continue to try to shuffle and find positions here, find positions there, do what you can up and down the field. Is just behind the 212. That was Rodrigo DeFrancisco and Doug Cook swapping positions. Checking back in at the front of the field, though, Bolton, Barron, Perkins, top three. They've held position so far. I would argue that Todd Barron is faster than Todd Bolton, but it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, and as of right now, that 01 has not been able to pass.
White flag coming up this time through as we take a look at the different battle packs, look for the infield. They stay strung together, side by side for the race lead. Barron inside, contact! Slide as Bolton holds on. What a save by Barron. Perkins takes advantage, but Bolton holds on to the lead.
Perkins comes out of nowhere from that one, and Barron would not have expected that at all there going through as he was trying to go, and you saw him have to give a lot of counter steer, a lot of opposite wheel to catch that kart back in. Thankfully, he's going to be able to send it back up the inside at 8 and get the pass done, but this has invited Cleese to come into the mix as well. Ron Cleese in the 4th position there with the American helmet is now going to make a move up into 3rd, and we'll see if he can make his way through and forward. Meanwhile, we've seen a runaway from Bolton. Bolton said, you know what, I don't want a part of this.
Checkered flag, Bolton wins it. Simple as that. Barron gets the advantage for 2nd. Look at that run for 3rd on the pylon, though. It's the 7 over the 51. Yanko holds on to the top 5 as we look at the run through. Newman, Chalmers, Clark, Hannon, and Mike Todd amongst your top 10 in this pack. Really close battling, to say the very least, but it's Bolton who gets the edge in Heat 2.
That was an impressive attempt there for a final lap pass. Just unfortunately wasn't enough there for Todd Barron. So in the battle of Todds, it's the Coyote of Bolton who goes through. Some other big names, of course, Brant Estes there. The 212 finished P12 on the day. Rodrigo DeFrancisco in P13, Terry Downs, and then Cook, Lyons, Stifle, Freer, Hanslick, and JD Gunn drops down into 20th place here in the Legends Heat 2.
Some drivers like McGilvery looking to go to the drawing board. BKRS machine, Chad Miller, a little bit further down than they would have expected here. 26th in the order for Chad. Jeff Sterling also was very quick in Florida, has had a hard time at order 2. But you look through the rest of the drivers, only 2 DNFs. Clark and Osmus were those drivers. Lights continue to illuminate brightly atop the racetrack, and the next crews are working hard and working fast. We've completed juniors for those just tuning in. We've completed legends just now. Senior heavy is due up in next. Todd Barron standing by down below with our crew.
Hey Todd, could you tell me a little bit about that final lap there?
Yeah, well, I was close, and I think I touched him a little bit, and that backed me up and let James Perkins get by me, but then I was able to get by him on the last lap. So it's close. I might have something for him in the final. We'll see.
And what is it do you think that is that you're missing? Got some fans back there.
Really? I don't know. It's just tiny amount. Maybe it's me. I don't know. At 65, I'm doing pretty good, I think. Giving up 15 years to the youngest person in this class. But I think we just need to make some minor tweaks. I think we'll be okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thanks for interviewing me. Appreciate it. Hi, D.
Todd Barron very happy as looks like we had one card have some issues. That's already seen yellow flags wave. As we take a look at your next pack, this is the Coyote Senior Heavy, ready to go as they'll go around one more time, Bradley.
Coming around, Sean Meyer, and Chris Carroll, Owen Lloyd, and Nick Sobiek in the top 4 places here. That's going to be a competitive front 2 rows.
You also have Brock Knowles, John Stiefel up there. Then Hevlo was in 7th earlier on. We'll see how Hevlo does here up towards the front. Keeper in 8th, settles in Huntington Bolton. I want your top 10 carts here you see on the pylon currently as we get sorted out here. A lot of drivers trying to make sure there's heat in the tires for this start, Bradley.
Yeah, you want to make sure that the tires are really ready to go here as we come running down the tram lines. Will we get the green? No, too fast that time down the tram lines. I would imagine is the reason for that one. So we'll take it around one more time here. Justin, this is going to be an interesting one again. The track looks different at night. I don't know if that has anything to do with what's happening, but we'll see if that is the reason for really anything. I'd be curious to know how different the track looks for the drivers at night versus during the day. So this is going to be an interesting one here to see through. And you see them, well, they put an extra track official on the track.
Yeah, just trying to make sure everyone knows the circumstances. So we've already had a switch of the front row as well. So, waiting, green. Away as they go 4 wide for a moment at the back of the field. Everyone else works into the darkness and looks to shine through the light as they pop their way on through. Single file, the first 5-6 carts. Not single file behind them as some of the elbows come out amongst the fights already.
This is going to be some great fighting all the way through for the pack. Look at this. We're going 3 wide into turn 8. It's going to settle itself out, but for a moment, I was wondering how that was going to go all the way through for them as they were really looking like they didn't want to give anything up. But I think cooler heads prevailed and everybody decided that they were going to look and try to survive the whole race. Top 3, not able to break away this time like we've seen all day. We're going to have a lot of runs as 1 cart runs off the track out of 14.
Everyone else able to survive. It's Myron Lloyd. Carroll up in the top 3 for now as they continue to fight it on out. Tough thing is for some of these drivers further on back that you talk about, like Settles, like Rivers, like Davis, some of those names referred to, haven't really had the chance to flash up on the main pack, but look pretty solid in their circumstances. Look at some of these carts in the 20s really on the push mode.
Everybody, it seems like, is on the push mode, but the further back you go, I think the more that mode is turned up right now. As we look up front, Meyer, Lloyd, Carroll, Sobiek, they continue to battle. Stiefel, Knowles, Hevlo, Kiefer, Settles, and Savoda continue to battle their way along here in top 10. They go, continue to keep a great battle here side by side through 1 through 2. We go, and where that stops, well, that's going to stop when Stiefel gets past Knowles here, moving through forward 4 position. And apologies, Stiefel past Hevlo 4 position there as they go along. Now look at this, 4th place with a peek out. Sobiek was thinking about a moving to 8, didn't take it.
Didn't take the opportunity, but still in a decent position, so long as Carroll doesn't get happy feet. And that's the big thing, is we've seen a fair bit of happy feet pop up, especially when a teammate leading this field here. So coming up to start lap 4, go through on lap 4, I should say, as we look and see some of these sets pop up. Inside line, Keeper looking to cut ahead. Still nothing doing on Stiefel as now one of those Coyotes continues to play defense here in the 7th spot.
Yeah, keeping that defense alive here in the run for Senior Heavy. Look at this. Now the dive for 4th is coming. Sobiek, Carroll, they go side in through turn 8. Now coming through 9. Inside turns to outside, turns back to double insides. Let's see how that pass goes, and it doesn't, because unfortunately when you go left to right, it just doesn't work there, and then you lose out on the space. But look at this battle going through as they continue further back in the field. Up front leaders, Meyer, Lloyd, they hold on to it, and it's really right here for P3 where we're going to see it. Sobiek, Carroll, they continue to battle, and now I think Sobiek does clear Carroll finally there for P3.
Good move for Sobiek. That shuffled into the run through yet again amongst these heavy competitors. 46 on the start list for the course of this weekend. Sobiek once those in the VLR chassis running, but TS Racing made the trip over from Wisconsin to be able to come out and race here this weekend. Proving has the ability to race, has done well in tracks like Badger Kart Club. Also ended up coming away with some celebratory moments in CKNA Championship awards, should say, with the Grands last year. Finished 4th in heavy in the Grands last year. Look at the side-by-side popping up behind them as some of the air drivers are just remaining patient here.
Yeah, once you get outside of a certain point, the patience just runs away from you and you start really going heavy for all the passes you can get. And that is what we're starting to see here, is that once you get further back out of that lead group, they're really pushing each other here as they go along. Look at this. Here we go. This is going to be the dive down the inside, and it's a clean pass there from Stifle on Hevelo as they go through and they continue on. This is just behind Sobiek and Carroll as they go along and continue to run a little bit wide there, but able to hold on. We hit the halfway mark and we're not done. Dive up the inside there from Hevelo on Carroll. He heaved it down the inside into one and got the pass.
Able to get himself situated well as a result there with the heave-ho on the move. Will the spot stick? Remember, the 103 was a contender early on for the win that race, and well, we've seen how things slip back and wants the top 10 in Heat 1. Here's some of the side-by-side. There's the move. Low going up, the Cosmic continuing to cut. Problem is, well, out of the drafting distance, it's going to require Myron Lloyd to want to fight there. We know that Lloyd, with the South Georgia karting machine, likes to remain patient in a situation like this, especially with 5 laps to work with on the board.
5 laps to work with, lots of patience to be found, and just finding the right opportunity is sometimes easier said than done, as we see here. Sobiek into P5, continuing to follow through and just keep that cart moving. That is the big goal right now. It's just make sure that you don't lose too many positions here. Had a lot of pace there, but I think near the last laps, I think the tires are just dying off. I think it's just a case of where we can go down the inside for the pass. Sobiek defending to the outside. That's the 019 of Stiefel, who is moving his way through, and it looks like he does get that pass done. Knowles also up in 6th. Stiefel 8th, Kiefer 7th here on the night as they run along. So battles here at the back half of the top 10, really continuing to battle it out with 3 laps to go here. The leaders, though, bumper to bumper.
Give the resiliency to some of these battles going on. A lot of these carts now really settling on in. Few of the others, as you see your whole train, you're talking a good half distance back, yes. A lot to fight for. Set up for tomorrow. And some of the other drivers shuffle into line. Look how relatively close they seem to be keeping it amongst those for the battle for 3rd at least. Sobiek keeping within distance. Look at some of the pushes though. Good credit to Sabota and Stort. Also amongst those looking to charge ahead to keep within this choo-choo train as we close up to 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go, and nothing is over until the checkered flag flies on the day here. And it's just 2 laps away from doing so as we head down towards turn 9 here, the right-hander, to turn 10, the left-hander. Great dive here as we go, and that is the 23 of Sobiek getting passed by the 013 of Knowles right there on your screen as they continue along. We're still seeing those battles continue through 14 and 15. 2 to go as they cross the line officially. Here we go. This is where things are going to start to heat up and really start to get challenging. Great move into turn 1, and we continue along here, lap 11 of 12.
Seeing that right now in a couple of these battles, just how drivers like settles, not necessarily settling, place settles, is the one that rides off in that baby blue cart right now. You're in high school still, turns up his schooling. But right now, some of these others, just waiting for the opportunity to drop that shoe. Right now, I think that go time is coming up right now. It's obvious because we're coming up to the white flag. Lloyd's been waiting. We know he's been crafting. He's won plenty of these types of races. He's already gotten some winter races already with the white flag lap. Looking to try and set up a run. Watch for turn 8.
Turn 8, absolutely where I think it'll happen. If not turn 8, then probably turn 10. Here we go. This is out of turn 7. Down the run towards turn 8. Looking for the apex. Not a move to be found. Here we go. Right-hander turn 9. Where do they go? Nothing yet. Into turn 10, late on the brakes. No, yes, actually up the inside. A great move from Lloyd to try to hold on to Meyer. They go side by side through 13. Here we go, coming into 14, the right-hander, and it is going to be Lloyd who gets that pass done.
Checker flag. Lloyd holds on, gets the W. Gets it done over Meyer by 93 one-thousandths of a second. Hello, and amongst the top 3, Carroll. Keeper on the top 5 in this one. You see the rest of the field come across. Yeah, Steve Settles, Savoda, Stort all get top 10 runs here today over the course of this one. What a race, what a fight. And currently, no penalties before scales, currently unofficial in terms of that total though. So everyone else peels on through. This almost looks ominous with the grandstands the way they are here in the dark.
Really does, doesn't it? No sort of grandstand lighting, and of course there are actually suites and condos you can rent on top of the grandstands here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So sometimes you end up in some situations where you could look up, and if you live at the Speedway, which there are a lot of people who do actually, you can end up actually just getting to watch this from, you know, your couch, your balcony, whatever it may be, which is a pretty wild thing to get to say, hey, I get to watch race cars and go-karts from my balcony.
So the drivers now roll their way through the scales. The kid karts will roll their way into the racetrack for our next group of competitors here pretty soon. Just I was curious if anybody was putting anything up for sale when it comes to the condos. Believe the answer is no at the moment, but I have seen listings track for a while. Look at Lloyd making sure he's good on scales. Looks like he'll take that cart and skate on through. No issues pop up for him. Chance to celebrate. Let's go down to Grace.
Owen, tell me a little bit about that last lap. It looked pretty fun.
Yeah, the plan was just push away and see how the cart handled behind somebody, and we did just that. Dove in there in the last corner and had a good run. Overall, great race. See what we can do tomorrow.
And back at Winter Nats in Jacksonville, you absolutely dominated the classes that you participated in. How do you plan on keeping the streak?
I think the main thing is just being consistent and seeing how our competitors are and going against them, and overall, I think we're going to have a good one.
And one final thing for you. You are one of the only drivers that is not only eligible for, but racing in all 3 heavy, medium, and light classes this weekend. So how has that been for you trying to be competitive, but also racing all 3 at the same time?
Yeah, it's definitely a workout and a job. Light, I barely have any lead, and then heavy, I'm barely making weight. So it's in between, it's a lot of work.
Well, congratulations. And I don't want to keep you waiting too long. You've got another race ready for you.
Thank you.
You heard it first, just putting in the work when it comes to Lloyd to prepare for this one, as you see everyone for the youngsters getting ready. Max Torque Kid Karts are due up next to the order, Bradley, and remember, seeing some feistiness up in turn 5 already today.
Yeah, the kid karts are a lot of fun. It's going to be interesting. They're going to take a few minutes to get set up. So while they do that, we're going to step aside here at Kart Chaser. When we come back, it's kid karts for 8 laps here around Charlotte.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data. Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Kid Kart's now getting ready as we have all the drivers on track waiting for the command. Earlier on today, William Heckman picked up the win by 1.7 seconds. The standing start, ready to go off the rip here. Will Heckman get a good launch? Here we go. Green, green, green. We're underway for Kid Kart.
Everyone makes it into turn 1 through turn 2. 8 laps here for Kid Kart as they go. That standing start got away well. And up in the front, it is going to be a great, great battle here for the karts in the front. Let's see how they can get along here through turn 5. And again, different lines in Kid Kart than you see through the rest of the series. They immediately tuck into the inside out of 7 and just hold that inside line through 8. And go along wide through 9. Now they come back to the right. And then in turn 10, it is absolutely just hooking those karts around. They don't slide. They don't have to use any sort of weight transfer shift. It is just pure mechanical grip that pulls those karts around.
And right now, those karts all zipping their way. It's very much single file to start. Look how close the 75 is of Reddick to start this one off, though. Remember, a lot of those drivers, in terms of the aggression levels, made things to where Reddick had to pass by them off after he started around 4th or so in Heat 1 on the day. Different story here with Reddick matching up and keeping up on pace to begin this one.
Yeah, this is a good run here so far from Maverick Reddick, trying to find a way along to really keep things going and alive and moving here as they go through and keep things awake here. The 008 of William Heckman in the lead, though, as they go. And this is where I think it's really going to get close for those top 2 as they go, because as they continue along, they're going to look to just challenge each other. And as they challenge each other, though, remember, as they race under the lights, they challenge each other. Everyone 3rd place back. Anderson, Maxwell, Beckett, Hemphill, they can start to close up to everyone else around. So we'll see how that plays through for them if that top 2 start racing side by side and getting a little bit feisty. Right now, they're 1.7 to the good.
Yeah, they have a really good buffer that's built up here on the racetrack between them as Reddick. Lots and plans. Keep in mind, Maverick Reddick, the very name for those who watch along, came away with some stellar runs in Florida a week ago in the FLKC. Also, as a driver who raced is in particular in Texas Sprint Racing Series, champion over there. TRG and the O plate added on to their cart immediately after the run that they picked up over in Florida last time for their next run in that championship in a month's time. But look at Maxwell, Hemphill, does it. Right now, all of them staying line astern. But for how long will that last? As you see, Hemphill trying to push while the leaders stay bumper to bumper too.
Yeah, and watching that bit of a push here as they go through is going to be what's really exciting to watch here. Heckman, Reddick, they're holding on and moving along. It's a great run from them up in the front as they go through. Heckman showing 1 lap behind as it looks right now. It looks like that should update momentarily, but Heckman indeed is the cart in the lead here. Now look in the back here. This is Burlesman, Maxwell, Hemphill, Dozit. They are starting to look at swapping some positions around and getting a little bit racy here under the lights.
One of those drivers, yes, indeed. You see second on your pylon, but third on the racetrack. So why Burlesman Racing? They worked their way through. They were happy about having the opportunity to race over the course of the week and getting a lot of practice. Arrived yesterday. Comes to preparations. And amongst those, that spent a lot of time getting the opportunities to build experience. Last year with the first national race when it came to last fall. Right now, Burlesman doing a really solid job over the course of this one as you see how things shuffle on your pylon here all of a sudden.
Beckett Hemphill, I believe, spinning through turn 14. I think that was the cart we saw on our screen, and the timing tower would, in fact, confirm it.
Yep. Can't confirm Maverick Reddick, as we were keeping an eye on things, had tried to go for the lead. That's why he's back here in the 4th spot here, Bradley.
Yeah, he's dropped down the order. Things have shuffled up quite a bit here as they go, so we'll see how it sorts itself out here as the laps tick down. We're halfway through this race, so for that 75, gotta find some pace here. Get past Maxwell, get past Burlesman. Let's see if the 75 can do so. Gets 1 pass done here, and now looking to try to get the other pass done into turn 1 on the 221 of Burlesman. Not able to do so yet, but is right there on the back. Let's see if he can make it stick here. Goes looking into 3, into 4, maybe a move into 5. Not yet, just a little too far back. So it'll be 6 and 7, and then probably turn 8 will be the next opportunity.
Reddick looking inside, has the overlap for a moment. Not enough to truly send it though without contact. Burlesman wiggles off the corner though. Gets a chance to hug turn 9, however. Little minute mistakes are giving Reddick the momentum. There's the send he was looking for to get the second.
Great move through turn 11. That was an impressive moment to see a pass, honestly, for the 75, making a great opportunity there, getting up into second. We'll see here as they cross the line how this shapes up with the little bit left to go here in the race. 2 to go should be the official signal, and let's see how that 75 can shape things up in these final couple of laps. Looking really good here so far. Through 4, down into 5, taking just the right line there, defending through. Further behind, though, that is Dozit and Maxwell. That's one cart around backwards. And I believe that is going to be Maxwell who is around.
See, another one of the contenders plummet as a result of that one. Run low on time here. Coming up towards the final time around Reddick. See how things now look with him, with Burlesman trying to figure things out. We come up to a lot of traffic also for these leaders to have to deal with. Coming on through, final times around coming up here. 47 slow in front of Fletcher. Checks things up a touch as they take said white flag here. 5 seconds to lead.
And Fletcher there just through in the mix going along here as we go, and that allows Reddick to get a great gap there through. Not much of an issue there for the moment into second as we go. Checking back in though with the 008 of Heckman, who is up ahead. As you said, 5 seconds the lead going around. We'll see if that lead closes any. I would be very surprised if the 75 can close 5 seconds in half a lap as they go along here through turn 10, 11 for William Heckman. Just a few more corners to go here, Justin, here in Kid Kart.
We've already seen one Heckman go to victory lane in Heat 2. In some of the heats, at least, Heckman will do it again. It's going to be William this time with the win. The advantage by 5+ seconds. Maverick Reddick falls to 5.2 back. Burlesman finishes 7 seconds back. Goes it amongst the top 4 with Vaughn up there as well. Maxwell did recover to at least get himself around 11th once he got back rolling. But as they cross, these youngsters put together some solid runs, and Heckman was able to withstand the pressure of Reddick early with the Reddick slide.
Great battles all the way through in Kid Kart as the rest of Kid Kart gets going through. And we take a look here. You can see happiness there from the family and friends and coaches and team owners and everyone down there on the fence there for Heckman. William Heckman getting the win. Maverick Reddick in second. Burlesman in third. Dozit, Vaughn, your top 5. Will Holzner, Beckett Hemphill, Ben Brumball, and then Sonny Semino and Cruz Dittmer. Your top 10 here in Kid Kart Heat 2.
And you see some of the rest of the drivers. Maxwell did hold on to the 11th spot. 22 seconds back of the RMS machine. Bosky, Johnson, 13th of note. Hewitt, amongst those two, just out on the lead lap. Fletcher, as mentioned, did lose a lap to close out this one. Look, top to bottom of the running order here in this one, Bradley, as we get ready for our next group pretty soon, because we're into the middle of the runs of heat races for round 2 of races.
You see here in the pits, Senior Lights on the grid. They are ready to get rolling. They are ready to get moving. This is, again, a split class here. This is going to be an exciting one to watch. It's the odd qualifiers in the order of how they finished round 1, give or take any penalties that were applied, and then we go to the even qualifiers in the same run here. And I'll tell you right now, looking at Senior Light, how they had Heat 1, it was a interesting time for them, is how I'll phrase it. So Heat 1 odd was quite interesting when it goes to, say, the 88 and the 962 picking up 3 and 4 penalty points respectively. As they roll on, let's take a look at the grid here and how they will line up. It is Colin Warren up at the front here with Brady Shad in second place, Henry Wheeler in P3, and Jordan Klein in fourth place here, Justin.
Then behind them, amongst the drivers lined up here, you also throw drivers like Google Stack and Jackson Young in the conversation. Dylan Munson and Brady Atwood also amongst those in the mix.
Go from there, Adriano Iannuzzi and Levi Getz, P9th and 10th here as they come through turn 5. Again, they slow it way down here. They get ready to go. Behind the top 10, it'll be Carter Kilgo, Cameron Reed. You can see plenty of names behind here to go. Justin, this is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, especially since we've seen a lot of the heavy hitters enter when it comes to this event as a whole. But of course, the odd just so happens to have a lot of those contenders. Expect to see fighting in CKT Senior Lights. Here we go, already getting the revs, already getting the green. We're underway with Colin Warren off to a jump at the front. Everybody else marches their way through the opening corners. Warren looks to try and fend off a hornet's nest as everybody shuffles their way to Sector 2.
Loving side by side here, coming through turn 7. A large majority of the field, honestly, going 2 wide. Some looking 3 wide here as we go through near the back of the pack. Everybody just trying to keep it together. Top 4 holding single file so far, coming through turn 10 into turn 11. And you can see everybody really trying to keep this battle alive here through the back third of the track. They go through 14 down into 15. Look over the shoulder there for Colin Warren in the yellow and blue cart. Crosses the line. He holds on to the lead for now, and your top 4 remain unchanged.
And they all stay where they basically started off. Emerson did pick up a few spots up to the top 5 to begin this one. So a little bit of patience being played out to begin this race, to say the least. Once again, patience is a virtue when it comes to this type of racing. We know with Shad, once with a lot of different organizations, appeared with RPG, for example, when it comes to Supernats. In terms of that action, been a winner when it comes to the Grands, regards to his ability in the juniors. Shad looking to try and put his imprint on this race, but at first he's going to have to deal with Wheeler, who just made the move for second.
Great move being made there for second as the carts come through. A great shot here of the run down into turn 10 and 11 as they go through. That was such great camera work here from all of our crew at Kart Chaser. Big shout out to them who are trackside, keeping this going and keeping this moving and grooving. Here we go. Dive for the lead down the inside. That's a great move there from Wheeler to get past Warren. That sets things up for a great battle into turn 10 and 11 we go now. The 0 of Wheeler up in the P1 spot.
And right now, Wheeler can see that glow on that Micron that's shining up in front of his face. The red from the screen really popping out. They work their way down the front straightaway. Now working through the opening corners. Warren, we know, wants to be able to fight. And remember how things look with the 653 updated order after all of the reviews. McKeithen, remember, picked up the win in the end with the even side. All this to say, there's a lot at stake when it comes to the order because a lot of the top contenders had to deal with situations last race. Wheeler in this race looking pretty steady. They're starting to build a cushion because all those PPKs are not as well contained in terms of their bumps to be able to keep themselves gridded together.
Coming down into turn 1, here we go through 1 and 2. The question really is, what can you do to get past here? What can you do to find an opportunity? We see Kilgo and Yanutsi battling here, P9, P10, but up front, I'm really shocked Warren hasn't tried to go for a pass again, but again, you see right there behind Warren is Shad, behind Shad is Klein, behind Klein is Steck as they go along. So if Warren goes for a move and it can't stick, he's got the possibility to lose 3 places as opposed to gaining 1. So you got to be very, very careful here for that blue and yellow cart, the 111 of Warren, as he looks to try to find some sort of a move through the last third of the track. Again, just not going for anything yet. We're approaching half race distance, so right now I think it really is a conservation game. I think it's a little bit of don't let things happen too soon and then have to worry about defending. Do you want to defend or do you want to attack right now, Justin? I think the answer for Warren is he wants to attack later.
I mean, it's the simple thing. You have track position. Why jeopardize losing it all and immediately setting the field ablaze? And I'm not talking about running away from the field. I mean, if it fails, there's so many variables that see an opportunity for a pass back for Shad, for Klein, for Beck in particular here. Give credit to Jordan Klein here over the course of this race, maintaining, but there's the battle we were waiting for. That's the opposite side of what we're saying about being patient. Sometimes somebody becomes impatient behind you and says, enough already, I'll take that spot from you.
And that was Shad who said enough already, I'll take the spot from Warren, which is not what I was expecting to see coming through. And then, of course, Klein and Theck hold position, and Admonson there in P6 would love to try to find a way forward as well if he could do so. He's not able to yet. Here we go down the inside. That is Shad and Warren getting past Wheeler. 2-for-1 special into turn 8. We haven't seen that yet today. 2-for-1 special through. Now the question is, can Warren get past Shad back up into the front? You're sitting second. You're playing second fiddle right now to the leader. Can you get past and get back up front? Maybe not too soon. There's a dive from Klein. Look at that. Are we going to go 3-for-1 in a lap?
I'm not quite sure, but I can say this. Shad's now your leader. Wheeler getting shuffled all the way down to what ends up being for the top 3. So this entire field starting to see a bit of hot potato. All started off with that initial pass attempt per second. Now Shad looks to control this pack. Warren has a good cushion. It's not done yet. That's the major thing, I think, at this point, because right now we know Warren, while he's got the calm, cool, and collected voice prestige, Warren, after all, multiple-time race winner for a good mention in CKNA, especially with the Grands. Right now, he's just having a grand old time in the track position, pushing the 65 to make sure it's just him in the 65 for the win.
And you see Shad there giving the hand signal of, hey, let's get this going, let's go forward. And I'd imagine that Warren is pretty okay with getting ahead of Wheeler, Thet, Klein, Young, Admonson behind, because if they can pull up enough of a gap, they can battle and not worry about magically being overtaken by P3. So they're going to work on that right now. We'll see, though, what happens. Look at Feck thinking about a move there down on the outside of Wheeler. Doesn't do anything, but it was just a peek of the nose out. It's just enough to make you think. And here we go. Actually, he did go for it. Wheeler now shuffles one place down. Wheeler thankfully able to hold on to the second place through, but now behind him, this is some bigger shuffling going on.
Side by side coming out of the final corners as they continue on. Right now, we're seeing drivers like Jackson Yun yet again. Yun, it seems, all day long, whenever we've seen him, whether it's his class, whether it's medium, has kind of had to get elbow. Has picked up some wins already this year in CKNA with the Self Division. Now is going to have to get hard working to get up to these 252 and the 0, who have now been able to really gap things out for the top 3 positions. Coming at 2 laps to go next time through.
And this is going to be interesting to see. Again, we're hitting that car tomorrow style 2x2x2 here in Senior Light Odd as they go along. So this has kind of gotten interesting to really take a look at and see how they shuffle it up. 2 to go signal this time by as they head through. And this is where I'm really interested to see if Shad and Warren can figure out, I guess, how they're going to work together, but also battle each other at the same time.
Looks like for now, going to stay 2 carts for the race lead. Going to stay 2 carts, likely for third, I should say. Likely about 3 carts maybe for 5th on back at this point. As we come up through the final stretches of this penultimate lap. All over the place right now. Amon Amundsen with that team looking like it's had a steady start up front though. Coming up through to the white flag. Warren all with a rear bumper. Shad stays in front. Now Shad continues to protect. No major defensive moves coming up through 3, 4, 5.
Let's see here for Warren if he can force something through 5, 6, 7. Here we go. This is 6. Here we go. 6, 7. Let's see what happens here as they go along and out into turn 8. Nothing here. Nope. Dive down the inside. Can he make it stick? Warren with a great move through. Shad tried to defend. Wasn't able to. Can he switch it back into 9? He's going to try to go a long way around the outside. Through 10. Through 11. They hold it side by side. This is through 12, 13, 14 now. They're going to go. How does this end? Is it going to be either of them to win?
3 wide coming out of the final corner. Here comes Warren. Warren gets the edge. It is Warren who gets it done.
The 52 of Thek almost kidnapped that from Warren and Shad, but ends up in 4th. That, again, you got to be careful battling here in Charlotte because that 3rd sector can catch you off guard very quickly.
And, well, it came down to 2/10. Thought it was going to be 3 white drag race out of 15. Wheeler gets the 3rd spot. And I can see the head motions you have from that one. Just a stunning end to that one, Bradley. And a lot of fast drivers. Going to be an interesting situation.
I'd be curious to see how that goes through. Colin Warren, I mean, impressive run there to pull that one off going through, but like, I'm curious to see how that ends up tomorrow. That's going to be a fun race tomorrow when you put all those drivers together. And just think, that's just half of our senior light category. We have a whole nother half of the category to go.
Exactly, and this 39 kart field all the way back to Jürgen Sillar Had a lot of intensity all throughout the course of it. That intensity going to carry over, of course, into your even group 2, which, as said, that ended up waiting until minutes before the odd cart. We're on track to go through all the reviews, and we know this field is going to be very difficult to get an edge for because of the fact there's so many large names that have been able to win, after all, in this pack in the multiple different senior classes.
That was amazing. And you know what? Let's hear from one of the drivers who was in the mix of that final run. Let's go trackside here with Brady Shad and hear his take.
Brady, what a race. Tell me about it.
I mean, it was pretty good. I got into the lead midway through. I think when Colin started pushing me the entire time, I felt really good and fast. I mean, from the end, like the last lap, I mean, he went for it. I blocked, and then I crossed him over or went around the high side, and teammate stuck his nose in and got a little bit of a nose in there and kind of boggled me a little bit. And then Colin went all the way under us, crossed us all both over, and got the win. I got second, but it was an awesome race.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is your rookie race, being in senior. How has it been for you racing with all these new guys, especially when it can be so intimidating?
I mean, actually more fun. I think junior was kind of, I think this was a lot more fun racing with people I look up to, and just, yeah.
That's awesome. Well, I wish you luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace says. Indeed. First time out of the senior season, looked like he's going to be a contender on the light side at the very least. It looks pretty solid in medium also, we'll have to say. But this next group, just waiting for the word to be able to hit the racetrack. You can see a little bit of antsiness for a couple drivers and a little bit of stretching from cart number 1 with McKeithen, who will be amongst the lead carts as they roll. Cale Zimmerman will start at second. Lloyd and Tutwiler, your top 4.
From there, we'll go Kelvin Jing, Aiden Lorenko, and then Nicholas Capolongo and Ronnie Cleese. They're rounding out rows 3 and 4.
Lewis and Palladino amongst the top 10 amongst this pack. You also throw in the top 12. St. Clair and Emily DeMaster look pretty stout in Heat 1 earlier.
Will Wilkie in P13, Jackson Miller P14, and then from there we go Sebastian DeFrancisco in the 266 Gold Car, and then Ryan Serlich in the Low Key Racing 048 car.
A lot of spots to pick up if you're Shane Ruddy. You start in row 9. Jake Walsh down alongside him out of Maxwell. And Brady Vainwright looking to try and find a way to get some bragging rights as we continue on. Some of the other notables outside the top 20. Have a stacked up field here, finally.
Yeah, this is gonna be a fun one. Carts are firing on the grid here now, Justin. So I gotta wonder here for this second round of Senior Light. They've been watching all of the other runs here go through. You gotta wonder, have they picked up on the fact that turn 8 is great, turn 10 is good? Don't try anything crazy into 14 or 15 or you're gonna compromise yourself. What do you think some of these carts further back are gonna be able to do? If you're Hunter Fox, you start shotgun on the field back in 13-9, so that's gonna be interesting.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a really interesting race as these drivers now hit the racetrack. Full darkness over top the circuit. Well, there has been in the forecast in the area, but it's all been to the south end of Charlotte. Of course, Concord is towards the north of the area here around Charlotte. So as we get set to go, other keys you're thinking about when it comes to this field before they get the chance to roll, as it looks like they're getting a chance to heat up some tires here.
Getting the tires warmed up here as they head through the section of the track that is only used for this out lap, half lap section. That section from 5 to 7 going through. Now into the tram lines. They're getting the signals to whoa it up, slow it down, get it in line here. And as soon as they hit the tram lines, you see everybody snaps into place. Let's see, are they gonna give them the green this time around, Justin? They're looking good. They're looking tidy, but of course it's not up to us here in the booth. Let's see. Still being given a lowdown. Green flag is out. We're racing.
Outside got the better jump, was about to say. They are lined up a little bit stronger. A lot of curb hits in through 2 as well. But right now, we'll see how things go. If you're in the Zimmerman fan club, congratulations. Your kart got the advantage early. Lloyd with the elbows.
Continuing to watch great battles here, and already you see the signals through. I already see 3 wide, and everybody in the mid to the back of the pack looking for some wild moves there. Through turn 8, did it capitalize? Well, no, that is 1 kart off into the tire barriers. That is unfortunate. See, that's 2 karts off into the tire barriers early on. Somebody mowing the yard already as well. Oh, we've had several karts go off here.
All sorts of calamity. 5 karts having problems now. That's just end lap 1. Zimmerman's gap has almost been eviscerated by half. McKeithen, DeMaster, Lloyd, Zing, Totwire all grouped up together after a calamity-filled opening lap of this race.
Trying to get an idea of who got involved in that. We saw 2 karts kind of hooked up by bumpers, move for the lead up front here. We go, McKeithen and Zimmerman. They go for a pass. The pass is complete. There we go, DeMaster in third now looking. Lloyd, though, going up the inside of DeMaster, making the move there very, very cleanly out of turn 10 and 11. And now we continue to watch this battle through 14 into 15. Let's head down the front stretch. And this, well, I'll tell you what, Senior Light, Heat 2 even, they're a lot more aggressive on the jump.
That's the understatement of the day as Zing rides his way through. Keep in mind, one of the drivers we haven't touched upon much all day is DeMaster. Been now in this conversation in this second heat. One of the drivers that's had some promo film done when it comes to PRI with CKNA connections, 2-time CKNA champion in the regional levels, has also picked up a Grand National champion win. That was all the way back when she was much younger in 2017, and she's right now in the mix in the 4th spot, looking for a place to go and watching Lloyd open doors for her.
And that is the big thing. A door opens, you put your foot through it here in CKNA, in karting. You find that door, you get through that door, and you don't ask later. You go, you shut the door behind you, and you move on to the next one. Let's see here for Emily DeMaster in 4th place, if that is possible. Kale Zimmerman 3rd, Owen Lloyd and Christopher McKeithen there in the lead. You see they're kind of playing tidy now. Never mind, I spoke way too soon. Into turn 8, here we go. Owen Lloyd up the inside. Look at Kale Zimmerman there, trying to stick around through. Inside turns to outside, swaps around, and now they come through 10 and 11, and, well, that battle is very well true and alive there, as Christopher McKeithen is now down into 2nd place.
Obviously, that's not going to stay for too much longer because it's pretty clear what the trend of the race. We know patience has been big in a lot of these ones, but as the nighttime shines bright, the amount of intensity has picked up and the amount of battles have picked up as it continues to get grippy, or at least cool down on the racetrack, I should rather say. That's going to really impact, remember, as this night goes on, how much the handling plays across this racetrack. So right now, we're coming up towards lap 6 next time through. Looks like for now, if you're Totwire at the very least, goal is simple. Wait for things to shuffle, take a chance to maybe get a few extra spots here, because you've got the cushion compared to some of these, like right here, where drivers like Jackson Miller are really trying to figure out where to go.
Yeah, if you're Jackson Miller right now and you're in this position, you really don't know what to do at the moment. You're kind of looking one way, you're looking the other way, and you're kind of just thinking, okay, I don't really know. Up at the front, though, we're not done with the fighting. Look at this. We continue to see karts go left, right, up, down, side to side. As that's Zimmerman who has worked his way up into 2nd place, I believe, as they go through down the back stretch. And down through turn 8 we go. This is where into 9 and 10 we've seen a lot of really hard pushing. Let's see here into 10. Does anyone dare to dive it up the inside? The answer is no at the moment. Zimmerman in 2nd place, holding on at the moment, and it looks like the karts behind are not going to be able to get anything through 14 and 15.
Ball buffer halfway through. And Zipping our way through the late evening portions of today's card with all these races going under the lights. There were a couple red flags earlier on in Heat 1 sequences. During that, it's pretty dark across parts of the track, but that's the challenge of racing at night. They made it clear to the drivers, make sure you have clear visors for good reason. We're seeing those drivers being tested with their visibility around these marks, making sure you know exactly where the mark is, because even if you were to compare this to rental kart, these karts are flying around here. You're going to have to make sure you know how to handle the grip, the heart of these corners, to know what to expect.
Yeah, not even just handle the grip, but you've got to just make sure that you know how to handle yourself in situations, because what you don't want to do is have a moment come up and just let it get the best of you going through, especially when you can't see the track and 100% pointed out here, because this isn't a situation where we just have, the big bright lights, say it like Daytona International Speedway, where they can crank up the stadium lights to 100%. That is not the situation here in karting. This is the situation where we have these trackside lights, but where those lights don't have the most shine, you're trusting your instincts, you're trusting your vision, you're trusting your knowledge of what you've done for all of yesterday and all of today, and you're trusting a little bit of those around you to not put you in a bad position. And well, as we see right now, that trust is going a long way for McKeithen and Zimmerman. They're first and second right now, bumper to bumper. Tutwiler up into third.
What did I say about Tutwiler needing to make up some ground here, help his case when it comes to senior light?
Great battles all the way around here. McKeithen, Zimmerman, they are continuing to hold along here as they go through. Tutwiler, DeMaster, Lloyd, Jing, Lewis, St. Clair, and Lorenko and Wilkie, your top 10 as they go along here and continue to battle their way through. Look at the look over the right shoulder from McKeithen over the final corner as we hit lap 10 out of 12. That's a look over. That's a very clear indication of knowing that you're under pressure and trying to see what you might need to do to defend. Who is it behind me real quick? Let me get an idea of what I might need to do here to try to hold on, because you can see the slight overlap Zimmerman is taking in the lines, trying to find a pass through.
Just waiting, finding a way to sort out. Nothing doing yet up at the front. Tutwiler slowly reeling on in, get the fishing rod out in his circumstance. Lloyd and DeMaster at this point might be squared away for third at best. They're a little bit further on back with 2 laps to go. McKeithen arches around. Zimmerman waiting for when the shot is coming in. DeMaster building the bumper on Lloyd. A triple duty driver still in the top 5 in each one of these races, up known as well. Lewis and Lorenko are in the other pack grouped up for one thing. Those drivers are about not 7/10 back. It's time to block already. Pressure is on. I think McKeithen knows Zimmerman wants to breathe his way around. Here comes side by side and a big block McKeithen.
And they're also blocking Tutwiler. Tutwiler coming through there in the mix as well was really the one forcing the issue. Now look at the 5, breaks away there and now is going to try to send it up the inside out of the final corner. Is this a practice run here for the final lap? White flag out this time by into 1. Look at the 5, break right, come back and defend left, because you've got to watch out for DeMaster behind, who is going to be trying to give you a good run for the money as well. Tutwiler in 4th. This could be anyone in camera shots game right now out of the top 8, top 9 even. It could be anyone in that picture depending on how this goes. Up into turn 8 we go. Justin, I almost don't want to watch, but I have to watch because I know this is going to end in a very, very exciting way.
Will Zimmerman set something up? He looks outside, tries to get a cut. Will he look to try and get a pinch down for the final corner? Zimmerman takes the angle, looks for the diamond, cuts hard to the right, side by side, drag race time. Zimmerman in the curve, side by side. Might be Zimmerman. It is McKeithen instead. That's how close it was. It was 8 1/1000ths on the transponder.
Wow. I don't really have much better to say than wow, because I thought Emily DeMaster was going to be able to come across the line and take that there at the end as well. Emily DeMaster set that up beautifully into 14 and 15, 87 thousandths of a second off. There for P3, Owen Lloyd in fourth, Sam Tutwiler in fifth, Lorenko, Lewis, Zing, Wilkie, and St. Clair your top 10.
That was a wild finish, and that required a squeeze. Paladino had fit going out of the top 10, mind you, from the starting spots, though. Same for Cleese and amongst those carts. Good recovery for Jardy, who had some oil issues in that green logoed machine. Able to get 26 at the very end. Wainwright fell back to 27 amongst some of the various drivers outside the top 25. And there were a few notables. Low-key Racing's Ryan Miller out of the race. 2 MGMs in Gillen and Crawford, also amongst those who fell out with issues during that race. That was involving some of the earlier contact with the wildness. So how about that?
Absolutely wild race. That was wild. That was amazing. That was enjoyable. Hard to believe that that is how Senior Light ended up there. I cannot believe how that ended.
Well, Grace, I think one driver is going to be happy about this run. DeMaster, standing by with you.
Looks beautiful. Emily, what a race. Can you tell me about it?
It was intense, but I knew I had to bide my time and kind of wait for the end and see what panned out. I mean, it's a second heat race, right? Tomorrow is what matters. It's really important just to get through and get a good, clean start. So, yeah, that was awesome. It was good to work with Nikithan and me and Kale raced with each other all summer. We live 30 minutes away from each other, so it's pretty so.
And what is that one piece you think you're missing, maybe to get P1 tomorrow?
It's definitely, I got to clean up myself. I knew I made some mistakes in there, and it was, Charlotte's really nice. It's a little forgiving for mistakes that I can draft back up and do that. But I knew I have to be better and not sleep on that a little bit. But it's all good. I have to thank my dad and all the ROD. I mean, yesterday went not so good at a lot of stuff, and to be where we are is just unreal. I mean, the go-kart flying. I get my stuff together, but I can't thank my team enough. Here we go.
Well, I got faith in you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we have a situation when it comes to Lost Speed Shop Cadets. Looks like we're going to have a restack because they crashed at the back of the field. And as they get ready to go, when it comes to Cadets, find out how these drivers live about in a moment time or so amongst your order here. So that leaves us after this one, grand total of 4 other races to plan about. Remember, Slade Harrell put on the victory in this one. Dale Romeo will be amongst those up at the front as well. As you see, though, not get the chance to start up in that front grouping with the way things shaped up. Reinholtz is the one alongside Hayden Stockwell, Arnout Heckman, Nieves and Stoner, Fox and Donovan, top 10, as we will look to see if we can get a clean run this time. Some of the drivers like Call back there, Grayson White going to be someone to keep an eye on. Let's find out what they do this time. Is the green flag up? It is. We're underway, and the field works its way 3 wide in the back.
These cadet carts already going through. Somebody spun off of the exit of turn 2 there to the inside, but up front, everybody holds it along. Going, I believe it was the number 12 who spun, and we've got more carts together. That's the number 4 at least who is there in the mix as well. So we've had several carts come together as they go through. I see some 3 wide. I see a lot of blinking GoPros as well.
When you're amongst those having some issues back there, indeed, in the 4 cart you were talking about, the 12 would have been James Fox, one of the top Kart USA machines. So far so good. When it comes to the front of the field, at least, Harrell provided some pressure already up the front. Spencer Height already to second. Romeo losing a fair bit of ground. We already talked about with some of the issues that popped up in his circumstance after some of the issues that looks like Romeo amongst those not up at the front, obviously, in a certain sense. He's 26 for reference on that one. One of his team owners, though, was watching along for this one. But some battles go on. Stockwell, and now one of the Canadians doing pretty well on his attempts. Able to get the second, or rather the third.
Holding on up in the front here as the karts continue to battle. This is where things are going to get very, very interesting here in the lights. Again, we said it with, kit karts earlier. The lights are very, very different for them. For cadets, again, our second youngest class here on the night, it's very, very different as we see a good pass up the inside here. Let's see, can that stick through? Is that a 2-for-1 special that we can catch? It's not a 2-for-1, but that is a great dive up the inside.
Yeah, nicely done on that cut through. And was impressed with Stockwell in race 1 on the day for them. But he's going to have the hard time. Some of these nitro karts really getting the chance to say teamwork, dreamwork, everything makes the film go up. I've lost track of the plot. What I'm trying to say is the nitro karts are 1, 2, 3. That's going to be a hard block to break up here for some of the drivers, especially since they've already built up 4 kart lanes since swapped with Reinhold for third.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting case for the nitro karts and just working together, keeping things running and moving and going and pushing and working with your teammates here and defending from the Tony kart behind of Stockwell. We'll see how they do with that as they go along. This is going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on. We're lap 4 of 12 done here as we go along. Slate Harrell, by the way, if you're keeping an eye, is a second up the road from this battle here for second and isn't looking back, isn't even looking over the shoulder going into corners, is just going through Slate Harrell, trying to hold the pace here with Height and Reinhold's battling it out second and third respectively.
This is probably one of the calmer races of the night conditions at the very least so far, argue to say. But that's just how good Slate seems to be here. Has that extra little long run. That time through, 48.87, 4-second quickest lap he's turned on the racetrack so far today. Height's got the fastest lap, but the average has fallen off for a majority of the drivers into the 49-second bracket. Where do those small differences come into play when you have that much of a difference per lap already form up in a kart, and you already see how you're maximizing the line in the first place?
Yeah, so those little differences really come up. A lot of it in the run just comes down to cornering and what position you find yourself in. For Slate Harrell, there's no pressure behind. Slate Harrell's not really worried about anything behind. So Slate Harrell can just focus on maximizing the lap every single time. So that's what's going to be interesting to really watch through along. For the 31 of Spencer Height, not able to necessarily go as much of a run of a high-speed advantage because of the fact that you have Jackson Reinhold's behind, who is really trying to hold things along and is really trying to push Spencer Height. So Spencer Height has to focus a bit more on defense than just attack. So that is what's really interesting to watch through. You just have to keep an eye on that, and that can really make the difference.
And right now, those minute differences, Wyatt Harrell, one of the names to watch for when it comes to Charlotte. He's become a master of this racetrack, it feels like. And you have to say, in terms of preparation, as we reach halfway, a lot of these drivers talk about the prep. It's sometimes testing, it's about getting seat time, running multiple different series, multiple different racetracks, keeping busy. And of course, don't forget, Kart Sim's now a major thing. You know, that partnership with Kart Chaser will come into play a little bit. So some of the drivers can test out in with the virtual sim. That's become a thing with karting as well.
It's really exciting to think where simulators are working their way through into all motorsports of racing. Of course, you and me, Justin, we come from iRacing, where we get to see a lot of fun things with iRacing a lot. And now, of course, Kart Sim has shown up to really give karting the highlight of the simulator world and really give those drivers who want to maximize their seat time, maximize their run. I'm just saying, when Tony Stewart can go run the Daytona 500 and run in Daytona, and when asked, how did you prep for this race? You didn't get a lot of test time. Tony goes, well, me and my buddies got on iRacing and just ran some lobbies. Imagine that situation. Say for me, say I got on Kart Sim and ran some Charlotte, and then showed up here at CKNA and ran some Charlotte. Who knows how that would go? But I have a strong feeling I would show up much more prepared here on the weekend than if I just showed up and tried to run.
There's a lot of stories that could tell in terms of the context for that, absolutely. But we have a lot of the drivers working themselves out. Romeo still working their way around the circuit. And yes, Romeo, where art thou on the track? That TWR machine, and I know that team owner definitely probably wonder what's going to happen for the second time out here as things go, as they bear things out on the comeback for tomorrow, absolutely.
This is an exciting one to really keep an eye on here, as we still have that great battle of height, and Reinhold's still battling their way through and along, just keeping an eye on when that pass can come through, if that pass can come through, and really how that pass will set up here as they continue to keep their way along. This is just a great battle here for second place. Again, Slate Harrell, though, your leader, leading right now by 0.7 of a second. He's just holding his way through as he goes. He's having a great time and just keeping the move along. This is just impressive to watch.
Impressive drive if you're a Nitro Kart, to say the very least here as well. Was it 18th amongst those also the Nitro Karts Brownfield, some of the others amongst that team outfit. What's your opinion in terms of the approach of a team in terms of this? Do you prefer the strength in numbers? Do you prefer a concentration of a couple of different cards? What's your take on that?
I think it really depends on what you have the capacity for and what you're comfortable with. What's your goal? You know, it's one of those, there is strength in numbers to a degree here as we hit 2 to go, but at the same time, you know, there's strength in numbers, but you don't want to spread yourself out too thin where you can't give your drivers the resources they need. So it really does round out to how much can your team handle, and do you have the resources to support everyone in their way that needs to be supported? I think that's the big key for a team to really make them successful. And really, we see that in karting, that most teams, really all teams in karting, are able to find that balance to keep things together where their drivers get what they need and that team can be successful.
So we're coming up to the final lap through. Harrell putting together one of the strongest dominating performances of the day. We've seen gaps of up to 5 seconds, but Harrell is doing his best impression of stars here. 1.2 seconds up right now. The 88 is on it and is looking to get some more wins, or at least set up for tomorrow to do so at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
This is going to be an exciting run here for Slate Harrell. Let's see how the final few corners goes. He has a great run through 8 into 9. Now he's going to take a left into turn 10 and 11. Height, Reinhold's behind. They are still not done. There's the switch. Finally, it comes through. Reinhold's getting past the 31 of Height. Now he's got to hold it through the final couple of corners because Reinhold's and Height are already back side by side.
Harrell takes the win. Second spot still side by side. Which teammate gets the edge? Kart 24. Reinholds gets it. Nitro 1, 2, 3 regardless. Barnett and Stockwell in the top 5. 3 wide at the edge of the top 10.
That was impressive there from Frank Stoner and Donovan as they went through. They were really trying to find the run, and look at the family looking on. They're all very happy to see Harrell up in the front with the win here. Reinhold's second, Spitzer Height third, as we said. Barnett and Stockwell, that top 5. Heckman, Neves, Frank, Stoner, Donovan, your top 10 there. But again, Nitro Kart, 4 karts in the top 10. They're going to be very happy about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Jackson Frank, very quiet in the race. Still gets a good finish. Going to help on the points, to say the least. In Cadet, you have Benatella, who is a +5 in the second tab. John Gagnon also went up. Dalton Sears, 19 points, by the way. Remember, Sears actually was one of the drivers with the red flag situation, had to come out of the race, which would be your reasoning. That would start at the back for heat number 2, by the way. So a few drivers like Romeo as well able to do something at the least to help themselves, they're going to be hard charger contenders when it comes to tomorrow, though, Bradley.
I can't wait for tomorrow. This has got me set up and excited. But we're going to step aside here and take a quick break at Kart Chaser. When we come back, it's time for Masters. 4 rounds left to go. We'll be right back.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Champions aren't.
Looking at some of the officials as we get ready for our next pack of drivers here on Kart Chaser. More coverage continuing on. It's time for some Masters. Day at the racetrack, CRG, a part of the partners when it comes to this one here. Somebody tell that official he's on the Jumbotron. I don't think he
The Jumbotron behind him, he has not a clue.
I think he's focused on making sure to hear what the command is to tell these karts to get onto the racetrack. There it is, after all. So we'll see how they start. Meyer, Roderick on the front row. Steele and Davis, a part of a illustrious top 4.
From there, we go to the Coyote of Chris Carroll. We got Jamie Bradford, and then John Price and Ryan Spirowski in P number 8.
Looks like one driver having some issues going the wrong way as we still see the rest of the field get shuffled. On some of the drivers in the top 10, Todd Barron along with that 16. Bryson Perkins in the top 12, Bergeron in Gunn. Once those shuffled, a little bit offset because of that little spinneroo in that circumstance. As we look at the rest of the order, though, on screen, keep in mind temperatures are down to 69 degrees Fahrenheit. Not bad of conditions right now, but remember, rain expected overnight here in around Charlotte Motor Speedway to wash away the grip they're laying down. In this field of more than 30 karts ready to let it rip. Green, green, green. We're underway. And it's the outside with a jump. Roderick and Meyer started things off interesting there, and it starts off with the outside groove controlling things.
Already seeing some karts bouncing around, some side-by-side contact here just outside of the top 10 as they go. That is the 444 of John Price, who I saw go up almost on 2 wheels going through as he is trying to work his way along. Up in the front, everybody trying to hold it together. Again, that outside line with a great run through. Into turn 10 we go. This is going to be where I think we start to see the Masters really show the wiseness they have in those 390-pound karts. Ages 35 and older for the Masters here in the second heat. Let's see what happens here for them as they go through and along down the front stretch into turn number 1. AJ Roderick leads Sean Meyer, Brad Davis, Jamie Bradford, and Mark Steele, your top 5 as they cross the line.
Great start for Roderick. Talked about the age bump up when it comes to him. Roderick Racing Development Machines have been amongst those up at the front over the course of this weekend. But Brad Davis, you see his different team logo popping up here. Looked pretty solid over the course of his time. We've seen him pop up with MGM logos in previous run-throughs, for example. He's also been able to pick up some wins in Cup cars. Also added some collections of hardware when it came from Apex Karting Championships. So Davis looking to add a little bit to that hardware after a busy month of February that's seen multiple different wins and also some good runs over at one of his home tracks.
It's kind of crazy to think this is only the first weekend of March here in 2026, both because it feels like this year has went so slow and also because it feels like this year is already flying. We're 3 months in to the 12 months of 2026. So when you think about that, that's a weird place to find yourself sometimes. A little peek there from Meyer on Roderick there. He looked over his shoulder and then kind of stuck his nose out of line. I thought he was going to go for it into turn 8. He thought better of it there because I think there was just too much of a line of karts behind him. And he was thinking, you know what, if I go for it, it doesn't stick. I'm going to lose out 4 positions and not gain the 1. So let's just settle it in for now. Nothing to risk yet as we'll come across the line here. Lap 4 of 12 now underway. And really right now you can see the Masters showing the top 10 here single file as they go, kind of seeing that experience show off, and these guys are not rushing to make any moves that are going to compromise their position.
Keep in mind, there was already of note one driver that got a violation of conduct in the previous race. That was a 91 machine. Ashcraft towards the back of the field right now. They're going to have to recover from that for the deficit. Everybody else has been very clean. No major contacts. No issues with equipment. No issues with tram lines. Nothing so far for these drivers. Price in particular, you see, tail end of what is a long conga line, you could argue, that can stretch back as far as 2 seconds here. Among this lead pack all trying to figure out when's the right time to jump up a cart, because once again, you battle for more than a couple corners, you can potentially lose your top 2 gap right immediately, or your gap to the leader.
Yeah, it's a very, very challenging decision to make, and I'm going to be real honest, it's one that's even more challenging to make in the driver's seat because you have to really be thinking about it as they go through, but you also need to think about hitting your apex. You need to think about where you're going to send the cart. You got to think about the weight transfer. You got to think about accelerating, braking, turning, all of the things to do to make these karts go fast, on top of trying to strategize while you're in the hot seat of when do I go for this pass? Where am I faster than this person? Where am I slower than this person? Where do I need to defend from the cart behind? Where do I need to, defend from the 2 carts behind? It's a lot of strategy that goes into the head here, and I tell you what, that's why these guys are good at what they do. The 444 there at Price with a move through down, and then the 15 of Perkins follows along. It's a great move there on the 16 to go up 2 places.
Yes, absolutely. Nothing doing, though, for the race lead per se yet. See some of the drops in the pack yet again. Perkins, we've seen shine brightly in the races. James Perkins doing pretty solid back there in the top 10. Curtin also there. Bugatti, who is one of those that have had some ups and downs, also is trying to find a way to close up the 1 second to keep up with the rest of them. Oh, a squeeze off in the top 4. What did I say about the risk of passes? There's the gap. Davis getting shuffled to the grass.
Yeah, that is the risk there, and you can see the reward that was not really a reward, and it's about to be even worse because I think Price now has the momentum, has a run. We'll see if Price is able to get the pass done on Davis here as they go through. This is going to be a really interesting moment to see how it falls through. It looks like right now not going, but now there it is down the inside. Davis and Price side by side through, and they do swap positions there. The 444 gets up into P6 now and can look to chase down into a top 5 position. That goes to show just how much the momentum matters here around Charlotte as well. You have one back corner, and it cost you almost a lap later.
And indeed does. That's the risk we were just referring to with it. Now on lap 8, some of these drivers going to be thinking, was that the right decision? And kind of when it comes to karting, mind you, Bradley, you have to have a short memory in terms of some of the circumstances, because in some cases, yeah, you want to know who you can work with. At the same time, if you're thinking about that one incident from 17 years ago in the supermarket when you're in line trying to get some bubble gum, you're going to have some problems.
Yeah, this is one of the interesting situations where in karting, you really have to live in the moment. I know we hear motivational speakers all the time say, live in the moment. The moment is important, and it is going to be really good to live in the moment. Don't dwell on the past. But yeah, in karting, that proves true more than anything, because you need to get a pass done. You need to go. If you get past, you need to shake it off and then go on the offensive. This is not a place where you can sit and dwell about something that happened 25 laps ago and worry about it. You've got to be able to lock in and just go through, and that is one of those moments where you really can see how things make a difference, because the drivers who are able to shake things off and then just continue their charge, those are the ones that you tend to see able to rebound the best through the field. Otherwise, they end up stuck in the back, they stew, they're mad, and then they get in more trouble because they let their emotions take the best of them.
Yep, indeed. Agree with that mindset absolutely here. As we especially have with 3 laps to go, a 2-kart battle for the race lead. Since that initial drop back with the Sen, the gap's now grown up to 7/10 between 2nd and 3rd position. Steele looks for a way to get around here, because Bradford, last time by, was about 1/3 of a tenth off the pace of the top 2. Steele was dead on pace compared to him though, but on the average, he has been picking up the pace as of late to stop the bleed compared to the race leader.
Yeah, this is where watching out for the race leader and just keeping that pace along. And this is where I think the Jumbotron on the backstretch is really going to help too, because these guys here in Masters, I guarantee you they've peeked up at that Jumbotron at least once here. As we get the 2 to go signal coming along here, this is where I think the battle is going to start to get really interesting, as we see Steele in the 34 here in 4th place, trying to get past Bradford for P3. Let's see if they are able to really make that pass stick here anytime soon as they go through into 5, 6, 7. And let's see here around turn 8, no pass to be made, but we continue to watch the battles along 2 by 2, how the top 4 go.
Mind you, I've been keeping an eye on some of the stats that have kept up with Race Select. Meyer and Roderick and all of this have been trading the speed rank back and forth. That's my best lap, mind you. Over the course of the past few laps, it was Roderick who had the fastest lap. Now Meyer's got the fastest lap back-to-back times around. And with the final time around, something's going to have to give. Roderick has been keeping this gap close. Now can he make a pass is the hardest part. Coyote versus RRD.
This is where you need to start thinking, try to set it up. We get the setup from Steele on Bradford down the inside. That gets the pass done for P3. We do have a look for the lead here. Meyer and Roderick starting to think about it. They're starting to battle 10, 11. Let's see, 12, 13 into 14 and 15 here, Justin. Yeah, we'll see if he can set it up.
One more opportunity. Looks like it's so for Meyer. Meyer, not just a grocery store, it's a race winner as well. Roderick 2nd, Steele in the top 3.
P4 here, Jamie Bradford, great run with Chris Carroll there in 5th. John Price will bring it home 6th. Brad Davis, James Perkins, and Ryan Spirowski round out P9. Ryan Curtin rounds out your 10th finishing position in the Brylark cart.
Solid race when it comes to your Masters in the end. Bugatti 11th, Lassard down to 12th. Todd Barron very quiet in this one, 13th. Michael Dittmer, JD Gunn. Up you also have Marcus Grenier, Smoker Bergeron. I want your top 20 carts. Bernard Fitch, along with Kane, Rowe, Root, Clark, Flint, Hohenbaugh. Ashcraft down to 29th rather. Nason down to 30th. James Insco, who we seen contend in the Legends for the top 10 earlier, 34th in comparison for the Masters, is a stark difference in terms of how things went. 41 started with Joe Bouvier, the last of those carts. You see a bit of cleanup, though, having to get underway. A couple different carts searching around, Bradley.
Yeah, getting the carts cleaned up here, getting things going as they get ready to send out Sportsmen here momentarily once this is cleaned up. And, well, I don't know if you remember what happened last time in Sportsmen. We had some wild lap one, and, well, the lights are out. The track is cooled, but I tell you what, the temperatures are going to come up. I'm excited to really see how this plays out here for Sportsmen. Hopefully we don't have the same repetition of lap one as we did last time, but I still think there's going to be at least some sort of fireworks here in Sportsmen.
Couple notes coming through, by the way, through race select. We should mention from the penalty board here. One driver apparently is in the risk of scales and weight, the 21. Wood's off by 1 pound, apparently, according to the rotations. Everybody else, for the most part, safe. One driver picked up incident points in that race. That was the number 60 in that circumstance. That was towards the back of the field, and Jesse Klossy in their respective case. But as you said, the Sportsmen, going to be fun, going to be wild, going to be busy for the respective battle we've seen with these youngsters.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the Sportsmen handle the lights being on here and the sun being down. Again, for a refresher for everyone here, if you're just joining us and this is your first time seeing the Sportsmen here, as the carts fire up, 265 pounds combined, cart and driver, 10 to 13-year-old drivers. This is where they really are going to have some interesting runs. We see some secret handshakes going that maybe aren't so secret anymore here in the middle of the pack. But let's talk about the starting grid here. Hayden Lawson up in the front with Danny O'Gara in second. Camila Kanash in P3. Anderson Hemphill in P4.
Then Yusavati top 5 amongst those lined up on the transponders. Jackson Brewster in 6th. Ruben Greer, back-to-back Nitro carts in the order. Logan McCloskey will start in top 8.
From there we go. Christian Liu, P9. Braden Klossy, P10. Ryan Hall, P11. And Mikey Todd in 12th place here.
Reverse Stevens in the 13th position. Tanner Gonzalez, 14th amongst those drivers. Darnell Irwin, top 16 for Bell. And once the top 18, Decker and Herrera get your top 20 cut off. And once Sportsmen had a lot of DNFs, remember, in the last race. That included some of the drivers like Austin Taylor had some transponder issues. Should see him towards the front. Drew Snyder, though, was the DNF, remember. And one of the Nitros in a sea of gold carts, looking to try and get some points on the board here in this one. So it's going to be a feisty one once again for the drivers as they all work to double up and sort themselves out in between the cones. Before we go racing, as we said, Taylor will start at the front, as we should see after some of the issues transponder-wise earlier, Bradley.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one to watch here. You can see getting into the tram lines, being told to slow down, stack it up here into the lines. Let's see what happens, and somebody's out of position. I will be surprised if they let them go. Let's see, though. They've tidied it up a little bit. Let's see. Do they give them the decision to go? Let's wait. Green flag is out. We're racing.
Good start up at the front of the field. Double wide for second to begin. Taylor able to try and sort things out quickly. A little bit of a flick of the wheel for a couple of carts in the battle for second. Side by side for the top 5. A bit of a lunge, in fact. Hemphill still fighting hard in the heart of the top 5. 3 wide for it.
through right there through turn 8. Multiple groups there, and a little bit of sparks flying there from that bump there between turn 8 and turn 9. We haven't seen a lot of drivers really hit that hard here, but now here in the night, we're seeing just how truly hard that bump is, where it's shooting sparks out. So I'm curious to see, especially as the weekend goes on tomorrow, how the drivers start to handle that bump, what they do different here as they go through. Austin Taylor up in the front here, Hayden Law in second place as they go through. Let's see here what happens between the top two, how they battle, because they have half a second on Danny O'Gara in P3. We'll see if they're able to hold that on, how they battle, what happens here as we look back at Yusuf Adi and Camila Kanash there in P4 and 5 battling.
A lot of that squabbling still taking place for them. Keep an eye on O'Gara. We talked about some of the experiences O'Gara's already picking up as a youngster, has the family connections with some of those in the IndyCar ladder. We've seen make appearances in real life back in the 2000s. They're a Fisher. Now, just looking to try and find a tandem partner to go. Kanache looks to be that one for now. Speaking of drivers looking to be the one, Paul Munsto's making the cuts back there as we take a look back at the leaders.
And taking a look here, going through, that is the 63 of Audi with Brewster, the 199, I believe, going through as they go along. And it is the 199 going along here as they continue through. So great battles still moving through. And again, we see turn 8, a prime passing opportunity, regardless of where you're at in the field. If you can just make it stick, we see time and time again, being able to make those passes run in turn 8. You really don't lose out a lot of time on that. You don't really compromise yourself if you just dive that line in. I'd almost wouldn't be surprised if we see some drivers tomorrow decide to start running that slightly different line through turn 8, not just, the passing line, but start making that a racing line. I almost don't know why you wouldn't, because it seems to be the faster way around.
I almost wonder if tire wear comes into play a little bit in that factor, because here's the thing we haven't touched upon. Over time, of course, tires wear, if you don't realize. That's just the nature of how tires work. And over the course of the weekend, especially when you put these karts through their paces, these drivers might eventually burn their stuff out and lose pace long run if they don't manage their Vegas.
Yeah, of course, that is a good point. One that, honestly, it kind of slipped my mind for a millisecond there, because I'm just thinking, send the cart. But yeah, tire wear is a big issue in karting. It's not just a thing that you hear about at top-level competitions in racing. It's an issue everywhere, even in karts. Karts have tires wear and lose grip as the races go along. So it really is one of those that sometimes you can see people just not save enough tires. And, well, if you have a great Saturday, you use too much tires to have that great Saturday, your Sunday is going to go horrendous if you're not careful.
Seen a couple of cases where drivers have said after the race they burned up their stuff, trying to charge up or trying to make sure they kept a gap or anything along those lines. That's got to be at least one of the talking points here for this one, as we're almost halfway through. Next time by is the halfway point. Taylor and Lawson yet again staying together here. We've seen this before, a little bit last time. MPG versus Parolin up front.
Yeah, and one of the things to note here as well is that the same set of tires has to be used the entire weekend. So that is what's really going to be key. Is I got to wonder, some of these guys running just outside of the top 10, are they saving for tomorrow here? Look at this dive up the inside into turn 8. This is going to be an interesting one to watch through on the run. That's the 24. That's Gonzalez getting passed by the 106 of Darnell. That's all the way back for P13, but still a great setup nonetheless going through and along here. Further up in the field, though, we still see the 124 Taylor, the 10 of Lawson. They are going side by side. P3 O'Gara, you see the head tucked down, and then look at the conga line behind. Ganache, Adi, Brewster, Hemphill, and Hall. They are all trying to catch up to the top 3 right now if they can.
All of them trying to see where do they go? How's this going to go? A monster fight past the halfway point. There's Hemphill trying to jump up again. That was pretty stout actually on that run. Got the turn 8 for them. With the shine of the visors, that's also built up some of the buffer. Audi doing solid here on this. Haven't talked much about Jackson Brewster here today, though. But of course, the racing has been kind of, once those in the top 10, that's just been, as some would say, having a quiet day, which is a good thing, which is in the circumstance of if you are in the midst of chaos, it can cause trouble. He went back and forth, remember, with Drew Snyder with the Summer Nationals with some of the racing we've seen from Brewster before. He's put together some good speed amongst the top 10 after being one of the top drivers when it comes to cadets just last year.
Seeing these drivers all run through here in their various levels of skill, and all of them very, very skillful. Nevertheless, regardless of the various levels, it's really exciting to watch and kind of get an idea of who's where, who's doing what, and really kind of see how the battle goes. You know, under the lights, it's really exciting to kind of see that gap open up between P1 and P2. 2.4 seconds the gap right now as they go. So that is giving Taylor and Lawson something where I think they are going to be in a good position here. If they start kind of squabbling in the final 2 laps, they're going to be able to afford that. And I don't think O'Gara and Audi are going to put nearly as much pressure on them as you would think, but still look at this run here. This is a great double pass opportunity here into turn 8, 2-for-1 special taken, and that unfortunately is going to drop one cart down 2 places. We'll see if they can get that position back at all through the final runs. That is back near Hemphill and Hall.
Now you have some of the drivers like Clarkey back there. Ruben Greer has been having a quiet weekend after being a headliner in Apex Karting Championships as of late. You're the storyline drivers from previous series over the course of the past month or so. Having a little bit of a quiet day. Ryan Hall in particular here, another one of those you can throw in the same conversation as Brewster in terms of conversation points. Has contended on the dirt side in particular in Max's competition. Some of his racing appearances, also one of the Georgia-based drivers that is in the top 6 here with a few laps to go, who's doing pretty steady here today, you would have to say.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting one to really watch and see for Brewster as well with that dirt experience. What can come to play here? I don't see anything too crazy, but just taking a look here, Austin Taylor, Hayden Lawson, swapping fastest laps here. Fastest lap of the session is going to go to Hayden Lawson by 1/1000th of a second right now. So we're going to see what happens there for the top 2 as we're on 2 to go this time through. Let's just keep an eye on it and really get an idea what happens for the top 2. They're 3.1 seconds to the good, and the fact that they're 3.1 seconds to the good is a little bit crazy here. Now let's watch that 124 of Taylor going defensive, looking over the left shoulder. There's the pressure, there's the dive to the inside. Did the pass get completed? It doesn't look like it did yet. Nope, there it is, side by side. They go down into turn 15, white flag out. It's a swap for the lead for the first time this race, but now it's a switchback into turn 1, and Taylor has the lead over Lawson.
Looked like almost a thumbs up in the middle of the corner for a split second there. Never send on back. Looks like just let him go. Taylor's slowing down, in fact. Taylor, does he have a bit of a problem here with the separation, or is he just letting Lawson grow this?
Closing way too fast to P3, so I don't know if Lawson is possibly nursing an issue or if that was a case of just sportsmanship. What that was an interesting look here. So let's see what happens here as we go through the leader. Coming across here, Lawson takes the checkered flag. Lawson is going to win Sportsman Heat 2.
They're all stacking up behind Taylor and company. Yeah, Taylor definitely had some issues going on as he plummeted down the order outside the top 10. So how about that? Hayden Lawson, Yusuf Ali, Hall, Hemphill, O'Gara, top 5. Ganache, Brewster, Greer, Todd, Darnell in the top 10. That was stunning. After what we've seen all throughout the weekend for Taylor, that is a big swing that'll really impact the front runners.
That is going to have huge implications for tomorrow for Austin Taylor. Austin Taylor currently scoring in P11 as it stands here. Logan McCloskey in P12, Christian Liu, Theo Stevens, Gonzalez, Alexander, Irwin, Bell, Clossy, and Willie. That is, wow. Austin Taylor falling all the way down to P11 there after the final lap.
Or down to 21st spot. They work the rest of the way on through. Here you have drivers like Drew Snyder, 24th. Gonna be a lot of work to say the very least here. Livingston down the order as well in 30th. And a null, which means not really able to get anything off the jump for Jack Insel in this one. So a wild end to this one. We'll have to see what happens in regards to that order situation as you see these karts already warming up. That's how quick we're getting because we're into the penultimate run of the night. Steel Senior Medium will hit the track next. Here's a look at their order. The odd, McKeithen and Warren, Tutwar, Abritsky in the top 4.
From there we go P5, Henry Wheeler, P6, Owen Lloyd, Levi Getz, P7, Dylan Admonson in P8.
9th going to Knowles, Jordan Klein, top 10. Ainello and Potter also in the top 12. Capolongo also there as Lewis and Sinclair dip on through the order. We get set to go. A lot of karts lined up here in the odd. And we're already going to go around again because one kart got pushed out of line. 2 karts get pushed out of line. Let's do this again.
Rack 'em, stack 'em, run them one more time here as we go. We'll get an idea here of really who can find the extra pace here. Is it the inside line? Is it the outside line? We haven't seen a consistent answer, Justin, to who is the winner on the inside-outside situation on the night. So one line can be better one heat, one line is better the second heat.
So we'll do this again for our competitors. They'll line up here. Double wide to the tram lines. They go back as far as 42 karts, all the way back to some of the names that are going to be on the recovery. Down the order, Brady Shad, Eric Fagan down in the last tabs, along with McClellan and Shardy amongst those who will look to try and come back. Are you ready? Yes, we are. Green, green, green. We're underway. Side by side, they work into the opening corners.
Going through here through the first couple of corners. Everybody looks to be getting away well, 2 by 2. They're trying to find single file up in the front as they have all night long. But outside of the top 5, it goes double file. It goes 3 wide potentially as they come along. Let's keep an eye on how this goes. Hard squeezes through. Just enough racing room left out of turn 8.
All of them trying to line up behind Warren to begin things off here. So what was a good start for the outer groove for kart 211. Look at the chaos though. It's a cavalcade of trouble. 3, 4, 5 karts off the racetrack. 2 have spun out. 1 trying to start up a motor. They'll keep on racing up at the front of the field. But drivers like Capolongo, Edmondson, many more tumble down the order.
Big moments here early in the senior medium odd heat. So this is really going to make some implications here. But look at this. We go through the top 6 single file right now as they go through. So we keep taking a look and see how this plays along. So I'm really, really interested to see what these drivers can do. And yes, again, if you watch Senior Light, these names should sound familiar because, well, they have found each other pretty much all day long. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we've seen Colin Warren every race has been a contender. Now it's a matter for his sake. Can he do it again? Get himself a great position by the time they get sorted out. Remember, comparison to some of the penalties, one of the drivers that will really be looking to try and bounce back, Henry Wheeler. Remember, we talked about this. He picked up 2 of those penalties He's one of the drivers in this pack after the swap for the race lead there with McKeithen. He got one overturned, but still got at least a 2-position loss for one of the incidents with the 70-51 of Fagan. So 3 penalty points in his circumstance to his record for the year. Wheeler has got to find a way to get passes done cleanly and not let things snowball.
Yeah, and that is easier said than done. That is going to be the biggest problem here is, you know, it's one thing for you and me to sit in the booth here, Justin, and say, hey, he's got to get a clean pass, he's got to do this. But that is, yeah, going to be the situation. We can say it, but will it happen here? That is the big question here on the night. Top 6 still stuck together like glue as they head down towards turn 9. Now it's double left, turn 10, turn 11. And there it is, Lloyd up the inside. That's a beautiful move through 10 and 11 to get up into second. Loses no time, right back on the bumper of McKeithen.
Lloyd continues to go charge on through this pack. He wants the lead, taking the lead, turns 1 and 2, gets it in the inside. Now Warren, amongst those who get shuffled on the outside, nothing to do as they line back up astern. Lloyd taking up prisoners when it comes to this type of racing. 6 times he's been a CKNA self-champion after all. Looking to add to the regional tallies with another one of the spring nats, but he's going to have to do what's going to be hard to pull it off. Beat one of the best in Warren when it comes to the national level in CKNA for years.
Yeah, and Warren already able to flip back up into second place there. So no surprise so far to really see how hard this battling is. The big key right now for that 19 of McKeithen is knowing when a pass is going to come and what is going to happen. Or sorry, for Owen Lloyd, the 119 up in front is knowing when a pass is going to come and what is going to happen. For McKeithen, it's going to be making that pass happen at just the right time. And for the 211 of Warren, it's what do? Do you defend or do you attack? What position have you found yourself in the situation? The top 3 trying to break away from the second set of 3, 4th, 5th, and 6th, and they are not able to, and that gap from 6, 7 is pretty substantial so far right now as they go. It's almost 2 seconds the gap between them. So we'll see here as we head through the 3rd sector of the track what happens for this top 6 as we've crossed half distance.
Hearing the bumper broken on Wheeler's kart here. That's going to be a problem, though, here, Bradley. Yet again, look at that. Left rear is dragging across the track. It's not even connected, not even close to the back end.
That is a big problem for the Zero. That is a big, big problem for the Zero. Will he be able to continue with that is my question. What is going to happen? And you see he gets the point out there from the car ahead.
Yeah, that's going to be a big thing because here's the thing when it comes to rear bumpers. You have to have the bumper, you have to have at least the horizontal bars, and it has to be connected. If the bumper floats, keep in mind, off the card, they have to move the bumper to check measurements, just alone in terms of the setup. And there it is, meatball flag, kart 0.
That hurts. That is so unfortunate for Wheeler. Meatball flag out. That meatball flag means your race is done. You have to end your race and pull into the scales. That hurts for Wheeler. That's going to prove to be extremely problematic for tomorrow. That more than likely is going to put Wheeler into an LCQ.
Yep, and that is going to be extremely tough for him to say the very least for him. After what was looking like to be a very promising time. He's supposed to be in the stateside for a while. Well, it just took a little bit of a hit for one of his first races back stateside after a very successful trip to Europe. Top 3, by the way, Lloyd, Warren, McKeithen. It's all them, now by more than a second. At this point, that's the question. Who pulls the pin first out of these 3? We've seen how racy they were earlier in light. Not so aggressive now at this point of the stage yet.
This is going to be interesting to watch here. Let's jump down to the scales. We've caught up with Henry Wheeler, who took that meatball flag. Let's send it down to the scales here.
Henry, can you tell us a little bit what happened? I mean, it's pretty clear, but... Tell us a little bit.
I guess I didn't do a good enough job when I built this go-kart this week. And yeah, it fell apart. It sucks a little bit, but I don't really have anyone to blame since I put it together, so it's kind of my fault. But at least I was faster that race. Yeah.
Well, that's really unfortunate. How is that going to affect your race tomorrow? Well, obviously, it's going to affect it in some ways, but mindset-wise.
Well, I mean, I'm still up front and light. I should be starting top 5, so I'm happy with that. This will be a setback in medium. I hope I make the final. If I don't, I mean, we'll see what I do. I don't want to wreck it. But, I mean, at the end of the day, still got to keep trying. Can't really give up. So, we'll see what happens.
Well, there you go. That's a pretty good mindset from Henry Wheeler.
Well, at the least, he took the responsibility there. He said he built it himself, Bradley. Not much else really can say when you're the mechanic.
That's the nature of karting. That's the truth of karting. Sometimes you build the kart, and when you build the kart and something goes wrong on it like that, a loose bolt, something along those lines, you got nobody else to blame. I tell you right now, something that there's nothing to blame on is this battle for the lead, because anyone can come through. Watch the 211 of Warren trying to take things on, the 119 of Lloyd trying to go around the outside of McKeithen, trying to get a pass through. He's not able to capitalize through 10. Now we head down through the S's, heading towards 14 and 15. We're going to be taking the white flag this time by here, Justin. And I tell you what, taking a look at this, I have a feeling we're about to see some fireworks come through. Wide run into turn 1. The 19 defends it well, but let's see how he does through the rest of the lap.
McKeithen trying to get himself a heat race victory. Right now, things looking feisty. Who gets the edge? Remember how things sorted out when it came to on. McKeithen picked up the win earlier. Can he get himself a heat race sweep? He's going to have to hold back Warren. Lots of sparks on the bottom out this time. Sets up Warren on the outside. Working their way through the final quarters, though. Can McKeithen pull off the charge of Lloyd? Lloyd gets the block in front of him. Lloyd can't get the overlap yet, but Warren sure does. Here comes Warren. Side by side, it's Warren who gets it. Well, there's a reason he's a master.
4 different chassis in the top 4, and Warren in the 211 able to pull that one out in that VLR chassis. Now that is impressive. That's a great run from him. Christopher McKeithen in second there, Owen Lloyd in third. Tutwiler, we talked about him a lot. He's up into fourth. Trusky in P5. Potter, Getz, Klein, Iannello, and Knowles. Your top 10 as it finishes.
Eric Fagan, look at that charge, able to get up to 11th on the recovery from how things went down in Heat 1. And Compton 12, Baker, Lewis, St. Clair, Wilfon, Corso, along with Lander, Faber, Shad down in 20th. Remember, was spun around to the pit access road. Amundsen, from his incidents early on, sent down the order, finished down at the lowest 25th, a part of this pack. Some of the others going to be in a danger zone, to say the very least. Wheeler, 39th. Might be enough, depending on what happens with the first heat race points. We'll have to see where they add up. Especially in the case we've seen drivers like Upton, Strawn, and Burris didn't really even get going over the course of that race. But we have one more to go here, Bradley. Look at that field. It looks hungry to hit the track.
This is going to be an exciting one to see where it comes through. Let's throw it down to Sam Tutwiler down for a trackside interview.
All right, Sam. Now, from my understanding, you are a rookie in this class, right?
Yeah.
How has it been with you competing with all these guys up in the top 5?
It's been a lot of fun. I've definitely progressed a lot from junior, and I've just had a lot more fun racing the guys. They're a lot more aggressive, which makes the racing just a lot more competitive.
And you have pace, but it seems like you're missing something. What do you think that might be?
I kind of bobbled on the curb and lost the draft. I think I need a little bit of A little bit of power outside, which I think I can fix with line, but other than that, I think we're pretty good for tomorrow.
All right, well, you hear to hear. Sam Tutwiler, good job.
And he heard the adjustments already being taken note of for his races tomorrow. Change up the line, help himself to get more power, set yourself up for better conditions to make some of the passes here today. But engines are fired, and that means one more thing. Those engines will go to full sawn. These drivers will go to full tilt to decide who will end up being racing in the feature tomorrow and who will have to do a 14-lap LCQ tomorrow morning here on Car Chaser. Let's take a look at the lineup. Deck and Spec on the front row. They rhyme so well, we'll see if they work together because of it. Eli Warren, though, in the top 3. Cale Zimmerman in the top 4.
From there we go Eli Fox, P5, Aiden Lorenko in P6, Brady Atwood in P7, and Carter Kilgo in the MGM kart in P8.
Ninth amongst that order, Calvin Zing. Cameron Reed, she'll start in the top 10, the winner of the On the Box Challenge last year. Jackson Young, Adriano Yanusi in your top 12.
From there we go P13, Hunter Fox, Lucas Zabo in P14, Sobiek in P15, and Chris Harrower P16. We'll let the field scroll through. Karts are pulling out here. It's the final race of the day, Justin. It's been a wild Saturday, and I can't believe we get to come back and do it again tomorrow.
I can't believe we get to do it as well, too. For those still tuned in here, because it's been an exciting one after all, we hope you stay tuned tomorrow because we are set. Will be a schedule that will see warm-ups for the LCQ drivers as early as 8:30 a.m. All while they get ready for the LCQs after a 15-minute break by 9:05 p.m. tomorrow. So they get ready to go in the course of this one. What do you really say? What's the expectations here for the final race of the day?
Fireworks, sparks, fireworks, excitement, drama, everything to cap off this Saturday and get ready for a good run on Sunday.
Indeed, and let's find out how they play things out over the course of this run. Field looks pretty quick here coming up through, and that was a little bit too quick. See that coming into play immediately for the wave around to go back another time around. We go with these drivers ready to zip around and be able to sort out what they do. A couple drivers going to take the access road. A couple looking like they're going to take the full distance around, just warm up the tires, get themselves into a spot to close things down.
I don't think they meant to do that. I think some of them thought they were good to go and were still going through, and then the rest of the field figured out, hey, no, that's not it, but they had already taken the lap, and well, sometimes it's easier just to follow what the leaders do. And if the leaders are the ones who say, nope, we're going the full lap, then just stick behind them and let that go and let them be the ones to get the warning from race control. That way you don't have to worry about it.
Here we go. All ready to go. This early on, seen a couple drivers have to go around the full distance before. The full track distance, too. We've seen this before in Cadets Heat 1. As our pit reporters note, as they'll just warm up the tires even more so. Make sure they're all set to go. Of course, get everyone who has a straight shot for the tram line because, obviously, you don't want to be one of those drivers starting in the middle of the corner and have a bit of tire spin. They'll get a straight shot this time. Looks like they're finally ready to go. Going to help a little bit on pace, and on the bright side, it looks like Road 2's ready. Fist bump time.
Yeah, you know Row 2's feeling good when they fist bump because you know what Row 2 wants to do. They're going to go after Row 1 right on the race start. And then I'd say I wouldn't be surprised to see those two, the 97 and the 505 of Eli Warren and Cale Zimmerman, work together a bit against Thek and Spec. Of course, Heat 1 for even, it was the Thek and Spec show. Let's see if we can't have a Warren and Zimmerman run.
Here we go. Green, green, green. We're underway. The Speck and Speck show is broken up immediately. Speck lost a little bit of ground off the jump, put into the heart of the Hornet's nest, and we have a spin in the heart of the pack. At least 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different carts have to cut the corner. 4 wide, still in a 5.
Everybody trying to shuffle it back up. That was just in the top 10, and we've got more carts together. We've got 5 carts sitting. 99 was at least one of the carts there in the mix as we go through. 99, 98 there, and they all try to get the carts together here, get themselves back underway. That's a big moment there in turn 5.
Katie McDonald, Jimmy Jones back there. Some of the others like Kellen Weiss, it looked like maybe in the mix. Oh, it's almost like numbers you would see from a sail popping up. But lap 1, chaotic. But it's still Thick and Speck, still 1 and 2. That's the wild thing. Speck fell down to 4th initially, immediately bounces back, and that chaos for some of the drivers up here has seen the top 6 yet again set the tone and try to run away. Here we go for the leads, back inside. Looking to move with Warren. Warren falls through the pink cart.
And we're not done here. This top 6 giving it all they got. It's the final race of the night. There's no excuses after this. There we go. That is the 505 of Kel Zimmerman with a great dive down the inside, going through and along, and let's see if it can be held, because the outside is the long way, hard way around through 14 and 15. Now we go through the final corner. Let's see, can you set up into turn 1? And here we go. Speck, Thek finally separated, and unfortunately for Thek, it's all the way down to 5th.
Speck going to have to push hard to be able to get some of these spots back, to say the very least, over the course of this one. The top 2, yet again, set the tone by Warren. His fan club out in full force. No, for some of those watching along at the moment, Warren has been the driver's picked up some Driver of the Month honors with e-karting in particular. And the news side has been able to compete in the top levels. The Steel Motorsports machine looks to be a threat. One of the drivers was a top 10 contender in last year's X30 Senior Super Nats in Scusa. Looks to try and get himself a CKNA heat win.
Would be amazing to see running through. Kel Zimmerman here, fastest lap last time through. That 505 car with a 47.8. A 10th and a half up on Austin Speck, 2 tenths up on Eli Warren here. So we'll see what can happen for that 505 in 4th place. Is there enough pace in that 505 cart to go ahead and close up and make a run for the lead there? Speck and Warren hold out together. And then again, you have the 2 carts of Fox and Zimmerman together, 3rd and 4th. It's going to be exciting to really get an idea of how they go along here. This is going to be a hard-fought battle.
Yeah, you see the head nod, in fact, from Speck. Just giving a nod, I think, towards Jason Birch's direction. But everyone else looking to dig. Last time by, gap half a second between the top 2 and the rest of the field as they try and sort themselves apart here. Looking at some of the average paces here that they have. Fox, for reference, matched what the leaders did on the racetrack, also on his push. So the 122, I think, has got a decent card here, because the consistency rate, if you look to race select, is near 100% for Eli Fox. He is quick. He is matching lap after lap every time around. Might have a chance to be able to turn this back to a 4-cart pack in a moment.
Would not be surprised if that happens. Wouldn't be surprised if this goes back to a 6-cart pack or even more as it goes through, because you have Atwood in the cop car in P7, who is very, very fast as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that close in as well as they go through. This is going to be one that I think it's going to be more than just 6 carts who come through to really have that battle when they go along. I just don't know who is going to kind of initiate that.
Right now, as we come up to the halfway point of this one, everyone watches with intrigue to see how things shuffle in the end. You also have, by the way, in amongst us, out of the conversation for the race lead for now, you know who's amongst those recovering well after being extremely quiet in Heat 1? Driver in 8th of the pylon, charging up one of the BKRS carts, Jake Drew, is moving ahead. Fresh off wins in California just a week ago, Drew is right now in the same pack with drivers like Atwood and company. Right now, Drew is charging hard to this pack.
Yeah, he's doing a great job pushing things along here, and I won't be surprised to see Drew get past Atwood here soon and try to make a charge with that pack around him to go up towards the top 6. Again, if the top 6 stay just the top 6 with nobody else around, I'll be very, very shocked. It's just a matter of when do they start battling at this point, and where does that battle come from? I don't have a solid answer at this point where it might come from, though, but it's coming. It's just when, not if, as we're 3/4 through the final race of Saturday.
By the way, while we looked away, Fox in, Zimmerman did get around the 97, so that group we were talking about did shuffle. It's time to press the shuffle button again. Race lead taken by Fox. Now can Fox maintain his level of consistency he's had this entire race up at the point? Now, the main thing about this, though, you're not done for the battles because you have drivers like Eli Ward and bleeding spots late, and a lot of the other drivers are pulling that exact battle we were just talking about with Atwood and Drew right into the conversation.
Yeah, and as they do that, this is going to make things really, really close, because all of a sudden we're asking them to shift their focus to just from battling ahead to defending behind, and you're going to end up seeing just an accordion effect where everyone gets together, and at some point that accordion can only compress so far, and then what happens, and look at that, the same signal from P1 you get from P3, the point forward and say, let's go get them. Now the question is for Spec in that MGM cart, does he have the help from the carts behind to really get through? And for Fox, him and Zimmerman just need to be friends here at the moment, and right now I don't think being friends is going to be enough to get them some pace. Here we go, it's starting already.
I think it's already been starting. It's a turn from a simmer into that point where it's time to put it to full boil and be able to finish up your recipe. We're coming up now. Less than 3 to go. Top 2 again. Get separation with some of those sends, though. There's a look at Drew, the former ARC Menards West Series champion from 2022, working hard with Atwood on the push. Right now, Drew having a solid second race. All wow drivers like Kilgo looking to find the go, go, go button.
Go, go, go is the command, and the thing is, if you don't have a go, go, go button, you're going to be a sitting duck here at the end of this race as we come in 2 to go. When they come out of this final corner, here we go. 2 to go signal. This is where it all sets off here, especially in the lead. Fox, Zimmerman, at what point does this all fall apart? I don't know when, I don't know how, but I do know something is going to happen here up in the front. Let's just watch and see when, where, how, who, what, why, because that is going to be what sets the tone for it all.
Eli Fox running one of the MGM chassis. BA Racing is the representation. Can he get that organization a big win here to start off their 2026? Zimmerman hunting to try and add and build from his success in the Grant last year over in Indiana. Coming up to the final time around, Zimmerman in the popcorn seat, but look at that charge by Thek. If they get side by side, Thek is there.
Here we go, turn 1, they keep it single file. Thek is charging quickly, though first and second, Fox and Zimmerman holding along as they go along. Let's see here as they go through. Here we go, left into turn 7. Now it's turn 8. Look at the big defense to the inside here. The pressure is there. It's being felt. Right-hander of 9 continuing to defend. Now watch out for Thek, though. Zimmerman and Fox go side by side. Thek is in the mix. Here we go out of 10. Just a few corners left to go.
Anybody's got to make the move here. Block off by Fox. Outside, Zimmerman getting 3 wide out of the final stretch. Zimmerman from the outside. Look at this. It's Zimmerman who gets the pole. Zimmerman makes it stick out of 14 and takes the win by more than a 10th.
Where did Zimmerman come from? That was an impressive move through. That put Warren in second, Fox third, and then the Thek Spec show, we finally broke it up. Lucas Thek fourth, Kilgo 5th, Austin Speck in 6th, and then it was Young, Drew, Kelvin Jing, and Brady Atwood, your top 10 here in the final run of the day.
You have Kalai's up there. You also have Jabo in 12th, Yanuzzi. On the second tab, Hunter Fox, Harold, Heath, Reed, Bruncati, Guzilo, and Lindstrom. Down some Rocket Tech machines, back-to-back, 19th and 20th position. Biggest move of the race, by the way, Shane Reddy, up 19. Off screen, he was charging from the very back after his issues earlier. Van Wright behind him, Jackson Miller. Then you have the 23, the 141, the 222, all clustered together. Down the order, a lot of these drivers, as far as 40 seconds back, who finished up the race. Sibbett was the last to take the checker flag. Sutton, along with McDaniel and Jones, amongst the many who were part of that pile-up coming out through turn 5 and turn 6 here today. Well, how about that, Bradley? The afternoon leads to the night, and that leads us into the conclusion of day 1. I know these drivers are going to be excited about tomorrow.
This was a wild day, and I tell you what, there's nobody better to tell us about it than the drivers who finish it through. So let's send it down to Eli Fox with Grace standing by trackside.
And I just want to know a little bit about that race. It was pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, all the way up until I think like the last corner or so. Tried to block a little bit and just didn't get away with it. Tried to hold them off. Probably should have picked a little bit more decisively, but it is what it is. I'm all right with the third. Not exactly what I wanted, but.
Well, I mean, at this race last year, you had a pretty unfortunate way to end your race in senior medium. I think you actually went off track for a little bit there, but in comparison to this year, you are doing absolutely phenomenal. Where do you think this pace is coming from? Is it something about the track?
I do like this track. I got quite a few laps here, and just a good group of guys over at the Bradford Auto Care tent, and just can't say enough about them and giving me a great piece.
Well, Eli Fox might be your winner tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see.
Hopefully.
I mean, he's kind of calling a shot there, you could argue, after that one. Eli Fox putting together a stellar run at the very end, but comes up just shy to Cale Zimmerman. On that note, final thoughts here tonight from your perspective here, because this weekend was an exciting one, Bradley, to say the least.
This is absolutely been an amazing day. I almost don't want it to end, Justin. So you know what? I'm going to make sure Grace tells me it doesn't end. Grace, can you give me something else here at America's Home for Racing? Don't make me have to end this yet tonight. Okay, never mind. Grace can't make me not end this. So, you know what, Justin? I guess things have to end. I'm glad we could come back here tomorrow morning. We lose an hour of sleep, which means it's an hour sooner to come back for some racing here at America's Home for Racing with some amazing go-kart racing, and we'll see some heartbreak first thing in the morning, just how you want to start your Sundays.
So here's the schedule to remind folks before we get to tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. We'll start things off with watching the carts for LCQs. By 9:05, Mike should be live because we'll be going racing for 14 laps of racing around here at America's Home for Racing to decide who makes the features. There'll be a warm-up period for an hour before we go racing for the features from 11:20 up to about 2:20 by the time we complete things. But at that certain point, the lights are turning off, which means it's time to turn the lights out on the evening. It's been a busy night here on Kart Chaser for everyone here at America's Home for Racing. Just about time to say goodbye for tonight's festivities. For my announcer, Bradley Dalton. For our pit reporters throughout the day, Haley Donaldson down there, as well as Grace Overbeck. Everyone a part of the crew here in Kart Chaser. We'll see you tomorrow morning when we continue to CKNA Spring Nats.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.